What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Ghost in Search of a Name. Old Dirty Mouth took another big gulp of wine. This time he drank more vigorously than last time, and even choked himself. Of course, it could also be that the young man's words were too unrealistic. The old pirate coughed and pounded his chest with his fist. When his cough finally subsided, he laughed. "You whimsical bastard, misfortune will not appear in this kind of ghost place. You can see her once, which is a favor from the bearded lady. Just live honestly, there's no point in living." The young man with tattoos was still melancholy. He had long curly flaxen hair. If he didn't look so ugly, he would probably have the temperament of a poet. He sighed. The harrowing night is coming again, within this week. God knows how many people will die this time. Let them die, his companion said in a nonchalant tone, and took out an old pipe from his arms. For a young man of his age, smoking a pipe is a very rare thing. Crack. The sound of the burning match was very slight. He stared at the burning wood between his fingers, gently lit the tobacco in the pipe, then took a comfortable puff and shook his head. "At least you bastards still know what she looks like. We can only run to the Red Street and play with those aunties with skin and flesh falling off." His words made everyone laugh, except Old Dirty Mouth. The old pirate shook the cheap liquid in the bottle and put his face close to it, feeling the process of the cold glass gradually turning warm. He heard the dirty words of those young people in his ears, without any bottom line. Old Dirty Mouth felt that his nickname should be given to them. You know, he only swears when he should swear. Most of the time, he is not so vulgar. Old Dirty Mouth couldn't help but recall his glorious years. At this moment, the old pirate's face no longer looked so profound, but turned into a kind of tranquility and depth like the sea. He stared straight at the coffin that was going away with the waves, hoping that the candle would go out soon. At this moment, he suddenly frowned. Old Dirty Mouth looked down and found that the hair on his arms stood up. His legs began to lose control, and even his tongue was numb. The taste of the damn cheap liquor continued to ferment on the tip of his tongue, and the bitter taste that was originally bearable was now magnified 1,000 times, making his eyes wide open. He wanted to scream, but he didn't, because a heavy sense of oppression made everyone stop. The voices of the young people disappeared, replaced by a low hum. At this moment, no one made any sound. Even their breathing became light and faint. A blue light flashed on the dock, and a man walked out of it. The heavy sense of oppression disappeared. Old Dirty Mouth panted heavily, and the fatigue brought to him by these few seconds was almost comparable to the continuous sporting when he was young. He felt that his bones were about to fall apart, which distracted his attention and made him not notice the man who was slowly walking towards him. But the young man behind him saw it clearly. The young man with the tattoo of misfortune on his arm had already put his hand on the gun at his waist. If the man was going to do something to Old Dirty Mouth, he would definitely not ignore it. The old pirate had been working as a corpse collector here since he became lame 20 years ago. All the money he earned was used to support these orphans. Old Dirty Mouth called his behavior atonement, and everyone laughed at him, until these orphans grew up, until they visited those who laughed at Old Dirty Mouth one by one. Not sure if it was his illusion, the young man felt that the man seemed to glance at him. His eyes shone in the darkness. His face was blurred, but only those eyes made people stiff. "Hello." The man's voice was very low. As soon as the two words came out, the young man doubted his identity. Apart from the group of noble Piltover people who came to travel, how many people could say you were so nice? Data? Old Dirty Mouth raised his head blankly and looked at the man standing in front of him. The other person's face was still blurry, as if wrapped in a layer of gauze, but those eyes made him stutter involuntarily, and even used honorifics. "You, what do you want?" "No need to use honorifics." "Ah," the man chuckled. "I'm here to find someone." He stretched out a hand. This hand pierced the curtain of darkness and was placed cleanly in front of Old Dirty Mouth. Pale, slender, and powerful, he slowly spread out his palm, and a crystal clear green gem shone on it. "This is your reward." Who? Old Dirty Mouth's tongue began to lose control again. He was not a fool who didn't know the value of the gem. This gem could definitely be sold for a high price. It could even allow him to have money to leave Bilgewater and live somewhere else in retirement, without having to endure the torture here. However, he felt an uncontrollable fear. The man stood in the darkness, and the thick darkness enveloped him, making Old Dirty Mouth unable to see any details. But for some reason, he always felt that he was not the only one in the darkness, definitely not alone. Old Dirty Mouth could even sense its cold gaze. It was standing beside the man, staring at him, looking at him with the emotionless eyes of the dead, digging into every detail of his face. "You are the corpse collector here, right?" The man waited patiently for his fear to subside. "I'm looking for a harpooner, a man who was buried in the belly of a sea beast, and the only relic left was a beast-toothed dagger. You should have thrown the dagger into the sea half a month ago. Think back, old man," he said politely. "What's his name?" Old Dirty Mouth racked his brains, searched his intestines, and searched for every bit of sober memory that remained from his heart and brain that were absorbed by alcohol and fear. After several minutes, he finally trembled and uttered an uncertain name. "Pike." This short noun caused a chain reaction. An illusory ghost walked out from the man's side, walked out of the darkness. He crossed the boundary between life and death, and stood in front of Old Dirty Mouth and everyone so vividly. Seawater was even dripping down his body. The smell of fear began to spread among the crowd. The young man who was about to draw his gun froze. His fingers were stiffly clasped together, like a piece of stone, born as a whole, and could no longer perform the mission of drawing the gun. "My name." The ghost exhaled cold breath, and the cold air lingered in front of the Old Dirty Mouth and turned into tangible ice crystals. "Yes, that's my name." Chapter 502 Urkel. "Really? That's good." The man smiled gently, and this smile seemed to have magic power, directly dispelling the coldness brought by the ghost and allowing Old Dirty Mouth to return to the world. He walked out of the darkness, his face still blurry, and then stuffed the green gem into Old Dirty Mouth's arms. "We agreed that this is your reward, and what you do is very meaningful, old man. I personally admire people like you who dare to turn back." He patted Old Dirty Mouth's shoulder, and a warm current flowed from there, making his hunched back straighten up. The right leg that was originally bent and dragged on the ground made a creaking sound at this time. The bones were reset, and the broken nerves and scars were reset. Even his sore shoulders and blurred vision became better. "What is this?" The old pirate raised his hand in disbelief. His vision had never been so clear, and his body had never been so good. "A gift. I hope you still like it." He heard the man's smiling voice, and then he disappeared with the ghost who took back his name. The ghost named Pike took him through the streets and alleys of Bilgewater. He was a local and was very familiar with this place. Shenyan watched the way he walked with interest. The ghost walked straight through the wall, leaving a series of wet footprints on the ground. "How interesting," Shenyan thought. A self-aware vengeful ghost shaped by the sea. They crossed the winding streets and passed several slowly flowing dark rivers. They came to a tavern in the lower city. It was dirty and chaotic here. This was also the eternal tone of the lower city of Bilgewater. Here, there is an unspoken truth. The higher the place, the higher the level. This is not unrelated to the geographical environment of Bilgewater. In short, those truly clean and tidy streets and elegant enjoyment are in the upper city. People with a few dollars in their pockets will often visit the taverns or brothels in the upper city, have fun, and drink fine wine. Then after a few days, they will roll back to the port of the lower city to join a life and death voyage. Come back alive, and do it again. The sign of the tavern in front of them was very old, made of sea beast bones nailed to a wooden sign. The name was very catchy, called Lard Skin. God knows why a tavern would be named this. Pike stood in front of the door, quietly listening to the noise coming from inside, the sound of wine glasses clinking against each other, the frivolous laughter of the waitress, the rough roars of men and the painful screams of some people because of losing gambling. "It's here." He lowered his head and said, "The hidden base of the Baru people. It doesn't look like it." "Well, I thought they would find a quieter and cleaner place." Shenyan raised his eyebrows and said, while moving his fingers to make the sewage winding at the door disappear, He seemed to be standing on the ground, but in fact he was always floating. No one can understand the thoughts of the Baru people, Pike replied in a cold voice. Besides, I don't understand why you came to them. I was asked to do it. The wizard smiled at Pike ambiguously. Our deal is done, Pike. You can do what you want. The dead soul looked at him steadily, and after a long time asked a question. Why did you save me? I didn't save you. You saved yourself. You were unwilling to die like this, and your consciousness was connected with the thousands of dead souls who died unjustly in the sea. The sea sent you back. Pike nodded blankly. Yes. Is that so? It's far more than that, Shenyan explained to him patiently. Of course they will ask you to avenge them, Pike. Be prepared. You may be connected to this port city for the rest of your life, and until your soul is wiped out, you will hunt those scum here. He grinned, and although Pike was already a dead man, he still felt a chill in his spine, and this place is just everywhere. The ghost left silently, and from tonight, his hunting officially began. Shenyan stood at the door of the large-skin tavern with his hands behind his back, and did not choose to enter. If this place did not smell fishy all the time, he would have gone in. Just like the time with Gerald, they listened to the sailors singing in the tavern and spent a pleasant half-night with the local sheriff. However, the fishy smell here is a bit too strong. He snapped his fingers, and the fluctuations of magic spread gently, extending all the way to the basement of the tavern. Not long after, the door of the tavern was opened. A sturdy woman came out, carrying a golden statue. The size is slightly larger than a wine barrel, but the weight is many times more. Even if her gender is not considered, from a human perspective, her physique is amazing. Shenyan raised his eyebrows. According to his calculations, this priest of the Baru people is at least 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with 2 exposed arms that are extremely strong, muscles bulging high, and a sense of beauty of power naturally flows out. Sir, she spoke cautiously. Her voice was low, but not unpleasant. Who is it? A messenger. Shenyan found that he liked to use this ambiguous language to mislead people more and more. This bad taste would make people look puzzled. They would think and try to solve the mystery he threw out. The wizard had to admit that he had indeed become the riddle man he hated the most. Sure enough, the priestess's face showed doubt, but I clearly sensed the breath of Nagakaburo's. Ah, yes. I am here to deliver the letter for her. Shenyan clapped his hands and summoned a blue-green tentacle in the increasingly puzzled eyes of the priestess. The moment she caught a glimpse of the tentacle, the priestess bowed her head devoutly. Nagakaburo's teachings did not require people to kneel. She was a strict god, but she did not require her believers to believe in her without any bottom line. I think this should prove my identity. Shenyan pulled the tentacle and shook it gently. If this unfortunate tentacle had self-awareness, it would be very dissatisfied. Unfortunately, it didn't. The priestess's attitude turned to respect. Yes, Master Messenger. She changed the address fluently. What oracle do you have to bring me? Nagakaburo's asked you to be prepared. The soul-eating night must be ended. Shenyan touched his chin. She also said that you did a good job. Miss Aloy, right? Tears flowed from the priestess's eyes, winding down, dripping along the tattoos on her face to the ground. She lowered her head deeply and bent down until Shenyan could look down at her. When she raised her head again, the mysterious man was gone. Today is the last day of business, and I will go home for quarantine tomorrow. More updates, more updates. I want 10,000 a day. Chapter 503 Misfortune. Shenyan's trip to Bilgewater was not just to deliver a letter. If it was, it would be great. Everything could be so simple and smooth. It would not take long to complete it all at once. Unfortunately, it is impossible. A single Illawa cannot resist the soul-eating night, which is why the business of Bilgewater taverns and brothels is so prosperous now. Lots of people want to spend money before they die and get drunk. Money can't be used after death, so why not spend it all now? At least that way you don't have to worry about money before you die. From a normal person's perspective, Shenyan actually doesn't care about the life and death of the scum, liar, thief and murderer in Bilgewater. However, if they died in the swords of humans or even killed by Pike, the vengeful spirit who came back for revenge, he would not have any objection. But this is the soul-eating night. The dead will be taken away and become undead. They will return from the realm of the dead at the same time next year to add bricks and tiles to the cursed master and kill more people. This behavior that seriously disrupts the order of the world is intolerable to the mages of Kamardaj. He strolled on the towering cliffs of the upper city of Bilgewater, where few people come. The cold wind blew past, and the fishy smell was so light that it was almost inaudible, replaced by a faint floral scent. Shenyan raised his palm, and a touch of magic rune was placed on the ground as his right hand slowly pressed down. They will be activated at a certain point in time, and then a surprise will be presented to him. No matter when, insurance measures are necessary. The soul-eating night is not only effective in Bilgewater. The reason why he came here first is because this is an outpost. As an island, it is almost at the forefront of resisting the soul-eating night. The black fog will spread along here until it spreads all over the world. The mage continued his work. He came to the top of the upper city. There were basically no buildings here. There were only a few wooden signs telling people that there was no road ahead. There was indeed no road ahead, only the top of the mountain, the highest point of Bilgewater. He raised his head and looked at the top of the cliff that looked bony in the dark night. His black robe floated up slowly without wind. A light blue light flowed out from his sleeves and fell to the top of the mountain. Shenyan returned to the ground and stretched out his hand to straighten a wooden sign that had become crooked due to the wind. The handwriting on it had become distorted, so he snapped his fingers again to make it clear. Then, without turning his head, he said, "You followed me all the way, lady. What's the matter?" A lazy and comfortable voice said, "Just curious. Why would a handsome man who doesn't fit in with Bilgewater wander to such a deserted place in the middle of the night?" The mage turned his head and raised his eyebrows in surprise. A head of flaming red hair. The blurred light did not diminish the beauty of the hair, but made it more attractive. A delicate and fair face. Deliberately heavy makeup does not look serious, and the plump red lips look just right on her face. In addition, her dress is also very bold. A white tube top with tassels, with a black short chest supporting vest on the outside. Her fair and strong abdomen is fully revealed, and the two mermaid lines and the looming abdominal muscles are fatally attractive. She stood at the edge of darkness, with a blurred light behind her, smiling at Shenyan. "What's wrong, handsome sir?" She was very satisfied with the mage's reaction, standing there and smiling. "Aren't you cold?" His next sentence almost broke her composure, and the smile on her face almost froze. After a long time, she spoke again. "Thank you for your concern. You should be cold." Shenyan continued, "The temperature is 5 degrees now, and you are only a mortal. I advise you to find some clothes to wear quickly. The heroine is coming soon. Don't get sick and lose your life. That would be ridiculous." His words and his calm expression made Sarah Doom really stunned. This was the first man who was not moved by her beauty. There were such people before she was 15. But when she really grew up and put on this carefully designed dress, she always had the upper hand in the battle with men. After a long time, she waved to the darkness. A middle-aged man with a serious expression came out with a thick coat in his hand. He handed the coat to her and then disappeared again. Sarah put on the clothes and buttoned every sleeve tightly. Obviously, she was not afraid of the cold. She was not an iceborn of Freljord. Your body temperature should return to normal after a while. If you still feel cold, I suggest you drink some wine. The wizard nodded to her. Well, goodbye. Wait. Sarah hurriedly called him. I have something else to ask you. She saw the man stopped. Although Sarah called him handsome man, she couldn't see his face clearly. His face was like a veil, or maybe the darkness was protecting him. In any case, she could only see his eyes. What's the matter? You had a conversation with the priest of the Baru people at the door of the Large Skin Tavern, right, sir? You are well informed. Or, you have been monitoring the place, right? Sarah bit her lip. She huddled in her coat and felt shivered from the man's calm and non-threatening words for some reason. For a moment, she wanted to leave, but she didn't, because another man's face flashed before her eyes. It was an ugly face, a cruel face. It was the face of her enemy. Yes, she admitted readily, the priest of the Baru people had a love affair with the bastard. Now he is missing and will definitely go find her. I must kill him. I don't care about the grudge between you. The man walked out of the darkness step by step until he came to her. For some reason, none of her ambushed companions warned her. It was not until then that Saradoom realized that he was surprisingly tall. He raised a hand, with skin that was too pale to be human, and slender and powerful 5 fingers. Sarah suddenly had a doubt. Am I really talking to a human? She recalled what he did, flying, and dropping some light spots that disappeared immediately. The hand did not hurt her, but gently pressed on her shoulder. Then, Sarah looked up and saw a face that she would never forget in her life. Go back and rest, take your people to recuperate, and the soul-leading night will soon arrive, he said calmly. I will help you, only this time. As for the grudge between you and your enemies, leave it to be resolved after the harrowing Saradoom. Until he disappeared, Sarah never thought of asking why he knew her name. Chapter 504 Late Night Visit. A woman who can sacrifice everything for revenge. There are too many stories like this: losing parents, forbearance, growth, return, revenge. What happened to Saradoom is not uncommon, whether it is in Bilgewater or in the whole world. For Shenyan, the only characteristic of her that is worth remembering is that she is not bad-looking, but that's all. Once he gets into work mode, he is terrifyingly rational. The lone mage raised his head and glanced at the deep night, and the darkness covered his face again. Tonight is still long, and there are still many things to do. Unconsciously, he smiled, although he himself didn't know why he did this. The True One, a snake caller, bowed his head respectfully and offered his respect to Eloy. But this did not bring anything else. On the contrary, it only made Eloy feel unhappy. She knew very well that the snake caller was respectful to herself, not to Nagakabros, but she did not expose him, just nodded to him calmly. How is your work going? The sacred beasts do not respond to our call. The face of the snake caller, which was covered with large patches of horrifying patterns and ink, showed a somewhat shrunken expression. They can't get here through the black fog, and we can't make the sacred beasts change their minds. How stupid! Aloy almost sighed, but she didn't. In this world, there are very few people who can understand the way they want to practice. She can't expect everyone to complete their own tasks, otherwise she, a priest, wouldn't have to be here. I'm not asking about this. She glared at the other party sternly. Do you understand, Serpent Caller? The old man finally realized something, and he couldn't help but smile a little ashamed. So it's that thing. Please forgive my stupidity, True One. He looked at the god on Eloy's shoulders with piety, and finally paid due respect to Nagakabros. Gangplank has been brought. Very good. Aloy turned and left, still carrying the heavy golden statue. In the past 20 years, this statue has never been 20 steps away from her. She was not in the large skin tavern at the moment, but in the only bar temple in Bilgewater. Along the hall, she walked to the bottom floor, where the main door and the steps were. A man's angry roar came from below. The voice was unclear and difficult to understand, echoing, and hitting the wall with a harsh noise. Eloy frowned. If Gangplank was still this stupid, she felt that there was no need to talk to him. But for some reason, she still walked down. The temple walls were built of interlocking stones, shaped like the mouth and teeth of a deep-sea monster. The entrance overlooked the bay, offering a bird's-eye view of the blue water. Aloy strode down the stairs and reached the front door. She opened it. The roaring stopped. Aloy knew he was badly injured, but she had never expected him to be so injured. Limping, unable to stand up due to a broken rib, one arm was waving at the air with nothing left. In the other hand, he held a pistol, trying to fight off the lesser priests and monks who tried to approach him, completely forgetting that they had rescued him from the freezing water. Aloy closed her eyes at the ungratefulness. She heard him yell, "Where is Eloy?" "I'm here," she replied suddenly. The crowd parted to let Eloy in, like a reef parting the waves. Before she could finish her words, Gangplank had already fallen to his knees. "Fuck," he panted heavily. "It's misfortune, that bitch. It must be her who colluded with others to sink my ship." "I don't care about your ship," Eloy replied calmly, "but I have to continue sailing. I need a boat." The old man raised his head and looked at her with hopeful eyes, but got only an indifferent and ruthless answer. "I can find you a canoe." Anger suddenly burst out on his face, making every wrinkle squeezed together, and his features became sinister and terrifying. Eloy looked at him calmly, and felt ridiculous in her heart. This is the person I once loved? Many years ago, they had a past. Many years ago, they ended this relationship. However, in all these years, Gangplank never felt that they were really over. "This is my city," he roared, like a child who jumped up and down because he couldn't get his favorite toy. The monks and low-level priests around Gangplank were shocked by his sudden outburst, shocked by his stupidity. The temple had been built thousands of years before his city was built. Moreover, as a layman, he dared to shout at the true one who had been blessed 3 times by Nagakaboros. Anyone else would have been smashed to the knees and thrown into the sea. Really? Eloy remained calm. Gangplank's anger subsided, and he lowered his head, becoming humble and weak. "I need you to help me, Eloy." "How do you want me to help you?" "As long as you ask. The other pirates will support me. They will listen to you. As long as you ask, they will help me," he repeated incoherently. His expression became crazy again. "She stole my ship and blew it up, killed my people and broke my arm. Help me, Eloy. This is my city." Eloy silently ordered the other clergy to withdraw. She looked at the man in front of her, with his head bowed, kneeling on the ground and begging. He still smelled of seawater and was wet. "The last time I saw him was 10 years ago, when he was still handsome. However, years of drinking and maintaining his position had made him a waste." "Okay," she said, ignoring Gangplank's suddenly happy face. She put down the statue on her shoulders. It fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound, and Gangplank's expression became frozen. "What are you going to do?" "Trial." The priest of Nagakaboros closed her eyes, and a glowing mist diffused from the surface of the statue, and a turquoise energy vortex was summoned around the face of the snake mother. The spirit tentacles slowly emerged, and they kept increasing at an incomprehensible speed, and soon covered the entire staircase. No, Gangplank had realized what he was going to suffer, and screamed. His weakness and pleading did not move Eloy this time. She had shown him mercy too many times. Not this time. This time, absolutely not. She could not trade the lives of a city for his foolish ideals. The soul-eating night was approaching. "Face yourself. Face Nagakaboros," she whispered. The tentacles wrapped around Gangplank mercilessly, pulling a phantom soul from his body. Visions of the past flashed around him. Gangplank kept screaming, but he never wanted to face the pain and resist it. There was no need to read anymore. Eloy opened her eyes, picked up her idol, and slowly left. 2 more chapters. Chapter 505 Breakfast and Stupidity. It was dawn. The morning in Bilgewater was similar to that in most port cities, as long as you ignored the fact that most of the people living here were scum. The first to start work was the slaughter dock, where a sea beast was hoisted up and several butchers, shirtless, skinned and dismembered it. The blood flowed down the river, gathering into a pool of water under their feet, and then flowed into the ocean along the built drainage pipes, dyeing a large area of the sea red. Shenyan sat not far away, looking at all this with a very calm expression. If you don't consider where he is, but look at his posture and sitting position, perhaps many people would think that he is in an upper-class restaurant waiting for the waiter in luxurious clothes to come and serve the food. However, in fact, he was sitting on an ordinary, clean wooden chair. The surroundings were full of fishy odors, and the streets were full of sewage. People passing by spoke dirty words. "What would you like to eat? Any recommendations?" The bald boss smiled and handed over a menu covered with grease. Shenyan reached out to take it, and the magic power helped him to prevent the grease from getting on his hands. He looked at the dishes carefully and asked casually, "Do you have anything other than fish?" "Yes, sir, but it's a bit expensive." The boss stroked his fingers and said something quite honest. "The meat has to be shipped by sea. I still have some pork left. I'll fry 2 slices of bread for you, and some bacon and scrambled eggs. How about that?" "Okay." The wizard handed the menu back, and the boss returned to his narrow store and started working. He did not stare at the boss's movements like other diners, fearing that he would cheat on the weight. Shenyan just stared at the slaughter dock not far away, thinking. The breeze in the early morning brought the smell of blood. He raised his right hand and caught a breeze in his hand. The magic light that was invisible to mortals lit up, giving life to the breeze in an instant. 10 seconds ago, it was just a natural phenomenon. The little wind elf cheered and jumped for joy. It was the first elf born in this world. For now, it didn't know how terrible it was to be alone. The wizard looked at it with pity, then pointed at the huge sea beast that was hung on the slaughter dock and had been cut into half. The shapeless elf turned into a breeze and flew over quickly. The butchers who were working hard noticed the sudden coolness. One of them grinned and said in a rough voice, "It's still cool this morning." "Damn, hurry up and finish this, big guy. Let's go to Rum for lunch. What do you think?" "I have no objection, as long as you treat me." "Me too, you bastards." "Okay, I'll treat you. Anyway, it may be the last meal." He raised his voice and continued to cut the sea beast's meat without caring, as if life and death were no longer important. The wind elf drilled into the huge chest cavity of the sea beast and drilled around inside. It was wind, so it would not be stained with blood or minced meat, nor would it be obstructed. Not long after, it returned to the wizard with a piece of green glowing debris. At this moment, his meal was ready. "Please enjoy, sir." "Thank you. Here's the money." Shenyan picked up the knife and fork that had obviously been washed, picked up a piece of scrambled egg from the plate, and took a bite. Not bad, not old, very tender, and the taste was moderate. The boss's cooking skills are good. He chewed the scrambled eggs, and the wind spirit turned into a small whirlwind, floated onto his table, and put the green debris down. Shenyan stared at the thing for a while before looking away. His expression had become a little gloomy. It was a split curse, a very delicate design. It was brought to the human world through the belly of the sea beast. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight, this debris will bring a soul longing for fresh flesh and blood before the black fog of the soul-eating night arrives. Interesting. Shouldn't these souls obey the orders of the master of the black fog? He ate slowly but attentively. There wasn't much, but he finished it in a short while. Shenyan left the breakfast shop, squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. No one cared about this dark-skinned man who didn't fit in with Bilgewater. He walked among the crowd, throwing green debris with his right hand. The thing flew up and down with his movements. Shenyan was looking forward to tonight. Very much looking forward to it. "You're looking for death." Sarah Fortune was originally maintaining her weapon, but a voice came from behind. Only one person dared to enter here without knocking, her first mate, Raven. "Looking for death?" Ms. Fortune turned around, her red hair flying in the air wantonly. She smiled. "You should call this stupidity, my first mate, not looking for death." Raven remained calm. He was the middle-aged man who handed her clothes last night. There was no expression on his weather-beaten face, very calm. "Okay, Captain, you're doing a stupid thing. Very stupid." "What's stupid about it?" Miss Fortune asked back. "We just kicked Gangplank off his throne. Bilgewater, the pirate city, is now in our hands. I will never let the harrowing take it away." She grabbed the pistol and put it in the leather holster behind her waist. She twisted her slender waist and put on a heavy coat that only a captain could wear. She also took a one-handed sword and hung it on her waist, as well as a shotgun. "Okay, Captain." Raven shrugged. This was the first time this serious man acted so casually. As he moved, a large group of people with sophisticated weapons came in, both men and women, and many of them even carried high-end hilt-over goods. Sarah looked at her crew. Her eyes softened for a rare moment, but soon turned into anger. "Get back!" she shouted loudly. "You don't have to join this battle. We all have a grudge against Gangplank, so you followed me, helped me, and killed him. But the harrowing is different. It's the same, Captain." A woman with tanned skin nodded at her. "That son of a bitch fucked Gangplank and deserved it. The harrowing is the same. Those damn undead come once a year. What do they think of us? Instead of hiding at home and shivering, we might as well fight them." "Yes, Captain, fight them. They're just a bunch of skeletons. What's there to be afraid of?" Sarah felt that she almost smiled. She didn't realize that she had actually smiled. The smile on her face was so beautiful. "Bilgewater, this damn city is a cesspool, and sin is everywhere, but there is gold in it." What appeared in front of her was the only remaining gold. It was the last beam on the ladder. "Okay, you idiots," she said slowly. "Then get ready. Explosives, cannons, get everything ready. Although I think there is a 100% chance that we won't see the sun tomorrow morning, I think otherwise," her first mate replied. "You haven't forgotten last night?" Have you?" Of course Sarah had. The man's face kept echoing in her mind. Thinking of this, she snorted and began to wonder if she was possessed. Wasn't he just a little more handsome? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Thresh. The terrifying sound of the chain scraping across the ground echoed throughout the street. The chain was thrown by a bony hand, and the front hook turned in the air as if it had self-awareness, piercing the wooden door accurately, hooking a young child with his clothes out. His mother ran out of the door in panic, trying to get her child back from the rusty hook, but saw a tall undead walking out of the black fog. The icy mist gathered gently under its feet, moving as it moved, and stopping as it stopped. It was wearing a black robe with holes, which was worn out by the years. The green light emanated from the holes, but it was still possible to see how carefully the maker of this clothing worked. It was just that face, that face. The moment the mother saw that face, she wanted to scream out loud. She was very familiar with that face, every detail, eyes, nose. It was the face of her husband who died on the haunting night last year. The spirit held her child, pacing softly, humming a ballad until the child could no longer close his eyes and hold back his screams as his mother had taught him. He opened his mouth and let out a scream, and then the spirit stretched out one of its fingers, with distinct joints and a glowing green fire, and pressed it against the child's soft lips. The spirit said, "SHH." The child immediately stopped screaming, and his mother fell to the feet of the spirit, trembling all over, crying and grabbing its trouser legs. She was about to collapse and said, "Please, please, please." The spirit smiled with her husband's face and whispered, "Oh, dear, don't worry, I won't hurt him. How can I bear to hurt my own child?" As it spoke, it poked the child's still chubby face with its bony finger. "He is growing up very well, thank you for your hard work." There was a magical power in its words that captured people's hearts. The mother stopped crying, her face became dazed, and her words were close to whispers. "Are you really you, Leo?" The undead grinned, and it laughed silently. Then, it tore off the face skin and threw the child to the ground, leaving him to cry. It grabbed the mother and pulled her to the same height as itself, so that she could see her terrifying skull face clearly, see every detail on it. It could even feel the warm air exhaled from the woman's nose. Its laughter echoed in the streets filled with black fog, accompanied by the mother's screams and the child's cries. It put her down and took out a lantern from the black fog behind it. The lantern emitted a little bit of pale green light. The undead lifted it up, and the light flew wildly. The undead opened the small door of the lantern, and the mother heard a broken scream, like crushed glass. She didn't react at first because she had been too stimulated. The undead was not satisfied with this. It shook the lantern, and the scream gradually became weaker, saying the mother's name, Mina. She immediately raised her head, and a green light flew out of her body. The undead grabbed her and locked her in the lantern. It looked down at the child, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of its mouth. A perfect torture, of course, needs dessert. Then another green light flew into its lantern. The undead turned around happily and planned to leave. It disobeyed the order of the Lord of the Black Mist and came here to have some fun. These 2 desserts are enough, and it cannot be exposed too soon. The undead planned to return to the Black Mist. Tonight is far from over. It wants more. Their screams are like honey wine, and the undead will never get tired of listening. But just like a person who loves alcohol, the more the better. It is not fond of one, it always craves more. This has long become the meaning of its existence. But at this moment, it stopped. A man in a black robe slowly walked over from the other side of the street, holding a green crumb in his hand, which fluttered on his slender fingers like a butterfly. "Hello," he said with a smile. But as soon as they met, the previously arrogant undead let out a heart-wrenching scream, and its lantern and hook chain all fell to the ground. The green light in its eye sockets flickered, and it fell to its knees in pain, screaming like the people it had tortured for thousands of years. This undead was called Thresh. He was the most special among the countless undead in the Shadow Isles. His story has been sung for centuries. People were afraid of him and didn't even dare to call him by his name. Instead, they called him the Hook Bearer and the Ghost Warden with hatred and fear. He loved to torture people and took pleasure in their screams. His evil lanterns contained the souls of countless people he had killed. They were tortured endlessly by Thresh. But if that was all, it wouldn't be enough to make people afraid to even mention his name. What really made it known to the world was a poet hundreds of years ago. This poet came from a country that had long been buried in the dust of history, but his works still survived. Among the 17 long poems he discovered, 14 were about Thresh. In his poems, the poet called Thresh an extremely cruel and evil undead with fear. It feeds on people's screams. It will spend decades to make you feel extreme pain. Every time you shed a tear and every time you scream, his pleasure will increase a little. And the epic 14 long poems describe the story of Thresh spending 70 years to make the king of the poet's country suffer misfortune for 3 generations. Especially the chapter about the princess is chilling. Thresh appeared in the bedroom at night, and he used her brother as a bargaining chip to force her to put some poison in her father's tea. After her father drank the cup of poisoned wine and fainted, Thresh appeared again and asked the princess to watch her father's autopsy ceremony carefully. The bloodiest part of the poem is here. The princess was forced to watch the whole thing. Even the knife that Thresh used to kill her father was handed to her by the princess. After watching all this, Thresh told her that her brother had already been killed by him. The princess died of grief, but death is not the end. Thresh hooked the princess's soul with his infamous scythe and put it in his lantern, which was placed next to her brother and father. But this poem is too detailed, as if the poet is a person who experienced it firsthand, so there are always many doubters. It was not until the appearance of the soul-eating knight and Thresh really appeared in front of people that people realized that what the poet said was actually true. How he knew these things is no longer important. After all, they are all true. For hundreds of years, plays adapted from these 14 long poems have usually been popular performances in theaters. And now, this always terrifying undead has tasted fear. The ground under its feet turned into a black swamp, and several black tentacles pulled it down. It can't resist at all. In that instant, it felt itself in a silent black space. There was nothing here. Only nothingness. Thresh's perception began to rust. No matter how he begged for mercy, cursed, promised rewards, or even revealed the fundamental purpose of the soul-eating knight, no one responded to him. Only nothingness. Just as its self-awareness was about to be eroded, a voice appeared. Thresh, why are you so unrepentant? A thought came to its muddled consciousness. I know this voice. When was it? It seemed that it was when I was alive. Alive. These 2 words made it sober for a moment. Who was that voice? It tried hard to recall, and finally found the answer in its memory filled with other people's screams. It was the elder of the cult he served when he was still alive. It was him who arranged for him to work away from others and live in seclusion, so that he would not get the recognition he thought he deserved. Thresh's anger surged up instantly. It wanted to say something, but found that it could not make a sound. The voice continued, you have killed so many people, tortured them in every way, and fed on the pain and screams of your own kind. Why don't you repent? Although I have long discovered your cruel nature, I still want to give you a chance to think carefully, away from the crowd. But not only did you not, you even let that mad king kill us and turn the blessed isles into the Shadow Isles. The voice was full of pain. Thresh wanted to laugh out loud, but he couldn't make any sound. He could only listen. Now, I see clearly. You don't deserve to be saved. A monster like you is not worthy of the word salvation. If you can't repent now, it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time for you to realize your mistakes in endless years, the elder said with the compassionate attitude that Thresh remembered. Thresh hated this feeling, but he still couldn't speak. This feeling made him almost crazy. And what do we mean? Don't understand? It doesn't matter. You will understand. The dark space around him suddenly illuminated, and Thresh found himself on a high platform, lying on the stone slab in the center. Surrounded by the dead, it was surprised to find that it recognized every face. Those were all the people it had killed. It had carefully played with their souls and collected them, but now it was surrounded by its own collections and prey. Rage. He wanted to scream. How dare you? How dare you? I am the one who tortured. I am. The elder stepped forward and whispered, you are not a human. Then, he used the knife in his hand to gently cut Thresh's lower abdomen. Thresh was stunned, and a strange feeling came up. What was this? Don't you understand? This feeling is called pain. You won't die. Don't worry, you killed all of us once, so you owe us all a life. When I kill you, you will be resurrected. Endless pain and torture. Isn't this what you want? No. It wanted to scream, but it couldn't make a sound. It looked down and found that it actually had the fragile body it had when it was still alive. The knife in the elder's hand was slowly cutting his lower abdomen. The pain surged like a tide, and after about a few minutes, he died. Then he was reborn again. The blood and internal organs disappeared. The next person came forward, with hatred in his eyes. He had nothing in his hand except a thin string. He shouted in grief and anger, this is the price you pay for strangling my wife. Demon. The man tightened the string in his hand around his neck and pulled hard. Thresh first felt difficulty breathing. His face flushed and he tried to breathe, but it was no use. After a minute and a half, he suffocated to death. When he was resurrected again, he looked at the endless crowd, and there was nothing in his eyes except despair. Shenyan reached out and picked up the lantern, gently opened the cover of the lamp, and countless green lights squeezed out frantically, illuminating the night like day. The mother and child lying on the ground soon climbed up, and beside them stood an illusory figure, a hunched man. Go ahead. The wizard turned around and gently crushed the lanterns, freeing all of them. Only a slightly larger light point lingered beside him, flying up and down, as if begging for something. He glanced at the light point in surprise and laughed dumbly. Okay, then I'll be a good person to the end. Chapter 507 Facing the Black Mist. Tonight, isn't it? The young child asked her mother. Her small chestnut pupils reflected a tiny light. Her mother just nodded slightly and hugged her a little tighter. At the same time, she signaled the child to be quiet. They huddled their heads together under the window, looking at the street outside the window from the edge of the wooden boards that sealed the window. Outside the house, several men stood shoulder to shoulder. They stared at the sky, and the bright moonlight was gradually obscured by a dark cloud. The distant horizon gradually became blurred, and there, an invisible black fog emitting a gloomy and miserable green light was approaching at a very fast speed. They could almost smell the stench of those things. The desire for life and the responsibility as a father and husband conflicted with each other, and in the end, the latter prevailed. Will we die? One of them asked. His answer was replied. A man with a pistol leaned against the stacked heavy crates and said with a smile, not necessarily, Hulk, maybe those bastards think your meat is smelly and won't eat you. Fuck you. The man called Hulk cursed, and the joke between the two caused a burst of laughter. The fear was diluted, and they clenched their weapons in their hands, not knowing how long they could resist. These people were not pirates, not bandits. They were just a group of ordinary stevedores. They usually made a living by doing hard labor at the dock. Otherwise, they would not have stayed in such a place until now. They had no money to leave by ship, nor did they join any gangs, and were not allowed to take their families to the shelters prepared by the gangs. Hulk turned his head to look at his home, and his wife's profile was looming in front of the window nailed with wooden bars. Watching him from the gap, he raised his hand and motioned her to hide. But the woman shook her head stubbornly. This made Hulk laugh. She has been so stubborn since he knew her. Well, you crazy woman, he muttered. At least I sealed the doors and windows. Oh, damn it. The young child asked her mother again, why don't Uncle Hark and Dad come in? Don't say it, Yada. Her mother replied softly, close your eyes, okay? Have a good sleep and it will be fine tomorrow morning. But I can't sleep, Mom, the child said confusedly, and you are shaking. Are you scared? The mother turned her face away and hummed an old lullaby in a trembling voice, so that the child would not see the tears in her eyes. Her gentle voice continued for a while, and the child stopped asking questions. She liked this song very much. This was perhaps the only thing she had ever truly owned in her childhood, with few happy memories. When she was unhappy, her mother would sing this song, and when she was about to fall asleep, her mother would sing it. Black fog swept in from the sea level. This is the lowest level of Bilgewater, where only poor people live, and it is also the first stop for the undead to land. Hark clenched the sword in his hand. He had never used this thing, he had only seen others wield it before. The gangster had used it to kill 3 people at once. He was almost scared to death when he saw it nearby. He didn't know if he could do the same thing. He just hoped that his wife could live longer, at least longer than him. Get ready, brothers. The man who was joking with him leaned against the crate with a pale face, holding the gun in an amateurish manner. The black fog is coming. He was telling the truth. The black fog was already in front of them. 1 second, it was still beside the reefs and waves, and the next second, it had already stepped onto the streets at the bottom. The mother closed her eyes, but the child seemed to have seen something interesting and shouted happily, "Mom, Mom, look, there's a person standing in front of the fog. What is he going to do?" She looked in surprise, but found that it was just as she said. There was indeed a person standing there. A tall and thin figure blocked the black fog. No one knew when he appeared. He just stood there until the black fog completely swallowed him. Then, golden flames broke out from it. Shenyan stood calmly in the black fog, and the wails of the undead kept coming to his ears. The black fog seemed to be a completely different world, and the scene of the street disappeared. Instead, there was a wasteland with no living things. The sky was dilapidated, like a rusted canvas, and the disgusting colors were nauseating. He didn't feel that surprised. A pale bony hand rose from the ground under his feet, and a pale green light radiated from the soil. Interesting, the wizard commented. The action of the undead with rotten flesh hanging between its ribs crawling out of the soil was frozen, and it remained in the same place as it crawled out. The pale green light in its eye sockets faded, and it stopped moving. The curse that allowed it to move after death was eliminated, and a broken light point flew out of its skull, gradually rising into the sky and disappearing. I originally thought it was a necromancy spell, but I didn't expect it to be a curse. No, it's a reversed blessing, Shenyan muttered to himself, stretched out his hand and pointed far away. A golden flame began to burn out of thin air at the other end of the wasteland. The wriggling black fog was cleared by the sudden burst of flames, and a huge gap was cleared. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the undead disappeared. A tall shadow rolled out of the black fog in a miserable state. Its upper body was a knight in armor, without a helmet, and where the head should be was now a naked and hideous skeleton. The mutated skull head had grown its lower jaw, as if it was screaming. The upper body could barely be said to be a bit humanoid, but the lower body was strangely twisted into a dead iron horse, burning with blazing spiritual fire. This twisted creature, whose soul was full of rage and malice, trembled and slowly knelt on the ground, and the halberd in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Killing the weak makes you happy, right? The mage put his hands behind his back and didn't even look at it. He just talked to himself quietly, and the alien knight couldn't answer at all. The golden flames were burning its bones and soul. In order to make it feel more pain, the mage even reduced the power of the flames to 1% of the original. However, even 1% was too much for a thing like it. Its armor kept melting and deforming in the burning of the flames, sounding like the last wails of a dying person. The mage walked to its side. Without the leadership of this general, the rest of the undead stopped their resuscitation. Either they stayed under the soil and didn't move, or they stayed slowly in the black fog. Shenyan reached out and took off its head. It was cold to the touch. The curse that constituted its soul was trying its best to resist the burning of the flames. The ice-blue spiritual fire gushed out of its eye sockets, almost turning into liquid, and slowly flowed onto the face of the skull, like 2 tear marks. Shenyan held it up and suddenly smiled. This seems to be a good time to say this. Okay, he shrugged. Then let's pay tribute. 2 golden lights rose from his eyes until they ignited the eyes opposite to his eyes and turned into 2 burning stars. The undead inevitably looked at him and heard his calm voice, "Look into my eyes," and the 2 golden flames. He saw his life, his country, joined the army, was reused, and led the Legion, the Iron Legion. Every detail was so vivid and vivid. This made him more painful. He remembered every scene that flashed before his eyes. But that was exactly what he wanted to get rid of. He was young, He had just joined the army and looked talented on the surface, but in fact, the evil thoughts in his heart had begun to grow gradually. He deliberately did not rescue his superior, he let him die so that he could take power and take the entire legion into his hands, making it easier for him to implement his crazy plan. He took a sword and slaughtered the innocent people he swore to protect. Fuguang Island, Callista, the mad young king who was stabbed in the back by himself. He saw that he ignored the sweeping black fog and just laughed wildly while slaughtering those unarmed people, feeling their blood gushing out of their fragile flesh. He enjoyed this moment of bloody joy. Then, the black fog swallowed him. He turned into an alien undead, tied tightly to his warhorse. Every year, he would return from the world of the dead and continue his only wish in life: massacre. The flashback of the picture disappeared. The last thing he saw was two golden lights. Shenyan casually threw down the cracked skull in his hand. It was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand this little collision. It just touched the ground and it was completely shattered. The pale bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. For a madman who had committed many murders in his life, his ending was still too good. The scene around him was changing rapidly. The sky of the wasteland quickly turned into something more terrifying. The rusted canvas gradually turned into a chaotic storm without any logic. It was just like the vomit of a drunk madman. It looked extremely disgusting. Plain tricks. Shenyan sneered. The world inside the black fog was made of curses. It looked solid, but it was actually very fragile. Just like the skull of the undead, its skull could not even withstand a simple collision after losing the support of the curse. And the world inside the black fog did not even need a collision for him. A simple wave of the hand could destroy this place, but it was not the time yet. He turned around, and as his figure gradually faded, the existence of the mage himself was disappearing from here bit by bit, and even the fact that he had been here and killed an undead named Hecarim was gradually disappearing. Chapter 508. Who should I trust? The once bustling slaughter docks were now empty. No. Maybe that shouldn't be said. There were no people, but there were many dead. A cold mist swept over the rolling sea, and millions of dead were huddled together, their ribs touching each other, making dull wails. These beings with endless hatred for the living bared their claws and slammed into the groups of ships docked in the harbor, tearing everything apart with ease. A frail-jawed man with two axes and a horned helmet stood behind the defense line and watched them. He saw a ghost fly into a ship docked on the shore and sink into the hull. After a few seconds, it flew out with the keel of the ship. More ghosts pounced on it, and the deck of the ship was frozen into a nice sculpture in a few heartbeats, and then it slowly sank without a sound. Olaf didn't expect his luck to be so good. He ran into the soul-eating night, as the locals often said, and he happened to hold an axe in his hand. Isn't this the glorious death he always wanted? His thoughts were interrupted. A sailor with strong arms came to him, holding a sharp saber in his hand and a revolver on his waist. He looked at Olaf and said in a tone that was obviously faked bravery, "They are not that scary." The frail-jawed looked at him and didn't comment. It's true that he doesn't like to use his brain, and it's true that he has been looking for fights and death all his life. But that doesn't mean he is a fool. Not that scary? Even cannons may not be able to destroy a ship so quickly in such a short time. If they are all those ghosts, then he may have to change his plan. Fighting a powerful opponent is of course good, but the premise is that you have to be able to hit it. Hey, say a few words, Berserker. The sailor was still trying to talk to him, and Olaf knew why he did that. The dire wolves would also talk to the alpha wolf when facing a strong enemy, trying to get some courage from it. The sailor's behavior now is no different from them. However, he was not a dire wolf, and this sailor was not worthy of being compared with them. Olaf did not want to give him courage. You are almost falling to the ground with fear, but you still pretend to be completely fearless and say that they are not scary at all? Olaf sneered. Why not think about how to keep yourself alive first, sailor? He ignored the other's red face. He continued to look forward, and the black fog rolled in, and it was in front of him in a moment. Some locals were immediately grabbed by the undead with arms like rotten wood, like sinking into the sea, and there was no sound. A familiar rage began to climb up his spine. An undead seemed to regard him as those warm-blooded people, stretched out its claws, and tried to grab Olaf without knowing whether to live or die. What it got was a fatal blow from 2 axes. Olaf was happy, and his rage was even diluted a little. Orn, they are not immune to true ice. The undead he chopped melted like bubbles. For Lokfr, he shouted the name of his hometown, and rushed into the terrible fog without escaping. The thick black fog immediately enveloped him, and the pale green light was boiling in it. The wailing of the undead reminded him all the time that he had stepped into the realm of death. So what? Olaf swung his axe with a grim smile, and his skills were impeccable. The axe drew a deadly arc and landed in the middle of a group of entangled undead. The ice glowed faintly, and the icy storm broke out in an instant, destroying the small gathering of undead in an instant. However, this was not the end. He raised his only remaining axe and strode in that direction. He didn't even bother to bend down to avoid it. The ghosts along the way, those deep nightmares beyond human imagination, stretched out their bony claws and scratched his exposed skin hungrily, leaving bloody marks on his arms and thighs. That's all? Olaf bit his cheek, blood gushing out. The pain fueled his fury. He ran to where his axe had landed and picked it up. Then he swung his double axes like a madman, killing all the ghosts he saw along the way. Whether it was a ghost without a body or a skeleton, all must die. All these things must die, even if they have died once. The streets of Bilgewater were almost abandoned. The bells on the top of the lighthouse at the edge of the coastline sounded monotonously, still ringing. Terrified cries echoed down the mountain. The entire Bilgewater was completely immersed in black fog, and the wind was howling on the ruins. Flames were burning all the way along the Butcher's Bridge. It was almost a doomsday scene. People in the upper city hid in their beautifully decorated homes, praying to Nagakaboros, hoping that she could bless them to spend the harrowing night safely. They didn't know that Nagakaboros's blessing would only be given to those with a heart of steel, but they still had a place to stay. But the people in the lower city were not so lucky. Sarah Doom pursed her lips tightly, almost into a line. It was a waste of nature. Her plump lips should always be wearing a mysterious smile. However, no one would say anything to her at this moment. She was now with her men, staying in a famous attraction, Pickpocket Square. This used to be a very prosperous market. People set up various stalls on the docks of the connected ships. Butchers, wine dealers, pirates, bounty hunters and perverse tramps flocked here from all over the world. You can see this place clearly from almost anywhere in Bilgewater, but now, it doesn't look very pleasant. The cold wind whistled, blowing past with the coldness of death. Sarah buttoned her double-breasted coat tighter. People were crying and screaming in the distance. She could even hear low sobs, not sure if it was an illusion. Sarah turned her head and found that her first mate Raven was lighting a queen grass. This kind of thing could ward off evil in ancient legends. Of course, Sarah didn't believe it. Do you really believe in this thing? Raven glanced at her and showed an ambiguous expression. If you believe it, it will happen. What do you think? It's free anyway. Believe it a little. Yes, ma'am. A sailor also spoke up, waving the pistol in his hand. I believe in my gun. Of course. And the queen grass and the bearded lady. Sarah rolled her eyes, turned her head and stopped talking, but she was muttering in her heart. If she believes it, it will happen. Then should she believe in God or bullets? At this moment, she recalled the man's face in her heart and smiled abruptly. I might as well believe him, Sarah Doom thought to herself, then pulled out her pistol, and a ball of black fog was blown up by the bullet she fired. All the sounds stopped for a moment, and then the fog began to tremble like a spasm. The ghosts began to scream. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 509. It's time. Fear is contagious, and a chain of stiffening spreads among the crowd. Sarah herself is among them. She has made a lot of preparations and has done countless psychological constructions beforehand. However, when she really sees the returning dead, fear inevitably makes her freeze. Fortunately, it is only for a moment. The pistols fired repeatedly, and they did not disappoint Sarah's trust as they were carefully maintained. A shapeless group of undead was pierced by bullets, and a big hole was punched in its misty body. Sarah was surprised to see an expression of pain on its face, which puzzled her. Could these undead still feel pain? She didn't quite believe it, but she continued to pull the trigger. The recoil was perfectly controlled by her, and each bullet was deadly fast and accurate. Then she killed a physical thing, That damn thing looked like a hybrid of a bat and a wolf. It happened to be the most disgusting part of the two creatures. Raven brandished the saber in his hand, which he had taken from the Damascens during a raid. He had boasted about it for a long time, no matter how much he exaggerated his bravery in the story. But the saber was real Damacy steel, forbidden to magic, sharp, and tough. Damn, Damascen stuff is really good, her first mate yelled vulgarly, and the others were no less impressive. They either shouted the name of the bearded lady, or the names of their lovers or their hometowns, or even shouted the names of gods that came from nowhere. The weird names sounded like evil gods from foreign lands. Believe it and it will be there. This thought flashed through Sarah's mind again. Yes, believe it and it will be there. Just believe it. The purpose of these beliefs is to give yourself the courage to defeat the enemy in front of you, not to delve into whether the existence of those myths is true. All right. She sighed softly and took out 2 pre-prepared fragmentation bombs from her belt, specially provided by Zon, with enhanced lethality. She lifted the 2 treasures that could even sink a ship high up, aimed at the black fog that was rolling in from the other end of the pickpocket square, and threw them hard. The explosion was deafening, almost making Sarah feel like she had lost her hearing. Wood and gravel flew everywhere in the rising firelight and smoke, and some bone fragments were blown out of the thick fog. She was very satisfied with the results of the battle in front of her eyes. The explosion in her ears had not subsided, and because of this, she could not hear the warning from the first mate. "Captain, Captain," Raven shouted with bloodshot eyes, trying to aim the pistol in his hand at the ghost that was circling over Sarah's head. It was like a piece of rag, with 2 sharp claws sticking out from both ends of its body, and even flashing dark blue ghost lights on it. It circled again, and it seemed to laugh at Raven's shaking arms. The face hidden under the rag appeared for the first time. It was full of rotten flesh, with black holes in the eye sockets, and its wide-open jaw opened and closed. It even gestured to Raven, which made the first mate shudder all over. "They actually have brains!" It rose high, carrying a cold mist and rushing down from Sarah's head. Its sharp bone claws were about to pierce her. The first mate fired repeatedly, but none of them hit. This ghost thing was incredibly fast. Raven closed her eyes in pain, unwilling to see her captain die. She was the only captain in this damn place of Bilgewater who really treated the crew as human beings. Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang in everyone's ears. Raven opened his eyes and found that his captain had drawn a long sword at his waist without knowing when, and was now wrestling with the ghost. He was overjoyed in his heart, but his hands did not slow down at all. The damn thing was flying in the air before and he really couldn't hit it, but now it was different. "Son of a bitch, try this." Raven pulled the trigger again and again. In the smoke of burning queen grass, bullets flew out and turned the thing into a hornet's nest. "Fuck." Sarah also swore rarely. At the critical moment of life and death, you can't ask everyone to maintain elegant etiquette. She put the sword back to her waist, picked up the pistol she had thrown on the ground in a hurry, and carefully observed the surroundings. Her subordinates also gradually approached her. "Damn, Captain, where did you get that bomb? It's too powerful," a crew member complained to her, digging his ears with his fingers. "Zoan's stuff," Sarah explained to him briefly, then turned to ask her first mate, "What's going on? Why don't they attack?" "I don't know either," Raven answered honestly. He reloaded his pistol and said, "I've spent 6 harrowing nights, Captain, and this one is the strangest." Logically, the group of Dread Knights should have been dispatched long ago. "Dread Knights? I thought they were just legends." "Sometimes." The first mate took a breath and answered calmly, "Riding a horse, wearing an iron helmet, coming and going like the wind, swinging a weapon to kill a dozen good fighters. These are Dread Knights, and their heads are even more extraordinary." He was stunned before he could explain what their heads were. The mist that was blown away by the bomb gathered again, revealing a huge shadow that was unacceptable. The mist slowly enveloped them. "Damn it," someone cursed in a low voice, but Sarah didn't say anything. She fell into great regret. Every year on the harrowing night, Gangplank would make a deal with the priests of the Baru people to let them protect the city, so everyone had to pay tribute to him, and those who didn't pay had no right to survive. Even so, the high amount was not something most people could afford. For civilians, You either owed him money and lived in your home relying on the Biju idol you exchanged for to survive the harrowing night, or you just died. Those who owed Gangplank money died miserably. The reason why she wanted to kill Gangplank was not only because of her parents' revenge, but also because she wanted to prove that people could survive the harrowing night as long as they united, without relying on that bastard Gangplank. But now it seemed that the fog was getting closer and closer, and Sarah thought, I not only killed myself and my crew, but I also pushed this city into the fire pit. Then, a thunder sounded. Boom. A huge golden lightning bolt fell from the sky, illuminating everyone's face. The brilliance that burst out at that moment illuminated the night as if it were daytime, and the thunder became louder and louder, as if there was a mad giant in the sky swinging a hammer and hitting the iron felt. Raven's face was already pale. He didn't understand what was going on. In fact, no one understood. Shenyan sat on the highest peak of Bilgewater. The biting cold wind blew through his black robe, making the corners of his clothes rustle. It should be impossible to get up here. The cliff is too steep. Unless you can fly, it is impossible to stand here. Coincidentally, he can fly. The scene in front of him made him sigh with emotion. To be honest, after watching the Astartes fighting each other with bolters and using interstellar battleships to board each other in space, it feels different to come back and watch these cold weapon close combats that are unique to mortals. At this moment, the magic rune that was placed in advance gave him a feedback. A mother and daughter hiding in the house in the lower city of Bilgewater were about to be abducted by the undead in the black fog. He moved his fingers slightly, and a golden thunder fell from the sky, taking the dead back to where it originally belonged. A black wolf paced back and forth beside him with ill intentions. Why are you the only one this time? Shenyan turned his head and smiled at it. The black wolf was so frightened by this sudden smile that it first stood up and it almost turned into smoke and flew away. After a while, it found that this hateful mage had no intention of attacking it, so the black wolf became bolder again. It walked back carefully, sticking out its scarlet tongue and said, "The sheep has other things to do. Isn't that right? You two together are Keonju." Humphrey, the black wolf shook his head unhappily. "No, Keonju is the name of the sheep, and my name is not that." "Really? Then what is your name?" "I won't tell you, hateful mage." The wolf spirit made an unpleasant cry, as if laughing. Shenyan glanced at it and was surprised by the naivety of this god of death. In most worlds, the existence responsible for harvesting and extraditing souls would not be so lively, but the one in front of him was a little different. "Let me guess, most likely you had a conflict with her?" "We never quarrel." The wolf spirit put on a sour face again. "It's just that she doesn't need to come here. There are escapees everywhere. They can't use Keonju's bowstring. They only deserve my teeth." "I didn't see you go down to kill a few undead." "What do you know? A mage is a mage, and will never understand the wisdom of a wolf." The wolf spirit, who was not restrained by Keonju, seemed to be a little too proud of himself. It was no longer afraid of Shenyan, and simply lay down beside him, posing a treacherous look, and the black mist on its body even trembled. "Now is not the time. The escapees will be killed by mortals and will return to the nasty black mist." "I won't go down now. It's a waste of effort." "Can't you take them away directly?" "We have to follow the rules." At this point, the black wolf stuck out his tongue in frustration. The damn black mist master took advantage of the loophole. "As long as the black mist exists, those undead are not really dead. I can't take their souls away directly." "You are too weak," Shenyan said sympathetically. "To be honest, you are probably the weakest god of death I have ever seen." "That's just because you are too strong." The wolf spirit grinned at him. "Damn wizard, as strong as a monster. Hate. You're as hateful as that dragon." "Dragon? Do you mean the dragon that shines as brightly as the stars?" "That's him." The black wolf tilted its head to one side unhappily, just missing the moment when Shenyan shook his finger to draw the thunder to kill a large group of ugly undead. It said, "He hasn't come back to see me and Keonju for a long time." Shenyan raised his head thoughtfully. The sky was covered by dark clouds and it was pitch black. There were almost no stars, not to mention the moon, but this was the situation for mortals. For him, it was another scene. He smiled intriguingly and soothed the black wolf's emotions softly. "Maybe it's not that he doesn't want to come back, but that he can't come back. I don't believe what you say. There's not a word of truth in your mouth. You think too bad of me. You are so bad, aren't you? You brought the sun here inexplicably, and now, the sheep and I can't find a human to take it away. The wolf spirit roared at him in a low voice. He took away all the human souls. Shenyan shrugged. Is it possible that they wanted to follow him, instead of him deciding to take them away? Souls also have emotions and basic intelligence. Maybe they just don't want to leave with you too. Anyway, whatever you say makes sense. The wolf spirit lay aside in frustration and didn't move. The next period of time was quite dull. Shenyan tried to tease this stupid wolf like Black Mist several times, but it was obviously not that stupid. No matter how the wizard provoked it, it didn't speak. Helplessly, Shenyan had to continue his work. He didn't care about the pirates who were guilty. He saved the kind-hearted people and the civilians who lived honestly by his thunderbolt every time they were in critical situations. Like Black Wolf, he was waiting. What was he waiting for? Waiting for dawn. The soul-eating night would only last for one night. Although the undead could return to the world of the living, they could not resist the power of the sun. When the time came, they had to return, and then, it would be his turn. Vigo was trying to recall. What did her face look like? Blonde hair and blue eyes, with a delicate nose and full lips, and dimples every time she smiled? It didn't seem so. Black hair? Brown hair? What did her face look like? This pale man who was almost a ghost sat on his throne without saying a word. The throne was charred and dilapidated, like the remains of a heart that had been burned. He inserted the king's blade into the ground, tearing the hard obsidian apart like tofu. The blade trembled slightly deep underground, just like his heart, trembling all the time. Because of the pain, a kind of emptiness took root in the depths of his heart. Logically, the things that grow should fill the heart, but what grew in his heart was a hole. Vigo stared blankly ahead, and the warning of the black fog was like wind around his ears. Thresh died? He deserved it. A cruel jailer, an executioner, a madman. If he was still the king, Thresh would definitely be executed. Hecarim died too? That's nothing. It doesn't matter. There is never a lack of powerful dead in the black fog. For example, him. The kings of the dead sat on his throne, their fingers gently stroking the hilt of the king's blade. A kind of sorrow made him unable to say anything. Isidore, where are you? He didn't get an answer. This is really cool. Olaf happily used his axe to perform a small operation on a rotten corpse, making it open up and talk to him. Even the best surgeon in Piltover could not find any fault here. The whole chest of the rotten corpse was cut open by Olaf. No matter what it was like in life, it must be an open-minded person now. It's not over yet. The berserker who jumped into the black fog and killed wantonly turned around and hit him on the head with another axe. The axe blade made of true ice was extremely sharp, but he used the side of the axe. The thick true ice immediately turned an amorphous smoke into ash. He shouted the name of Lokfr, not to mention how great it was here. If I don't die this year, I will come again next year. Olaf's words were heard by others nearby. They all followed the Freljord man closely in the black fog, not daring to leave him. There was no other way. He was the only one who had the fighting power to fight against many. With his help, the others would have a better chance of survival. But his words still shocked many people. A sailor was shaking all over, holding the sword in his hand, and asked a Freljord captain who came here with him with a sad face, "Has he always been so crazy?" "You haven't seen enough." The Freljord man was a little older, with a gray beard. This was rare on the cruel ice field, and perhaps it was related to the fact that he had left there to survive at sea a long time ago. While loading his pistol, he said to the sailor, "Olaf is famous in our place, and most of us have heard of his name." "Why?" "Because he is a madman." In terms of the degree of madness, he is not even ranked among the top in our place, the guy said firmly, and then laughed. "He is from Lokfr." The fortune teller in his tribe predicted that he would die peacefully. To the Lokfr people, this kind of death is no different from a coward's. And then he did this, running around, challenging those behemoths and legendary warriors. He was determined to die in an epic battle worthy of praise. So now you should understand why he said he would come again next year. Damn, isn't this a lunatic? Another man dressed as a harpooner in an open-chested shirt interrupted angrily, and at the same time, he beat a zombie hound that Olaf had missed to finish off with his shovel in his hand to death. Every year we try our best to run away and leave this damn place, but he says he will come again next year. Olaf was too lazy to pay attention to their gossip. He heard it all clearly, but he didn't want to pay attention at all. No one could understand him, not his fellow tribe members, and even less the warm-blooded people. He understood this a long time ago. Just kill. He laughed softly. For a moment, he was covered in blood and rotten flesh, but he could still laugh. Compared with the ghosts walking in the black fog, it was hard to say who was more terrifying. The sailor shuddered and asked the frail-jawed captain in fear, "He won't kill us all in his killing spree, will he?" "Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke him. Olaf usually has no interest in weaklings like you, of course, unless you scold him in front of him." "Do I look sick?" "Yes, very much." The old captain kicked him to the ground and fired the pistol in his hand, killing several scavenger crows that appeared from nowhere. They fell to the ground, and some of them were even twitching. The captain raised his foot to run over them and pulled the sailor up from the ground. "You're not sick, are you?" He looked at the sailor seriously and said to him earnestly, "Everyone is busy finishing off the enemies that Olaf didn't kill or didn't see, but you're asking questions here and there. Are you sane?" The sailor's face turned pale. Not far from them, a hooded figure was walking slowly alone. The goblins in the black fog didn't have any thoughts about him, but they just couldn't touch him. A low humming sound flashed, and two beams of light hit a huge ghost horse one after another. The poor beast was quickly melted into a pool of mud. Its spirit rose from it and was about to be taken away by the black fog again. But the hooded man took the lead and took out a silver nail from his arms. It was soaked in the holy spring, 9 inches long, and engraved with exorcism runes. He pressed the silver nail against the rising spirit and stabbed it hard. The pale green spirit dissipated with a violent wail. The hooded man took off his hood, revealing a dark face. "Don't resist. Death comes for you, if I say so. This is the end." A pendant on his neck was shining in the dark. He took back the silver nail with a complicated expression, and his heart was full of loss. He had been chasing the evil undead for several years, but he had never really found its existence. The harrowing night might be an opportunity, but he has been wandering here all night, and there are still 2 hours before dawn, but he still hasn't found it. Thresh silently recited the name of his enemy. There was not much hatred in his eyes, but only a kind of calmness, a terrifying persistence that would not give up until the goal was achieved. "I will find you," he muttered to himself, raised his hand to stroke his pendant, and slowly opened it. With a slight click, the pendant box opened, and a faint light suddenly lit up. Lucian stared at the face on it in a daze, not even realizing where the light came from. It was not until the pistol on his waist that once belonged to Senna was so bright that it almost burned him that he realized something. Lucian seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the sky. A tiny light rushed straight towards him and gathered into a human shape in front of him. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 510 Wasteland. True 1. We have brought all the civilians who need refuge. Very good. Go down. In a few words, Aloy asked all the monks and priests to go down and rest. They were no longer needed. The temple was protected by Nagakaburos, and the undead and the black fog could not approach here. In the past, she would stay here until dawn, until the end of the so-leading night. But not this time. Aloy carried the god's eye. The terrifyingly heavy statue was carried by her one hand. She walked with heavy steps to the center of the hall. It used to be very quiet, but now it was crowded with refugees. There were at least 300 people here, from civilians to pirates, traders, sailors. There were all kinds of people, but definitely not those who were extremely evil. They could not enter the temple of Nagakaburos, even if they just approached it. If they dared, Aloy would smash all of their knees with the god's eye. The truth. A bare-armed sailor greeted her nervously. Aloy knew this man. He lived nearby. His parents died early, leaving him with 2 younger sisters. The 20-year-old had to carry the burden of the family on his shoulders. He had been working as a laborer at the dock for 4 years. "Hello," Fabian. Aloy gave him a calm nod. The power contained in her gesture calmed Fabian down and made him less panicked. When she saw the two girls huddled behind Fabian, she smiled imperceptibly. "Don't worry, Fabian. Stay here with your family," she comforted him. "This terrible night will soon be over. I believe in you. The truth. You have protected us for many years." Fabian swallowed and raised his hand to pound his chest. "But are you going out?" "Yes," Aloy said calmly. Her answer surprised Fabian, and in fact, not only him. The hall was soon filled with whispers, and people began to fill Aloy's ears with all kinds of speculations. She was not annoyed. Ordinary people were like this, and she could not blame them for this. They had no power, no authority, no money. They had nothing that could give them a higher vision, which was why they relied on Aloy wholeheartedly, hoping that she could lead them through this terrible night. How could she blame a group of people who believed in them wholeheartedly? "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me." She didn't need to make a loud noise or roar to remind them, just a simple shout, and everyone fell silent, staring at this strong woman, waiting for her next words. Aloy spoke slowly. "I am leaving the temple, but you don't have to worry. Nagika Burroughs' power protects us all. It protects me and you. She loves everyone equally, and she just hopes that you can truly understand your own path. That's all. And my departure has nothing to do with this. You don't have to accept my teachings and trials. The reason I leave is that I want to put an end to the evil beast of the soul-eating night once and for all." Her words were powerful, and more than 300 pairs of eyes looked at him, gradually changing from numbness to full of light. Aloy's heart was also like theirs, and it was filled with strength little by little. The evil beast has been invading for 700 years. In these 700 years, few people really want to resist. "I will be the first," she said calmly, "whether I succeed or not, whether I can survive or not, but I will be the first, and I want to prove it to you." "What do you want to prove?" someone asked bravely. Aloy did not answer, but just smiled. Such a smile should not have appeared on her face. Peaceful and beautiful, totally incompatible with her face that was not beautiful at all. But at that moment, she was extremely beautiful. A kind of radiance bloomed on her face. The priest of Nagika Burroughs walked out of her temple slowly, still holding the statue in his hand. A man stood outside the hall with his hands behind his back, waiting for a long time. He stared at the long steps below without saying a word. Aloy came behind him respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Lord Messenger, I heard your speech inside, the true one. I have to say, you exceeded my expectations. You are one of the few." "One of the few?" Shenyan turned his head to look at her, stretched out his hand, and gently took the heavy statue that she never left for more than 20 meters. This solid iron block was light in his hand, and the mage even lifted it with only 2 fingers. In Aloy's eyes, this thing was nothing more than another miracle. She didn't know yet. This man actually had nothing to do with her god. Yes, only a few people have the courage to do the right things. It's difficult, extremely difficult. He raised the god of the god high, and the power of Nagika Burroughs completely exploded on it. A deep blue vortex suddenly emerged from the air, and the surroundings were filled with the moisture of the seawater, which was very rare around the temple. A green tentacle grew from the ground and gently took the god of. In the deepest part of the black fog, a pale ghost sitting on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. "Oh, right, Aloy. I remember you are from the Serpent Islands, right? Do you have a profession called snake caller there?" "Yes, Lord Messenger." "Why do you ask this suddenly?" "Because I plan to give it a try." He smiled and stomped his feet gently. The magic power sank into the ground and into the sea. In an instant, it established a connection with Nagika Burroughs from the deepest part of the distant sea. The power of the Snake Mother began to emerge from the sea level, illuminating the night. The blue-green power glow appeared in people's eyes along with the huge figure of her offspring. Aloy looked at all this in shock. She couldn't understand it, and she couldn't understand it. This messenger did what the best snake caller couldn't do. He summoned the holy beast with just one stomp of his foot, and it was the kind of holy beast that would never appear in the shallow sea area. There were as many as 15 of them, you know. Each of them was tens of meters in size. "Leave it to you," he said lightly, and took out a horn from his bosom and threw it to Aloy. Above their heads, the tentacle was still lifting the god higher and higher, as if it was about to touch the sky. "What are you going to do?" "Do something I should have done a long time ago," Shenyan laughed. "Drive them to kill those undead. The black fog can also be swallowed by them, but driving them depends on your determination, the true one. This is also a test. Let me see if your determination can drive these sea beasts to let me down." As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared on the spot. What's going on? Vigo threw the king's blade in his hand to the ground without any king's bearing. However, his current appearance is actually not related to the king. An undead with a dark green face replied expressionlessly, "My lord, no one knows what the situation is. Thresh and Hecarim are dead. Only Karthus is still executing your orders. He is fighting those Noxians at the coastline border. They are extremely difficult to deal with. I don't care about the damn Noxus," Vigo roared. "Thousands of undead just died. Do you understand?" He stretched out his voice. "Dead, really dead. The ruin curse cannot bring back their souls. Do you know what this means? You incompetent waste. Do you know?" The pale ghost fell to the ground, covered his face and cried, his voice hoarse. "This means that those mortals have found a way to counter me. Oh," he cried out in grief, "Isolde, why is fate so unfair to me? First I lost you, and then mortals can actually resist. How can I find the memory of you left in the world? How can I bring you back to me?" The undead bowed gently to him and left the depths of the black fog without saying a word. He had long been accustomed to the king's behavior, and he was getting crazier day by day. In the last second, he might be holding a painting and smiling happily, and in the next second, he might directly swing his sword to chop off your head. He floated and came to the wasteland. This is the embodiment of the king's inner thoughts. From this desolate scenery, perhaps we can get a glimpse of some of his inner problems. However, the undead had no mind to think about these things. He just wanted to return to the Shadow Isles as soon as possible to continue to torture the souls he had exchanged from Thresh. His little wish was unfulfilled. A pale and slender hand grasped his head, and tiny lightning surged from the palm of his hand, electrocuting him to the point of wanting to die, but he could not really die. At the same time, he was horrified to find that the curse of ruin that maintained his existence was disappearing bit by bit. Almost in just an instant, the sense of ruin that had existed for 1,000 years disappeared, replaced by a dead silence and coldness that suppressed all emotions. He no longer had emotions, nor did he have self-awareness. The hand loosened. The undead knelt on the ground without saying a word. Shenyan sighed softly and shook his hand. He had just used pure undead magic to break the curse, and then used some tricks of the undead school to regain control of the corpse. The souls in it have already been loyal to him wholeheartedly. His past memories were being quickly flipped through by the wizard. After a moment, he nodded. "Okay, the first question." He raised a finger. "Who is Isolde, the king's queen?" The undead answered dully. "No surprise." "Well, what kind of tragic and cliched love story is it?" "Forget it. I don't care." Shenyan sighed again. "Then why does he drive the black fog to the world of the living every year? Is it related to the stars?" "I have never heard of the existence of the stars." "The king wants to find the queen's broken soul by driving the undead in the black fog. Her soul was shattered in the reversal of the blessed light island and is everywhere in the world. The king wants to save her." "I've heard enough." The wizard nodded and removed the spell that maintained the body of the undead. When the icy death energy left, the body quickly turned into ashes, and the soul in it naturally turned into ashes. He had the same hobbies as Thresh to some extent, and Shenyan did not intend to send him to Kindred. "So, this matter has nothing to do with the Protoss?" No one would believe it. The mage looked at the barren plain. He raised his hand, and golden thunder fell from the sky, hitting the ground heavily. A man suddenly screamed in extreme pain, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Shenyan holding a huge two-handed sword. "Oh, hello." Facing the attacking sword, the mage smiled and nodded to him. Chapter 511, Feeling Conscience. At dawn, he walked out of the black fog, holding a two-handed sword that glowed with a pale green light. Vigo was dead, and Shenyan was too lazy to spend more time on him. Regardless of whether he really loved his queen that much, when he killed so many people under the banner of love, The nature of the matter had changed. Shenyan turned his head slightly and glanced at the shining horizon. Bilgewater was being reborn from the ashes, and the power of Nagaka burrows had not yet faded. The sea beasts that came from afar were still resisting the goblins in the black fog, but what they didn't know was that the fog would soon dissipate. Not all fogs would not dissipate. The mage lowered his head, looked at the blade of the ruined king in his hand, and threw it into his pocket dimension. This thing was of no use to him, but it was still good enough to be used as a small collection. Shenyan had made up his mind and turned around to throw this thing into the trading area of the White Tower Council. In this way, the harrowing night ended. The people of Bilgewater did not know that this would be the last night of horror they would experience. They also did not know that the civilians who survived by chance did not know who protected them. The few people who actually saw the golden lightning that fell from the sky inexplicably worshipped a new religion. Time passed, and the years were wasted. The truth is often only buried in the dust of history. I hope I didn't disturb your vacation. Do you think I look like I'm on vacation? The Emperor, the Lord of Mankind, the old farmer wearing a straw hat smiled, and the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. Indeed, you don't look like you are on vacation. I'm more relaxed than you. Don't be so ungrateful. The wizard rolled his eyes and threw a piece of memory fragment in his hand to him. The deal from the female elf contained thousands of different black technologies, enough to revive the empire. Of course, it depends on how the emperor arranges these things. Throw them all out in one breath? Shenyan doubted whether the mechanical priests on Mars would collectively become superb the moment they saw these things. Thank you for your help, the emperor said sincerely. But I am afraid I can't repay you. Are you interested in coming to the Empire to serve as a fleet governor or something like that? It just so happens that Gilliman has been very troubled by the matter of returning to the Primarchs recently. He is also planning to launch another expedition to recover all the Imperial worlds that have lost contact along the way. I think you are very suitable to be the commander of this fleet. Don't even think about it. Shenyan almost hanged up his mental communication with him directly. Go by yourself. I have a lot of things to do. I remember you said you were going on vacation? Let's not talk about this. Shenyan changed the subject helplessly. How did those 4 guys do? I didn't assign them any tasks. The emperor waved his hoe and plowed the wheat on the ground. Shenyan didn't know where he got the inspiration from. He actually enclosed a piece of land between the thrones, used psychic power to transport some soil from a garden world in the Milky Way, and found a bag of wheat seeds from the museum. He restored the time of the bag of seeds to a usable level. Now, he is planting under his throne. I don't know what those guardsmen will think. Don't tell me you will let a few Primarchs do nothing on Holy Terra. This is a waste. It's not the time yet. The Emperor shook his head slightly. 4 Primarchs without their own legions cannot play their true advantages. Perhaps Frank and Crane are good at infiltration and annihilation operations, but don't you think it is better to let them lead a legion from scratch? Aren't you too obsessed with letting a big guy lead a group of big guys smaller than them to use interstellar boarding? It's better than you using your mental tentacles to crush the battleship into pieces when you disagree with them. At least they killed the enemy with the weapons in their hands, and your behavior is an absolute miracle to anyone. Then why do you give me the title of a living saint? The Emperor raised his hoe and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, if you come back now, you will find that your title has been updated. What did you say? Don't worry about such trivial matters. The Emperor changed the subject with a smile. I remember you had a world that needed to be saved, and for this I gave you a part of my power fragments. How is that world? It's all normal. For now, I don't need what you gave me. The wizard raised his hand and condensed a ball of light blue magic in the center of his palm. It quickly transformed from an unformed magic ball into a mirror, reflecting the world that the Ancient One had given him. The Earth was blue and normal, and many satellites were rotating around it. Some were already abandoned and would crash when their service life expired, while others had just risen. Shenyan keenly noticed that one of them had the logo of Stark Industries on it, but for some reason, it also had a red star flag on it. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's wrong? I think I need to go back and take a look. This is really beyond my expectation. Shenyan touched his chin and muttered to himself. Can you imagine? A big capitalist inexplicably gave up. It's nothing. I think I must go back and take a look. Maybe he has a conscience. He does have a conscience, but not much. Most of the time, the person I know is still a megalomaniac, a jerk with a mouth, and a standard playboy. Oh, this evaluation seems to be retracted. He seems to be quite loyal to his wife after marriage. The emperor smiled. People always change, don't they? I dare say that you 10 years ago and you now are also two different people. Shenyan did not speak. He just stared at the flag on the satellite, and countless memories flashed back in his mind. Those were the days when he was still an ordinary person, going to school, taking exams, and going to work. It was completely different from the magnificent life now. Indeed, 10 years is too long for human beings, so long that it can even change everything. It was enough to transform him from an ordinary person who only wanted to lie down to a wanderer who wanted to find his own star in the vast sea of stars. You are right. After a long while, he nodded. Continue to plant your land, old man. I hope you can really grow something. I remember that there is no natural light on Terra. Do you really think your crops can survive? A little psychic help is not cheating. The emperor waved his hand with a smile and said goodbye to him. Chapter 512 Miscellaneous Affairs. Sarah Doom was sitting in the pickpocket square, wearing a tattered double-breasted coat. Behind her, there were people lying on the ground. Don't get me wrong. They are not dead. They are just too tired. Some people chose to sleep on the spot, and a few people thought it would be fine to lie down for a while. But Sarah was neither of them. She was still thinking about what the strange phenomenon that happened during the soul-eating night was. The golden thunder that fell from the sky, and the ghost cavalry that never appeared, which was different from the rumors. The earthquake that occurred at dawn, and the tentacles and sea beasts of the bearded ladies. She just felt that the experience of this night was more exciting than what she had experienced in the first half of her life. Aren't you going to rest for a while, Sarah? First Mate Raven asked behind her. Sarah could hear the sound of him sharpening his knife. The old guy really liked his Demesa steel saber and maintained it all the time. Is it necessary? Sarah asked back. I'm in good spirits now. She turned her head, and Raven looked at her tired face and shrugged. Okay, Captain, you have the final say. Yes, you have the final say. A little bit of new sunlight rose from the distant sea level and sprinkled on Sarah's side face. She frowned slightly and raised her hand to block the dazzling sunlight. After a while, she felt it was unnecessary and simply put it down. At this moment, she saw a man walking from the opposite side of the pickpocket square. He was burly, but his face was tired. In the whole of Bilgewater, who else could be described as burly except Eloy? This is really strange. This person actually came out of her temple? Raven muttered in confusion. That's not right. Doesn't she hide in the temple every year during the harrowing night? Keep your voice down, Raven. If she hears you, she'll beat you up. But I can't stop her. The first mate stiffened his neck, trying his best to show his masculinity. Would I be afraid of her? He said so, but when Eloy got closer, he turned his head away without saying a word. The priest of Nagaka Burrows came to Sarah and looked at her carefully. The look he used almost made Sarah unable to resist pulling out her gun and shooting her. What are you looking at? In anger, she was too lazy to be polite and asked coldly. Aloy didn't care about her attitude at all. She even smiled. I wanted to tell you before the harrowing, Sarah Doom, you have great potential. Nagaka Burrows hopes that you can find your true self and keep exercising. I can always follow the second half of your words. I don't want to get fat, but what do you mean by the first half of your words? Find your true self? You are not going to give me a test now, are you? Sarah looked at her warily, as if she would shoot immediately if she dared to take out the golden statue to test her. Eloy shook her head slowly. It's not time yet, she said mysteriously, looking up at the gradually brightening sky. A sense of relief gathered on her face. Besides, I don't have the ability to give you a test now. My own test just ended not long ago. Did you pass it? Of course, Aloy said with a sense of pride that was justified. You won't understand, Sarah Doom. This is a test given to me by the messenger of Nagaka Burrows himself. How can I betray his trust? Him? Is he a man in a black robe? Sarah didn't know how she asked this question. Her mouth seemed to work faster than her brain this time. She also found that as this sentence was spoken, the expression on Eloy's face was gradually becoming intriguing. "Have you seen the messenger?" she asked lightly. "Maybe, if we are talking about a person, but I think it is unlikely, because he should not have any relationship with the bearded lady." "Where did you get your inference from?" "Because I saw him the night before the soul-eating night." "Don't you Baru people who believe in Nagakaburos stay in the temple a week before the soul-eating night to burn incense and bathe, and pray peacefully?" Aloy nodded, and Sarah noticed that her standing posture had become a slightly aggressive posture without knowing when. With her legs spread out, her body leaning forward, and her arms hanging naturally, she can attack at any time. She narrowed her eyes and deliberately slowed down her speech. "I saw him at the top of the hill in Upper Town at that time, not long after he came to your tavern." "So you were spying on me," Aloy said coldly. "But that's not a problem, I can forgive you." "Did you see the messenger at that time?" "I haven't said it was him yet." "Tell me." Aloy said these 3 words with great determination, which made Sarah sigh. This famous bounty hunter in Bilgewater was so helpless for the first time. These Baru people were extremely rigid when it came to their beliefs. Every detail had to be unraveled and not let go, which was really unacceptable. But what could she do? The situation was stronger than the person. "Yes, I saw it. At the top of the mountain, he could even fly, and he sprinkled some strange fluorescent light along the way." For some reason, after hearing this, Aloy's expression became relaxed again. "Then we're fine," she nodded to Sarah. "Also, you can tell everyone in Bilgewater that there is no need to seek refuge in the temple on the eve of the harrowing. The harrowing is completely over." "What did you say?" Raven reacted faster than Sarah. He jumped up from the ground, and his voice was so loud that the entire pickpocket square echoed with his hoarse voice. "I said, the harrowing is over," Aloy repeated. "It was ended by the messenger himself, and I witnessed the whole process." After she finished speaking, she suddenly sat down like a sail with a broken rope, falling on the ground full of broken wood and glass. Sarah reached out her hand to support her, but Aloy was too heavy. The others who were awakened by Raven's roar worked hard to carry Aloy to a surviving north bench. The first mate wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained in a low voice, "Why did this woman sink like a warship?" "Damn, did the bearded lady come out of the sea?" Puff. He had just finished speaking when he was punched in the chest. Aloy had opened one eye at some point, looking at him coldly. "It's okay for you to comment on my weight, but you can't be disrespectful to Nagakaburos. She's not at the bottom of the sea." "Then where is she?" Raven rubbed his chest and stretched his neck again. "In the sky?" Aloy suddenly laughed, and then punched him in the chest again, this time, knocking the first mate directly to the ground. "No, she's there." Snoring sounded like thunder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Tony Stark's Fishing Trip. On the busy New York Avenue, a McLaren whizzed by, with the Iron Man logo printed on the body, and the colors were also gold, red and black. Don't get me wrong, this is not a paint car, but a joint model of Tony Stark and McLaren. There are a total of 3,000 units, and he bought them all by himself. Not a single one is for sale. Today, vehicles can already drive themselves. He sat in the chair and lay back comfortably. Tony Stark is 47 years old this year, and the age suitable for enjoying the fun of driving has long passed. In fact, if he hadn't remembered today that the McLaren in his garage had been gathering dust for too long, he would not drive this sports car out. People always change. Tony, who used to be the most ostentatious, has now learned to be low-key. For his daughter, this man is even willing to learn how to cook, and has cut his fingers several times. Even on weekdays, he drives a low-key SUV. There is no longer the coquettishness of the past. The stereo plays his favorite AC/DC, and the album plays on a loop. The remaining distance is displayed on the navigation screen. Colonel Rod is sending a call. Do you want to answer it? Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Tony rolled his eyes. He didn't know why Rod, the bastard, called him at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. You know, He finally didn't have to pick up the little princess from get off work today, so he excitedly took his fishing rod and planned to go out of town to fish. He didn't want Rod to ask him to play mahjong again. Since that bastard learned mahjong, he dragged them to play every day, but his luck was not good and he kept losing. The more he lost, the more he wanted to play, and he could always drag them to play until late at night. However, out of friendship between friends, he still chose to answer the call. "Answer it," Tony said weakly. "Hey, Tony." Rod's cheerful voice appeared in the car, even drowning out the special voice of the AC/DC lead singer. "Come to my house. I bought an automatic mahjong machine online. Don't even think about it, Rod." Tony raised his hand and slapped his forehead, regretting his decision. "I can't play mahjong with you anymore. You should find someone else to torture. I think the lady living downstairs from you is pretty good. Is she still single? Why don't you ask her to come up and improve your relationship? She's already 70 years old. Only 20 years older than you." 70 years old. Tony Stark. 10 years old. "What's wrong with you? Do I look like a pervert who likes old people?" Tony waved his hand silently, signaling Jarvis to turn down Rhodes' volume, and then said calmly, "Ah, Rhodes, my signal here is not very good. How about we talk next time?" "Hello? Hello? What did you say?" Then, he clenched his fist, and Jarvis immediately hung up the phone. Tony exhaled comfortably. This damn thing has nothing to do after retirement? He studies these weird things all day long. He rubbed his eyebrows, and Jarvis immediately and tactfully prepared a cup of sugar-free cola from the refrigerator in the car. Tony frowned and took a sip of the stuff. There was no way, as he was middle-aged, he couldn't eat and drink as much as before. His growing beer belly had already made his daughter very disgusted, and he didn't want to be fat like a ball. But he didn't want to really give up Coke, so he had to reluctantly switch to sugar-free Coke. "Damn it, why do people get fat?" he muttered, and the McLaren left the city quickly. He drove all the way to Vanquilland Park in the suburbs. The scenery here is beautiful and very popular with anglers. There are rich and diverse warm water fish in the lake, which is very suitable for fishing largemouth bass and catfish. Taking out his fishing rod from the trunk, Tony was surprised to find that someone was already fishing here. From the back, it looked like a girl, with long silver-white hair. Interesting. Do these children like such a flamboyant hair color? He didn't plan to say hello to a little girl, and her guardian should be not far away. Tony took his fishing rod and a bucket full of bait, replacement hooks and other things in his hand, humming a song, and walked towards the other side of the lake. He was in a very happy mood. It only lasted less than 2 minutes. He heard a sound of falling into the water. Tony looked back suddenly and found that the girl with long silver hair had disappeared at some point, leaving only her fishing rod and chair on the shore. Ripples were coming from the lake. Without thinking more, he threw down the precious fishing rod he made by himself and ran towards the lake, pressing a black button on his collar at the same time. "Jarvis, send a medical drone to me, quickly." It has been sent, and it is expected to arrive at Vanquilland Park in 5 minutes. Tony took off his coat and dived into the lake wearing only a thin plaid shirt. He hadn't swum for many years, but fortunately he hadn't forgotten it. Tony opened his eyes wide. The clarity underwater was very poor, and he could only see things a few meters around him, and the girl seemed to have disappeared. Damn, what happened? A largemouth bass swam stupidly past him. Its scaly body even brushed against his arm. The wet touch made Tony's hair stand on end. He held his breath, swam, and searched for the girl, his heart full of anxiety. She seemed to be about the same age as my daughter. Damn, her parents are too irresponsible. Tony searched for a while until he needed to breathe. He floated to the surface, gasping for breath, raised his hand to wipe his face, and just when he was about to sink again, he heard a crisp female voice. "What are you doing?" He turned around and found that the missing girl was sitting on the shore, looking at him curiously. She was wet and holding a fish in her hand. Tony didn't answer immediately. He found that although the girl was wet, her hair was completely dry. The girl didn't get angry when she saw that he didn't answer. She stretched out a finger, and her white and round finger cut open the fish like a steel knife. She skillfully took out the internal organs, then put the fish aside, clapped her hands, and asked again, Can you grill fish? I haven't eaten cooked food for a long time. Tony swam ashore without saying a word, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the girl. He pressed his watch, and the nano device emerged from it, quickly turning into a small part of armor, forming a small device on his hand that could fire energy cannons. A low humming sound sounded, but Tony did not aim at her. Instead, he asked very cautiously, "What are you?" The girl frowned. "You should ask who I am. A human." "What is too rude?" Tony's heart immediately skipped a beat. This was confirmed that the girl was not human. Chapter 514 Goodbye Mellow Eyes. "So you are not human?" The girl looked at him strangely, as if he had asked a very stupid question. She shook her head and replied, "Of course I am not human. I am a nymph." Nymph? The girl who called herself a nymph yawned. "Yes, nymph, lady of the lake." "What, haven't you heard of it?" Tony tried hard to search for information about nymphs in his brain that lacked knowledge of mythology. He didn't know anything about nymphs, but who hasn't heard of the Lady of the Lake? The one who gave King Arthur a sword. King Arthur? The sword you gave him? That has nothing to do with me. The girl was startled and quickly waved her hands. "Don't talk nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with me." Tony looked at her suspiciously, but didn't say anything. After a while, he patted the hand armor. The nanomachine retracted into the watch again. He rolled up his shirt and twisted his chin, and the lake water flowed down and wet his shoes again. "So, the fairy of the lake, huh? What are you doing on Earth?" "Looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" The girl nodded and complained, "Otherwise I wouldn't come. The lakes here are all stinkier than the others." Tony tried hard to think of who could be related to the fairy of the lake, and asked casually, "Who are you looking for?" "I won't tell you." The girl made a face. "Anyway, I'm looking for him." "Hey, what was the thing you just conjured up? It looks interesting." "That's not a toy." Tony looked helplessly at the suddenly excited girl. Her interest in nanomachines reminded him of his daughter, and his eyes softened a little. "That's an energy cannon. Very dangerous." "Dangerous?" The girl rolled her eyes. "The output of your energy cannon is not as good as my stomping of my feet." "Humph, ignorant and arrogant human." If someone else said this, Tony would probably have retorted back. But humans are very typical creatures who judge people by appearance, and Tony is one of the best among them, so he said nothing, just smiled innocently. "So, you don't have parents or anything?" "Yes, but they don't bother to pay attention to me. There is also an aunt who is also my guardian." "Well, Strange, why am I telling you so much?" The girl suddenly stood up, leaned close to Tony and smelled his scent carefully. The movement of her nose made Tony shudder. He felt like a lone deer in the forest, and the girl was the black bear that caught the deer. The next step might be to eat him. "Ah, no wonder." The girl suddenly realized, "I was wondering why I felt that this world had a special sense of familiarity. It turns out that you are protected by him." "Him? A pretty good black robe wizard." The girl smiled shyly, and the black bear disappeared, and the creepy feeling disappeared. Tony was even more confused. "You said, it can't be." "She should be talking about me, Tony." A familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Tony turned around with his eyes wide open, just in time to see Shenyan walking out of the portal. He still looked the same, no change, the same black robe and black hair. Hiss, lower your voice, lower your voice." Shenyan hurriedly stopped his loud voice, and at the same time patted his ears, and a few rays of starlight were patted out from the other side. "I was greeted by a group of strange creatures on the way here. Now my ears are not working very well." Tony wanted to walk up to him and reminisce about the past, but someone was faster than him. The girl crashed into Shenyan's arms at the speed of light, and lay on him with great attachment, not moving, and took a deep breath from time to time. This scared Tony very much. He moved away calmly, and at the same time prepared to call Strange to inform him. Who would have thought that he would be frozen just halfway through? Shenyan looked at him unkindly. "What do you want to do?" Tony wanted to cover up the matter, but he suddenly said the truth. "I want to call Strange and tell him that his senior brother may have become a pedophile." Shenyan was so angry that he laughed. He grabbed the girl who was hanging on him like an octopus and threw her into the lake, then said to Tony in an unpleasant tone, Pedophile? Let's not talk about whether she and I have that kind of relationship. Do you know that the age of the lake fairy is usually calculated in billions of years? I'm not a wizard, Tony muttered. He wanted to say something else, but the next second he found that he had been teleported back home with his car. The wizard's words were still echoing in his ears. Call all the brothers, and when I finish dealing with this matter, we will have a dinner party. You choose the place, Tony. Iron Man shrugged, pushed open the door and walked into his house, and was kicked out by his wife 2 minutes later. Tony Stark, you wet the wooden floor. Long time no see. Millowise, long time no see. Sir, why are you stopping me with magic? I'll just take a sip. One last sip. The nymph girl who hadn't seen him for a long time rushed towards him with an excited expression, and the layered magic barriers placed along the way were shattered by her collision. Melloweyes even picked up the magic fragments and ate them. Her reaction gave Shenyan goosebumps and he quickly used teleportation to leave the place. Melloweyes' pounce was in vain. She looked up at him standing on the tree with resentment. Her cheeks puffed up. What are you doing? I really just took one last sip. Shenyan calmly smoothed the corner of his clothes and told her with a restrained expression, although I understand the characteristics of your race, you'd better not do this. I don't want to be hugged by an obviously underage child in public. It will be a very serious blow to my reputation. Melloweyes rolled her eyes. Forget it. Why didn't you talk about this when you were doing it with my aunt? Let's change the subject. He coughed unnaturally. You said you came to find someone. Who are you looking for? Of course I'm looking for you, Melloweyes said as a matter of course. I want to ask you for a favor. I'm not some idle savior running around. Melloweyes. Shenyan looked at her with amusement. The underage nymphs' minds were not much different from those of human girls, except for the difference in their strength. But I'm willing to listen to you. That's good. Melloweyes breathed a sigh of relief and her expression became serious. Once she became serious, the ethereal temperament unique to the fairies in the lake appeared in her. A faint mist began to spread around, and the entire lake surface became ambiguous. She began to slowly back away until she stepped on the lake surface. Then, the calm water surface began to boil. In the diffuse mist, Melloweyes spoke in an ethereal voice. Chapter 515. Transaction requires sincerity. It was not yet 11 o'clock. Normally, people would think it was still early morning at 10 o'clock, and once it was past 10 o'clock, it was lunchtime. Of course, some people slept until the afternoon before getting up, but that was another matter. John Terryson, a middle-aged man who chose a Saturday and chose to escape his menopausal wife and 2 children who had just started high school early in the morning, swore to God that he had never seen such strange weather. The fog was spreading from the surrounding woods. Van Cortlandt Park was a very nice place with pleasant scenery and was very suitable for a family trip, unless it was like this. The fog was so thick that it could even cover the vision in front of him. John let go of the fishing rod with trembling hands. He was only 5 steps away from the lake, but he could no longer see his fishing rod and the lake. God damn it, what happened? He took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket with fingers that trembled as fast as a massage stick, wanting to call the police or call anyone. This situation made him fall into deep fear. People are always most uneasy when facing an unknown environment. John Terryson is an ordinary person, and he is no exception. Just as he was about to call the police, a flash of light came from the center of the fog. Melloweyes' eyes turned silver-white. The color was very similar to mercury. Very weird. Shenyan stood there leisurely with his hands behind his back. Out of respect for Sunny, he decided to listen to what Melloweyes was going to say next. I ask you to help me, Black Robe Wizard. Nymph. Melloweyes is willing to make a contract with you under the witness of the White Tower Council. You shouldn't drag the White Tower Council into this, little girl. Shenyan's expression became more solemn, at least not as casual as before. He narrowed his eyes and replied in a deep voice, Speak. Melloweyes did not speak. To be precise, what she wanted to tell the wizard was not in words. Words are one of the tools people use to communicate with each other, and even the ladder of civilization and progress. But for a nymph, it is not. They are creatures beyond the world, and words are sometimes just a burden. Water vapor rose from the lake. The mist was penetrated by the sunlight, and the flickering light spots were peeled off from the girl's skin. They rose little by little, mixed, and were integrated by Mellow Eyes' mind to form a water curtain. The ripples were like the surface of a lake, but in the next moment, it became a mirror. It switched endlessly between the two materials. "Please look." There was great pain in Mellow Eyes' voice. She was too old compared to humans, but for nymphs, she was even a minor. Shenyan did not choose to help her sort out the riotous magic, or let her stop. He did nothing, except watching coldly. Anyone who does anything must bear the corresponding price, even him. No surprise. The light curtain began to darken little by little, and a city began to emerge in front of him, welcoming the cry of the sky under the night. It seemed that the endless rainstorm fell from the sky frantically, smashing the ground and the roof with a rumble. A black shadow jumped through it. His steps were heavy, but it didn't seem to be because of the rain. The shadow leaped over the gargoyles and eaves in the rainstorm without any external help. He ran and jumped until he came to a warehouse near the port. The shadow stood cautiously above the warehouse to observe, but a violent explosion suddenly rose from his feet, blowing the shadow into pieces alive. When the daybreak came and the rain stopped, all people could find at the scene were the fragments of his cape. The scene ended. "That's it, another Gotham, an unfortunate dead Bruce Wayne? Is that all you want to show me?" "More than that." Mellow Eyes was almost crying. She raised her arms like the voluntary martyrs in the Bible, and blood gushed out of her mouth and nose, turning into crystal drops before dripping into the lake. As she urged her power more recklessly, the water curtain continued to fluctuate. Batman's death was a node. Starting with him, the world's heroes began to die one after another. Everyone's death seemed to be an accident. The Flash died of a heart attack after running. Green Lantern died of a bungee jump because he forgot to bring his Green Lantern ring. Cyborg died of a computer crash after browsing an unhealthy website and contracting a virus. Wonder Woman wore her bracelet the wrong way during a battle. After absorbing too much kinetic energy, she activated the bracelet to release the energy as usual, and then blew her face off. As for the God on Earth, the reason for his death was even more ridiculous. He died in a car accident. Yes, a car accident. At the scene of the crime, a reporter named Clark Kent tried to save a little girl who was about to be hit by a truck. He ran to the middle of the road, pushed the girl away, and was smashed to pieces by the truck. The truck belonged to the Lex Luthor Group and was filled with a whole car of kryptonite. People did not react to this, and 7 days later, the whole world was destroyed. Facing their death, Shenyan yawned. "I'm getting bored, Mellow Eyes." Although their deaths are indeed very creative, if I knew who was behind it, I would definitely shake his hand, but I'm really losing my patience. He raised his hand and grabbed a piece of mist, turning it into a sandwich. From the taste to the ingredients, it was no different from a 70-year-old store half a block away. Everything was just right, compared to the picture Mellow Eyes showed him. Shenyan would rather finish the sandwich in his hand. Shenyan took a bite and felt the perfect taste of the sauce mixed together. The taste of smoked pork and cheese made him squint. He smiled and said, "I'm not someone who is willing to save other people's worlds at all costs, Mellow Eyes. So," he gestured with his free left hand, "if you want to make a deal with me, you'd better put the chips on the table from now on. Time waits for no one, young nymph. Please save that world." Mellow Eyes took a breath. She fell weakly on the lake, and her whole figure was becoming more and more illusory. "In return, I will protect this world for you." Finally, "It looks like a business negotiation." The wizard smiled. "But, Miss Nymph, you'd better know what you are talking about." Mellow Eyes looked up at him, with only determination in her eyes. "I know what I am talking about." Chapter 516. Very challenging. Interesting. Shenyan's curiosity began to grow. Mages love to unravel mysteries. In a way, it's no different from solving a difficult math problem. When you finish, the sense of accomplishment will overwhelm everything. Mellow Eyes is a young nymph, but that doesn't mean she is weak. In fact, if Shenyan's perception is correct, of course not, she has almost the same strength as the Emperor when she was still a child. Although it seems a bit disrespectful to him to say this, Shenyan believes that he shouldn't care, and Sunny said nonchalantly that she has completely exceeded the limits of what language can describe. If it weren't for the oaths of the nymphs that constrain themselves from making changes to the world, Shenyan estimated that the endless sea of stars should be full of worlds under their control. Fortunately, most of these lake fairies are kind, and there is not much to criticize except that they like to have something happen with humans. This means that Meloise is fully capable of protecting this world on behalf of Shenyan. Although she couldn't eliminate the threat directly, the fairies in the lake were most famous not for their beauty, but for the story of their gift of swords. Okay, Meloise, transactions should be fair, just, and open, don't you think? The girl sitting on the lake nodded. Well, I have a few things I want to hear from you. Shenyan slowly raised a finger, turning the fate of another world into a projection for me to watch. This shouldn't make you vomit blood, right? So, my first question is, why? Because I want to prevent her from noticing this. Meloise seemed to have recovered a little. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, do you remember the deal you made with Ansini? Of course I remember. Then you should also remember the goddess of creation she mentioned. Shenyan curled his lips. How could he forget? It would be strange if a goddess of creation who could create countless parallel universes and destroy them in a moment could forget. Meloise's expression changed, and an undisguised hatred appeared on her face. A complete lunatic. She actually wants to destroy all the world she created, just because she is not satisfied with them. Personally, I can't think of any reason not to let her do this. The wizard shrugged. You said it yourself, didn't you? Those worlds were created by her, and she has the final right of interpretation. Meloise obviously didn't want to debate with him about the final right of interpretation. She pursed her lips and shook her head. You may not know how amazing what you did last time, wizard. You stole one of her worlds under her nose, and it got on the right track and got better every minute. It's just a deal. In the end, you made a contribution. Ansini did not let you down. She fought with that lunatic and snatched back the world that belonged to her. It escaped the destruction, but the other worlds did not. Stop for a moment. Shenyan couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows and motioned her to stop. The fact that Sunny could fight a multiverse-level god was somewhat beyond his knowledge. He knew she was strong, but so far, Shenyan's biggest impression of Sunny was her wild waist-twisting and deadly tightness. He took a deep breath and nodded at Meloise's puzzled look. Go on. The world consciousness of that world made a deal with me. All the creatures on it are under my protection. Their original fate was definitely not such a ridiculous death. I have woven a beautiful ending for each of them with the world consciousness. Their lives should be brilliant and beautiful. Meloise's voice was trembling. I suspect that the madman has already made a move. She only needs to push lightly and the world will be destroyed. I don't want this to happen. You are the only one I can count on. Interesting. Nymphs seem to be born with maternal instincts and regard protecting the world as their responsibility, or is it just out of a simple desire for food? The wizard calmly noted this and brushed off Meloise's moral kidnapping. Come on, Meloise, there must be other reasons. You know the White Tower Council, and you can come and go freely in the endless sea of stars. How could I be the only one to choose? There are so many cross-border wizards for you to choose. And your words make me uncomfortable. He showed a polite and distant smile. Even if I don't accept your deal, their deaths have nothing to do with me. The only person I can count on? The premise of a fair deal is that both parties must be honest. Meloise, it seems that you don't want to tell me the truth. The young nymph obviously hasn't been tortured by time. It's true that her lifespan is long, but it's a pity that she spends most of her time sleeping. That kind of untrained innocence can't be acted out. Meloise's eyes immediately turned red, and her voice was crying. I'm telling the truth. Oh, her sobbing appearance is very lovable, and it might make some people with special fetishes jump up from their chairs, but Shenyan is not one of them. He even silently used the image retention technique to save this scene, intending to give it to Sunny later. There was no other reason, it was just for fun, because there is another condition in this deal. Meloise didn't even dare to look at his face. I need you to limit your power to enter that world, so that I can cover your breath for you, otherwise she will find you immediately. She already remembers you. The wizard slowly raised his eyebrows. What can he get from this deal? Freed from the responsibilities left by the Ancient One, no longer having to worry about a responsibility that does not belong to him. And what does he have to pay? Limiting power, entering the world under the control of a multiverse-level god with his breath covered, and it seems that he has to save it within 7 days. Very challenging. What level do I want to limit it to? Half of my power cannot be used. Really? Then I accept it. I know this is difficult for you, but please reconsider it. What? Mellow Eyes raised her head in shock. What? I said I accepted it. Little girl. Shenyan looked at her calmly. You underestimate me a little bit. It's just half of my power. What's that? The strong will always be strong. I don't think anyone in your world has the ability to hurt me. He smiled, and a golden light shone in his pupils. The light was so hot that it even hurt Mellow Eyes. After a moment, she nodded with a complicated expression. The speed at which humans become stronger is really terrible, she muttered. 5 chapters will start tomorrow. Challenge yourself and plan to do 10,000 a day a week. Chapter 517 Alfred's Cookies. He climbed over the wall and entered the police station. The built-in monitoring channel in the headset was faithfully broadcasting the Gotham Weather channel to him. The famous local weather forecaster Travi said in his unique half-dead tone, "It is reported that tonight's rainstorm will be the largest in Gotham in 30 years. The government has made flood prevention measures in the city. Please go home and take shelter immediately. If there is no emergency, please do not go out." On the other side, his butler Alfred made a joke with the British cold humor. When he said this, he probably didn't count the homeless people. Master Bruce. The rain streaked across his visor. After several upgrades, he had abandoned the mask and used a visor made of some high-density material. It was one piece, convenient and comfortable. It no longer left marks on his face like before, causing him to miss the board meeting the next day. Travi hates homeless people. You should know this, Alfred. After all, his wife was killed by a homeless person. Perhaps you should correct your wording. A homeless person who was bribed by his colleague. Isn't that case closed? His colleague wanted to use unfair competition such as hiring a killer to make him lose the competition for the position. Batman didn't answer again. He had already gone deep into the police station. The GCPD officers had a good relationship with him, but he still didn't want anyone to find out that he was here, at least not tonight. If Gordon found out, he wouldn't be happy about it. Batman looked up at the surveillance camera above his head and thought. He came all the way to the old archives room. The Gotham Police Department was rebuilt once in 1998. Since then, it has abandoned paper files and switched to electronic files. But those yellowed papers still exist inside the police station. In a sense, those files that record countless cases are the history of Gotham from another perspective. After all, this place has always been inseparable from crime. Excuse me, Master Bruce. You can contact Commissioner Gordon and ask him to help you look up the information. Besides, I don't think a case that happened yesterday would have any connection with a case 98 years ago. Although Gordon cooperates with us, that doesn't mean he will be willing to let me look up everything. He was already very angry when I hacked into the police station last time and copied a copy of the electronic file saved in their computer. And, Alfred, I remember that Sherlock Holmes is a British detective novel, right? Yes. Why did you suddenly mention the gentleman? Didn't Sherlock Holmes have a famous saying? First of all impossible conclusions must be ruled out, and the rest, no matter how bizarre and unbelievable, must be irrefutable facts. You mean? Yes, that's what you think, Batman replied gloomily, and at the same time withdrew his hand from picking the lock. With a slight click, he opened the door of the archive room. There was a heavy rain outside the window, and from time to time there was a huge thunder. The things in front of him were very messy, and the whole room was full of filing cabinets, some closed and some open. Some files were even scattered on the ground. This was as it should be. If they were all put together in different categories, he would be surprised. Batman came to the first cabinet and stretched out his hand to open a drawer. The label on the file told him that these were all the cases that had occurred in August 1964. He roughly slid his fingers over them and saw 47 cases. This number made his heart sink. 47, just 1 month. It seemed that crime was indeed a tradition in Gotham. Boom! A huge thunder sounded throughout Gotham, and the police station was no exception. He turned his head to look at the window, and lightning illuminated the archives room. The thunder was like a kind of forewarning, and a man's voice followed closely behind him. "Oh, a thief. Should I call the police?" Batman put down the file, his body tensed, his right hand naturally drooped, and under the cover of the cloak, 2 bat darts had been taken out of his belt. He had a record of the voice prints of all the police officers in the entire police station, and the voice print of the man who just spoke did not match any record in the database. He turned around at lightning speed and raised his right hand. The almost instinctive reflex brought by years of training made him throw the dart immediately. He avoided the vital point, but it was definitely enough to make the man drink a pot. However, things did not develop as he expected. The 2 darts were easily caught by one hand. Their sharp edges did not cause any damage to the hand. On the contrary, these darts that even he had to hold with special techniques were as gentle as lovers in that hand. They softened, as if they were heated by high temperature in a forge. From metal, it gradually turned into liquid, silver liquid, and gradually turned into a silver metal bat in the palm of the hand. Boom! Thunder sounded again, and lightning flashed across the window again, illuminating the man's face, an incredibly handsome oriental face, now with a smile, his eyes full of scrutiny. "First meeting. Well, this is how it is for you," he said to himself. "But we have met many times." Batman, no, maybe I should say, Bruce Wayne. He threw the metal bat out, and it just spun back to Batman's feet, lying on the ground, like a comment. "Who are you?" The man did not answer his question, but clapped his hands. With this action, the archive suddenly became brighter, but what made it bright was not the light bulb above their heads that had not been changed for more than 10 years, but a group of pale white light spots that appeared at some point. "Good question. Who am I?" The man moved his fingers, and a wooden chair placed behind Batman flew over. The dust on it floated, and the dirty traces left by time disappeared. The chair was restored to its new look. He sat on it and asked with a smile, "Who do you think I am?" Alfred's voice sounded in his ears. "I can't find any information about him, sir. It seems that the internet is not omnipotent. Do I need to notify the Justice League?" "Mr. Hal should be on duty today." "Forget it, Mr. Alfred. Mr. Hal is talking on the phone with his girlfriend right now. I think it's not a British gentleman to disturb others at this time." The man took the lead and answered his butler on behalf of Batman. Then he said, "Can you please make me a cup of tea, black tea, more sugar, and the right amount of milk? I prefer it not too hot." "Thank you." Master Bruce, are your headphones switched to audio mode?" Batman turned off his headphones expressionlessly. The butler's biting sense of humor was not a good thing at this time, not a good thing for him. The man was very happy to laugh. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Bruce. Then, let me introduce myself formally." The man stood up and stretched out his hand. "He Shenyan, a wizard." Wayne's old house. He Shenyan drank black tea leisurely. Alfred's tea seemed to be some kind of weird universal rule of the multiverse. No matter which universe, his tea is always so mellow and delicious. Of course, this may also have something to do with the expensive tea leaf selected by the Wayne family. The butler in a sophisticated 3-piece suit stood aside, wearing white gloves. His 2 mustaches and sparse hair were neatly combed, and his manners were impeccable. However, the man sitting opposite Shenyan was not like this. He threw the mask on the table, and the rain on his body was dripping down, soaking the wooden floor with a long history. He was staring at the wizard, and if he had to describe his expression, it would be like eating a large piece of ginger while eating. "Thank you for the tea, Mr. Alfred. Thank you for the compliment. It's my job." The butler bowed slightly and took a beautiful teapot from the sign in his left hand. "Another cup?" "I calculated the temperature. It should be just right for drinking now." "Thank you for your help." With a smile, Shenyan leaned back to make it easier for the butler to add tea for him. Bruce Wayne's face became more and more unfriendly. The tea poured into the teacup from the mouth of the pot, and the sound of the rain outside the window complemented each other. He asked, "These teas are all for money, master, did you know that?" "Ah, Your sense of humor is much better than the other two Batemen I know. Multiverse? Bruce Wayne seemed to have expected it. He neither denied nor questioned what Shenyan said, but just put his hands under his nose in a tower shape, and then leaned back in his chair. I'm curious, are the Batemen in other universes all Bruce Wayne? According to probability theory, this is impossible. The Master shrugged. But I can't answer your question, including you. I have only met 3 Batemen, and one of them is even your clone. Bruce Wayne frowned. Clone? The you in that universe cloned a lot of yourself in preparation for a rainy day, and then unfortunately died in a battle, and his clone came on the scene. However, that you seems to have some technical flaws. The clones he created have congenital physiological defects and only live for a few months. The clone killed the Joker before he died, once and for all. By the way, the Joker in that universe was very unhappy about your death, so he took the lead in killing all the other lunatics in Gotham. Shenyan grinned. How about it? Did you get some inspiration from it? This Bruce Wayne is older than the 2 he met before. About 40 years old, with a scruffy beard and deep eyes. Hearing the words of the wizard, he just shook his head calmly. This kind of thing will not happen in my Gotham. Yes, Mr. Wizard. Master Bruce arrested those crazy people in strange costumes 3 years ago. They were tried by the law one by one. I have to say that it is a good thing that Gotham still has the death penalty. As for now, although there are still endless gangs in Gotham, there are no more terrible lunatics. This time, Shenyan was really surprised. It seems that you are not the same as them, the wizard commented. But what is the gang? This middle-aged man version of Bruce Wayne leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyebrows a little tiredly. For some reason, he was not wary of the man who suddenly appeared, and he completely accepted his theory of parallel universes. It is due to the special circumstances of Gotham. I have been working hard to improve this aspect. Wayne Enterprises provided 120,000 jobs in Gotham last year. Most of them are physical jobs. The perfect welfare system and low educational requirements have given those who used to have to work in gangs other options. By the end of this year, 3 new public schools will be built in Gotham, and I am considering running for mayor. Bruce Wayne yawned. Some things can only be done by politicians. Although I don't think this is a good job, my butler convinced me. He pointed to Alfred standing aside, and the old man with sparse hair smiled slightly embarrassedly. I just think that Mayor Wayne sounds safer than a caped crusaders who roam around all day and night, doesn't he? Maybe. Bruce Wayne nodded without comment. But, whether it's Batman or Mayor Wayne, there are many people who want to kill me, right? It's so interesting. An individual who is completely different from other Batmans, a rare individual with normal thinking. Maybe this is the reason why he will die first. After all, if he doesn't die, Gotham is destined to develop better little by little, which runs counter to the wish of the goddess of creation who wants everyone to become crazy. Then, let's talk about you. Bruce Wayne raised one hand and made a gesture. You know my identity, know my butler, and act like you are very familiar with us, and you don't exist in this world at all. No database or surveillance video in any country can find your figure. I guess this situation is really in line with what Sherlock Holmes said, he said with deep eyes. It seems that parallel universes are real. So, what's the matter with you, a wizard who can travel through parallel universes at will, coming to me, save the world? The scene was cold for a moment, and Alfred's expression turned into a kind of astonishment. Bruce Wayne, although surprised, did not doubt it. On the contrary, he quickly began to think. Alien invasion, nuclear war, or natural climate change, a comet hitting the Earth? He threw out a bunch of questions quickly and continuously, but rejected them one by one with a frown. No, the Green Lanterns are stationed on Earth. If aliens really intend to invade Earth, they have to pass the Green Lantern first. Nuclear war is even more impossible. Superman will prevent all factors of human civil war. He dismantled all nuclear warheads in the world 7 years ago, and the US government strongly condemned him for a year. Natural climate change is also impossible. Superman's Fortress of Solitude monitors the Earth's climate change at all times. Moreover, we have made progress on how to prevent global warming. You can stop your speculation for a while, Bruce. I'll tell you the truth directly. In fact, The destruction of the world began with the death of one person. Who? You. Facing the surprised eyes of the butler and Bruce, Shenyan took another sip of black tea. Before I knew what you did, I was wondering why you were so special. It can even trigger a series of chain events because of your death. Now, I understand. You are a beginning, Bruce. What? You are a beginning. Shenyan repeated it again. You are the key to making this world gradually better. Starting from you, Batman's fate has changed. Starting from you, Batman has escaped his predetermined fate. He no longer needs to waste his time fighting crazy superpowered criminals by escaping prison again and again. You solved them, and you are making Gotham a better place. For normal people, this is a very good thing. But for some others, this is unacceptable. What are you talking about? That's right, Bruce Wayne. Shenyan looked at him, put down the black tea, pushed the chair away and stood up. There was a continuous rainstorm outside the window. The wind was howling, the thunder was rolling, and the atmosphere in the house was almost stagnant. Shenyan came to the window, and the French window was pushed open by him. The rain tried to pour in, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. He stretched out his hand, scooped a handful in the rain curtain, and then pulled it back. A transparent sword blade was pulled out of the rain just like that. He turned around, raised the sword blade, and pointed at Bruce Wayne sitting in the main seat. A flash of lightning flashed at the right time, illuminating the room and everyone's face. Shenyan was terrifyingly calm, with no expression on his face. Alfred's expression was gradually turning into panic. From his movements, he seemed to want to run over and block his master. Bruce Wayne narrowed his eyes and stared at the front of him with unprecedented seriousness. To be precise, he was staring at a shadow in front of him. Alfred, get out of the way! He shouted angrily, lifted the table, and quickly left the place. There was a loud bang, and the transparent blade cut the table. He rolled to the side with Alfred in his arms. Both of them heard some strange sounds, like a knife scratching cowhide, and then, there was a scream that was not human. What happened? The old man asked anxiously in his arms. At this time, Bruce realized that his weight was so light. Alfred was already 70 years old this year. He pursed his lips and stood up from the ground. The butler stood behind him and smoothed his cloak for him. In addition to the broken dining table and teacups, there was also the corpse of a monster in front of them, and the smelly blood spilled all over the ground. She's really quick. Shenyan smiled. Come and meet your killer, Bruce. Ah, it's really ugly. Bruce agreed with him. The monster had long and thin limbs and exaggerated proportions. Everyone would feel disgust and fear the first time they saw it. It had high erect ears like a bat, hideous and sharp canine teeth, pale skin, nothing in its eye sockets, but no signs of having its eyeballs removed, as if it was born like that. This thing is going to kill me. Under whose instructions? Shenyan let go of his hand, and the long sword fell to the ground and turned into a pool of rain. He patted his robe and said, Good question. You always seem to get to the point of the question. Tell me, Bruce, everyone has a mother, right? From a physiological point of view, yes. Well, that's right. So, since you can accept the theory of parallel universes, why not take a longer-term view? Imagine that the world was not born naturally. After only a short moment of silence, Bruce Wayne's pupils shrank sharply and he cried out, You mean don't say it. With a mysterious smile, Shenyan raised a finger and signaled him to shut up. I like to talk to smart people, but sometimes, silence is a better choice. Bruce's face seemed to lose all the blood and turned pale in an instant. He is not religious. Over the years, the evil he has seen cannot be explained by religious scriptures. However, just now, the speculation he made him tremble all over. You mean, God wants to kill me? He smiled bitterly, made a little joke with a sense of humor different from all Batman, and even referred to the real culprit with other names. The wizard stretched and replied lazily, Well, God, Jesus, Buddha, whatever you want to call it. So, Batman. He suddenly called him another name. Are you ready? What? Shenyan said softly. Disobeying God. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Clark Kent was still working overtime at home. This is very unusual. He did a great job in his work and he hasn't worked overtime for many years. But today is an exception. An unprecedented rainstorm hit Gotham, causing great losses. Clark felt that this matter should be reported. Anyway, even if he didn't write it tonight, his boss Perry would most likely run to his desk tomorrow morning and ask him to work overtime for 2 hours to finish an article. It would be better to write it tonight. He didn't choose a convenient and fast laptop, but held an old fountain pen and wrote seriously on the paper. This pen was a gift from his father when he was admitted to college. Over the years, the black pen has faded, but Clark still likes it very much, and because of this, he can be regarded as an outlier. Perry has complained more than once that when others hand him a manuscript, he only needs to read it once. But Clark Kent's manuscript, he not only has to read it once, but also has to type it into an electronic file himself. Thinking of this, Clark's face showed a smile. Ah, the Daily Planet, the beautiful days of Metropolis. The door behind him was gently pushed open, and a woman gently put her arm around his neck and shoulders, whispering in his ear, "Are you still not going to bed, hero?" "I'm still working, Lois. It's 1 in the morning. I was counting on you to have sex with me tonight." Clark coughed violently and almost fell off the chair. Since they got married, Lois has become more and more bold. Sometimes she gets off work early and even wears very bold clothes at home to wait for him to come home. Clark is quite troubled by this. Does he like it? Of course. But he is not just Clark Kent. His wife was obviously not satisfied with his reaction, and her arms were wrapped tighter, like some kind of snake. She leaned into Clark's ear. Her breath was sweet. Her voice was lazy. "Look, the Metropolis doesn't need you to go out to do chivalrous things tonight. You've already written half of the manuscript, right? Why don't you go to bed now, hero?" Clark could feel her index finger drawing circles on his chest muscles. He tried to tighten his face and pretended to be indifferent to things. "Forgive me, Louise, I have to finish my work." Wait, someone rang the doorbell. As soon as he finished speaking, a ding-dong sound rang. Louise Lane muttered a swear word in annoyance, and then complained in a unique way that a 30-year-old woman would. Who on earth would ring the doorbell at 1 in the middle of the night? "You should go to bed and rest, Louise," Clark whispered to comfort her emotions. "I'll take care of it, okay?" When he finally coaxed his wife to bed, the doorbell had already rang 3 times. Clark usually didn't actively use his superpowers in life, but he was too familiar with the heartbeat of the person standing outside the door. Before he opened the door, he had already started smiling. He opened the door. "Hey, Bruce, although I'm glad that you're finally willing to visit me, it's 1 in the morning now," he said tactfully. "And Lois is very angry. If there's anything, you can tell me," in a low voice. Bruce Wayne, dressed in a black suit, tilted his head to look at his home and smiled. "Very good." "What?" Clark asked, puzzled. His question was answered in the next second, in a violent form. That Bruce Wayne raised his hand, and his originally human arm suddenly transformed into a straight metal blade, stabbing towards Clark's chest at an extremely fast speed. Superman's face sank, and all his doubts were completely restrained at this moment. He raised his hand, and the sharp metal did not cause any damage to his skin. Instead, it broke into pieces in the 5 fingers that gradually closed. Seeing this, the creature with the appearance of Bruce Wayne and even the same heartbeat as him laughed even happier. The exaggeration was disgusting. His gums and yellow and sharp teeth were completely exposed, and he laughed a small, sharp laugh from his throat, even bending over with laughter. Clark just looked at him coldly, and then stretched out his hand. The strength and speed of the Kryptonian were exerted to the limit in an instant, but in just a second, he brought this thing to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The cold wind was howling, and the corners of his thin shirt were blown by the wind. The creature was not nervous at all, and even squinted his eyes with enjoyment. "What are you?" Clark asked seriously. "Can't you see for yourself, Kal-El?" The creature said with a smile. "Use your supervision to see what I am. The answer is in it, but you have to look very carefully." Friendly reminder. "Superman, you'd better not do what it says." A strange voice sounded behind him. Clark Kent looked back, but did not find the person who spoke. Then, the voice sounded in front of him again. "No need to look for it, I'm not with you now, but you'd better do what I say." "Who are you?" The creature sighed in annoyance. "Can't you see it yourself?" "Damn country bumpkin, use your eyes to see it." Clark clenched his right hand, pinched its neck, and made it speechless, and then replied coldly, "I'm not talking to you. As for the question of who I am, you can come to Wayne Mansion later, but the most important thing now is to deal with this thing in your hand. Listen, fly near the sun, and let it suffocate to death. Then throw the body into the sun." "Why should I believe what you say? Who are you talking to?" The creature screamed suddenly, its eyes turned black, and its body began to swell abnormally. Superman felt as if his blood had coagulated, and a violent sense of oppression came from the sky, making his bones and muscles creak. And he didn't even know where this terrible weight came from. Then Clark heard a sigh, a blue light flashed across his eyes, and an oriental man in a black robe walked out. He raised his hand casually, and a golden flame ignited out of thin air, burning the creature into ashes. The oppressive feeling disappeared, and the ashes slowly floated up and flew towards the man, and he put them into a small glass bottle. After doing all this, the man looked at him, stretched out his right hand, and the blue light flashed again, and a portal opened behind him. "Do you mind coming to the Wayne Mansion? Bruce is waiting for you. Oh, Alfred also baked some cookies." "Thank you, Alfred." "It's nothing, Master Kent. In fact, I can bake some more for you if you need." Hearing his words, Clark waved his hands repeatedly. He had already eaten 3 plates of cookies, and a man named Wayne had been looking at him with murderous eyes for more than 5 minutes. He dared to guarantee that if he had another plate, he would probably see the news that the Daily Planet was acquired by Wayne Enterprises tomorrow morning. Then, he would most likely be transferred. Clark believed that Bruce would definitely do such a thing. He smiled shyly and put down the biscuit in his hand. "Then you can start talking, Bruce." "What?" Bruce Wayne asked back unhappily. "You just experienced a life-and-death crisis not long ago, and you ate 3 plates of biscuits after you came here," he said angrily. "Do you know that thing is full of viruses specifically targeting you? As long as you try to observe its internal structure, you will be infected in an instant, and then your brain will die. Your body will also be controlled by the virus and turn into a killing machine to slaughter the whole world." His reaction was very intense, but Clark picked up the biscuit he had just put down. Not only that, he even looked at the man who was almost angry to death with an innocent look and took a bite of the biscuit. In the crisp sound of the snap, he saw Bruce Wayne's face suddenly darken. "I'm fine, aren't I?" Bang! Bruce Wayne slammed the table heavily. "That's because he went to help you." "You brainless idiot. Can you please stop eating the cookies?" "What I'm going to say is very important. No matter how important it is, it can't be compared to Alfred's cookies. These are cookies baked by him. My father taught me to respect food and the fruits of others' labor since I was a child." Clark answered incoherently, "Master Wayne, please have mercy and let me finish this plate of cookies, okay? Why didn't I realize that you are an asshole before?" Hearing this, Clark finally couldn't help laughing. He waved his hand and really put the cookies down this time. His expression became serious. "I just wanted to calm you down and made a little joke, Bruce. I can see that you are not as calm as usual, and your heartbeat is faster. But I still hope you can calm down." "It seems that the roles have been reversed, Master Bruce," Alfred said suddenly. "Originally you were the one who was responsible for persuading everyone in the League to stay calm." "That's really strange." "Really? You think so too, Alfu?" Clark laughed happily and even high-fived him. Of course, a certain bat's face was getting darker and darker. But as the saying goes, things turn into the opposite when they reach their extremes. When his face turned darker, he not only did not explode, but just sighed. "You're right, Clark, I did lose my composure a little." He calmed down. "But that's because the situation we are facing is too serious." "How serious can it be? Is it more serious than the time with Darkseid?" Superman's question was affirmed, and Batman nodded. The wizard who had been watching their interaction coldly also nodded at this time. He put down the biscuits in his hand, took another sip of black tea, and said incoherently, "In fact, Mr. Kent, this time should be much more serious than everything you have experienced before." After that, he raised his hand. Alfred, another cup of black tea, okay?" "Of course, sir." While Alfred was pouring tea for him, Shenyan explained to Clark, "The matter is actually very simple. Someone wants to kill all of you, but this is just an expression. The real purpose of that person is to destroy the entire world. Excuse me, Mr. He Superman frowned. What you said is really shocking. Besides, will the world stop turning without us? He said seriously. I don't think so. Even if we die, there will be successors who will inherit our desire to make the world a better place. The first time I flew, it was not to show off my ability. It was to save a young man who wanted to jump off a building and commit suicide because of academic failure. You are right not to believe it. I can't ask everyone to be a persecution delusion patient like this black-faced Batman. There are few people who think that someone is behind the scenes when they step on a stone when they go out like him. Shenyan nodded. But you will believe it, if the order is correct. The third person in danger should be the Flash. Barry? Superman frowned. He is the fastest man in the world. What can threaten him? I don't know. Shenyan shrugged. Let's wait and see. Chapter 518 The World's Best Detective. Central City Daily News at 3 a.m. on July 3. It is reported that our guardian, hero, Flash, was seriously injured in a pursuit. At the time of the incident, he was chasing a group of rogues who had just robbed a bank. At present, our hero is under police protection, and the Justice League has intervened. Here, we urge the general public to please do not go to the hospital to try to find out the true identity of the Flash. Any such behavior will be regarded as an accomplice of the rogues and will be prosecuted together. It is worth mentioning that the leader of the rogues, the notorious Captain Cold, shouted to the police in prison, saying that they did not mean to do it, and they did not injure the Flash. Central City Daily will continue to pay attention to the development of the incident. Clark Kent looked at the TV with a solemn expression. Although the Wayne old house was decorated in an antique style, it had a lot of high-tech products inside. The TV he was watching at this time was an oversized wall-mounted TV with a terrifyingly high definition. It looked like a high-end product produced by the Wayne Group. What do you think? He asked Bruce Wayne, who was sitting in the back. Batman, who was in his 40s but had slightly gray hair on his temples, replied expressionlessly. Captain Cold's words are debatable, but I personally tend to think that what he said is true. The moral bottom line of the rogues is even higher than that of many superheroes. According to the surveillance video, they even went to the welfare home to visit some lonely old people before robbing the bank. Clark rubbed his eyebrows. It was only 2 hours since Shenyan said that he would wait and see, and the seriousness of the situation had exceeded everyone's imagination. The Flash had comminuted fractures in his limbs, missing organs, and was even at risk of becoming a vegetable. The doctors in Central City were helpless with his illness. Fortunately, Hal Jordan, who was on duty that night, arrived quickly and used his willpower to materialize the high-tech treatment device stored in his ring, which saved the Flash's life. But he still couldn't wake up. In other words, there is someone else behind the whole thing? You might want to remove the word person, Shenyan said thoughtfully. He stood in front of a French window, and the heavy rain in Gotham continued. Raindrops hit the expensive lawn, bending the spines of the grass. A pale blue light flashed in the wizard's eyes. Just now, he used his mental tentacles to intercept the time flow at the scene of the Flash's accident. During the time when he had the accident, a dark shadow flashed by. Shenyan couldn't see its face clearly, and a vague sense of threat pierced his back. Most likely, it was the power of the goddess. Are gods at the multiverse level so strong? He lowered his head and looked at the palm of his hand, where a hole corroded by black energy was slowly recovering. Sir, do you know something? Clark asked heavily. Captain Cold is telling the truth. They didn't do anything to the Flash. On the contrary, they are even helping the Flash deal with the thing that attacked him. Shenyan closed his 5 fingers, and the hole was flattened in an instant. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Clark always felt that the wizard who turned around had become a little paler. How did you know? A little magic. Shenyan didn't explain too much. He shook his fingers and a portal leading to Clark Kent's home was opened. Go back and rest first, Clark. At least you have to be responsible for your wife. But, now go back and rest, believe me. Shenyan emphasized his tone and stared at Clark's blue eyes. Pretend to know nothing about the truth and protect your wife. This time, Superman did not refuse. He stepped into the portal and walked back. But he had just left when Bruce spoke. His tone seemed a little sharp. The mastermind behind the scenes obviously has a plan to target everyone. If you want to use Superman as bait, at least you shouldn't involve his wife. His wife won't be hurt. Shenyan's eyes were already filled with blue light, and the magic even spread to the air around him. Through the yellow light, they turned into another color. Bruce Wayne keenly noticed that Shenyan's hands were constantly making complex gestures. "What are you doing?" "Casting a spell," the wizard answered briefly. "Casting a spell?" "Yes, casting a spell, Bruce Wayne. I am casting a spell on the graves of his wife, mother, and even father." A protective magic circle. Shenyan's gestures were becoming more and more complicated, and the blue light that was emanating from them began to increase, even covering the lights and illuminating the entire room in blue. "You should probably put on your mask again, Bruce." "What do you want me to do?" "Do what you do best." He turned his head and glanced at Batman, who was putting on the visor, with a cold smile on his lips. "Detective, 4:20 in the morning, Central City, in front of the city bank. A long cordon has been set up here, and police cars and large armored vehicles used by SWAT have arrived at the scene. They are protecting the scene with real guns and bullets, not allowing anyone without permission to enter, and even snipers on standby have been arranged on the roofs of the surrounding buildings." The attack on the Flash obviously made the Central City government very angry. The people in this city are simple and honest, and even the officials are too beautiful. The Flash has worked here for many years without asking for anything in return. They obviously think that the hero cannot be injured in vain. "Have the guys from the investigation department arrived?" asked a sheriff wearing a bulletproof vest. He was a black man with a beard and a tired look in his eyes, but the anger in his eyes was also genuine. "Jesus, they better come quickly. Maybe you should take a rest and sleep for 20 minutes in the car, Sheriff," a woman wearing a windbreaker and looking very capable advised. "I heard from your guys in the bureau that you had worked overtime for 2 days before coming here. Don't tire yourself out. Flash definitely doesn't want you to be busy with his affairs and go to the hospital." "No," the sheriff refused bluntly. "The red-shirted boy has helped us for so many years, and this is the first time he has been injured so badly. I will never rest until the real culprit behind the scenes is found." "Don't be too stubborn, Sheriff." The woman's tone seemed a little unhappy. "The one who beat him like that must be that crazy superpower. What do you think your .45 rifle can do to them?" "I'm a fucking policeman." The sheriff finally lost control. Although he controlled his emotions at the first moment, he still shouted loudly, "God damn it. No matter how much I dislike that guy, I can't just watch him get hurt and do nothing. After all, he is a citizen of Central City, and a good citizen who has done many brave deeds. No one asked you to stand by and watch." "Wait, Sheriff, what's that sound?" The sheriff raised his head. His pupils almost shrank into a dot. Without hesitation, he pushed the woman standing there away, and then he also flashed away from the place. Boom! A sound like a cannonball falling to the ground sounded, making everyone cover their ears in pain. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the well-trained SWAT immediately set up their guns. At this moment, more than 40 rifles and more than 10 sniper rifles were aimed at the slowly dispersing smoke and dust, and then a huge black shadow slowly walked out of it. The sheriff got up from the ground painfully. Even though he had just reacted quickly, he was still just an ordinary person who was a little stronger. The heavy impact made his internal organs feel as if they were displaced. He pulled out the .45 revolver from his waist and looked up. The thing that slowly walked out of the smoke and dust made him stunned. "Ah, a brave police officer." The thing lowered its head and looked at him. The alien body almost made the sheriff want to vomit. The black skin like a reptile reflected the sticky light, and the surrounding police lights kept flashing and issued monotonous and rapid warning sounds. The mixture intensified the nausea. The thing stretched its neck and spit out a pale and thin tongue from its wide-open mouth. It licked the sheriff's face slowly and affectionately, like a game between lovers. "Very good, very good. The goddess sent me here, and the first sacrifice I met was a human like you. I am very satisfied." "Fire!" I don't know who shouted this. The bullets from all directions hit the monster back again and again. The bullets embedded in the surface of its skin, leaving deep bullet holes on the disgusting black skin, and were squeezed out in just a breath. It stretched its body, and its slender body, which was already terrifying enough, became unrecognizable. In the blink of an eye, it rose to a height of more than 10 meters. With a flick of its slender tongue, it swallowed up the snipers on the roof. It chewed them, and blood, minced meat and gun fragments slipped from the gaps between its teeth, without lips covering the mouth. Every chewing operation was clearly visible. The yellow sharp teeth and the screams of those who were not yet dead made the lady who was pushed away by the sheriff vomit violently. Not only her, but many police officers did the same. Only a few people with firm wills were still firing. The sheriff was one of them. However, his .45 rifle didn't have much effect. The bullets would fall out after hitting the surface of its skin. What was even more frustrating was that even the volleys of rifle fire had little effect on it. Call for reinforcements. The sheriff shouted immediately. His voice was so inconspicuous in the sound of the gunfire, but someone still heard it. A police officer bent down and entered the police car. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted to the dispatch center in a shrill voice, "The Citibank needs reinforcements. Repeat, we need heavy firepower, and it's best to dispatch a few tanks if you have them." "Damn it, that thing is eating people." "Please repeat, officer, what are you talking about?" "What is eating people?" the dispatch center asked in confusion, but there was no response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "It was thrown on the passenger seat. I don't know when it started," and the surroundings began to become quiet. Only the monotonous whistling of the police lights was left. The gunshots and people's voices disappeared in an instant, as if the soundtrack of a movie was lost. With a strong sense of disconnection, the creature stood there in a daze, stopped chewing, and the police officers stopped shooting. Two figures floated above the creature, looking down at everything below. "We are still a little late," Shenyan said gloomily. The power of the goddess of creation concealed this creature very well, and the mental tentacles did not even find anything wrong. If it were not for Batman's global surveillance, the mental tentacles would not have discovered the abnormality until the creature ate up Central City. He had not felt this kind of powerlessness for a long time. Unexpectedly, the wizard did not hate this feeling. He remembered it deeply in his heart. Magic is not omnipotent, and I am not invincible. Be careful in everything. He changed his mindset in just a moment and landed lightly, followed by Batman. There were bursts of fluorescence under his feet, which was the enchantment spell cast by the wizard. Shenyan raised his hand, and a star above the night sky quietly shortened its distance to the earth, and a huge magic power bloomed in the wizard's hands in an instant. The thing's body began to shrink until it became about the size of a candy. Then, the wizard raised his hand, put his index finger and thumb together, leaving a little space, and picked the star from the sky in a way that was beyond anyone's imagination. The star was spinning quietly between his fingers. The wizard looked at it for a while, then sent the monster up to replace the star. He played with the star in his hand and sighed, "I can only use this sealing spell. It's really inconvenient." Batman glanced at him and chose not to speak. Everything this man did challenged his worldview for so many years. He knew that magic existed and had contact with many people on the magic side, but none of them could do what this man just did. If he had to say it, he felt that this was no longer in the scope of magic. "Why are they not moving?" Batman asked. "I paused their time. What I'm going to do next is not convenient for ordinary people to see. Instead of modifying their memories and blocking their cognition one by one, it's better to pause time directly." Batman didn't say anything. To be precise, he had nothing to say. He stepped forward, his eyepiece scanning the street. The place where the monster jumped down was still some distance from where the Flash was injured, which was a blessing in disguise. However, even Batman himself doubted whether he could find out anything. He was a detective and had solved many cases, but he felt that he was really useless in cases like this one that were obviously not related to normal logical reasoning. As it turned out, he was wrong in this matter. He did find out something. A while after the investigation began, Batman paced back and forth on the street of the Central City Bank dozens of times. His eyepiece was buzzing, and the built-in analysis program was uploading everything he saw to the Batcave. All the clues he found would be analyzed inside the computer in the Batcave before telling him the conclusion. Batman was indifferent to this unbearable weight, as if as long as he put on this mask, he would no longer be that mortal, but the incarnation of another creature. He stood under a street lamp not far from the wizard, looking up thoughtfully. "It's right here." "What?" Batman tapped his eyepiece and began to explain to others, although he never did so. "My eyepiece has built-in analysis and on-site simulation functions. Judging from the remaining frost here, Captain Cold should have been standing under this street lamp and attacked someone or something." Batman walked out of the light source of the street lamp and came into the darkness. His eyepiece emitted a white light, which looked very strange. He slowly came to a manhole cover and squatted down, reaching out his hand to touch the uneven surface of the manhole cover. After a while, he took his hand back and said in an emotionless tone, "Now I can confirm that what Captain Cold said is true." "How to prove it?" Batman raised his hand. There was a black substance on his index finger glove. He said seriously, "The material that makes up this thing cannot be detected in my database, and my database is supported by Superman's Fortress of Solitude. All the known materials of Kryptonians are in it. This material is not even included in their database. I think it should come from another world." Batman made a conclusion, and his conclusion was supported by the wizard. Shenyan nodded. "In fact, it's not just that." Batman frowned, and his emotional expression seemed very obscure with the mask covering his face, but the corners of his mouth still revealed his doubts, and his subsequent opening. "What do you mean?" Shenyan smiled and didn't speak. Batman was pushed away from the manhole cover by a burst of magic. Then, he saw an orange-red light in the wizard's hand, and the lava gushing out of his hand covered the lava. Batman didn't ask him why he made such a fuss, even using magic to melt the manhole cover, because the manhole cover was running. The manhole cover was running. His face twitched, and he took out a small capsule from the multifunctional belt around his waist without hesitation. With a hiss, the capsule expanded rapidly until it became a rifle with a near-future sci-fi style. Batman aimed at the manhole cover and fired a shot. The gunshot was very low and echoed in the night. At this time, it was 4:47 in the morning. A blue energy beam shot out from the muzzle of the rifle, and it quickly approached the escaping manhole cover, freezing it into an ice sculpture in an instant. And Shenyan seemed to have expected it, standing there with his hands behind his back, his expression very calm. "What is that?" Batman asked. "A manhole cover." "A manhole cover won't run away." The wizard shrugged. "The thing is indeed a manhole cover, Batman. Or rather, it should have been a manhole cover. Even if you send it to the Batcave for a comprehensive inspection, it is just a manhole cover. You can't find anything else, because from a scientific point of view, it is really just a manhole cover." Batman keenly caught the other meaning in his words. He asked in a deep voice, "From a scientific point of view? What about from a magical point of view?" Shenyan did not answer. He waved his right hand, and the manhole cover that was frozen into an ice sculpture flew back and fell at their feet, and the ice shattered. The manhole cover climbed up silently, with a blue magic glow on it. Batman still did not relax his vigilance, and the rifle in his hand was always aimed. Shenyan squatted down and observed the thing carefully. Sure enough, he found the breath of the goddess of creation on it again. Batman watched his actions calmly and waited patiently. "So that's it," the wizard muttered to himself. "The attack has actually already begun. They are underground. Ah, I relied too much on my mental tentacles. I overlooked such an obvious place." "What? Underground, Batman?" Shenyan looked up. The night was gradually getting brighter. It was summer, and the nights were very short. The central city was welcoming the dawn, and with the sun shining, the darkness would be gone. However, under the city, in those corners where the sun could not reach, something was growing in the darkness that people could not see and definitely did not want to see. There is one more thing. Chapter 519. The person who gives Batman a headache. New York is very crowded in the morning. This big city is always like this. People standing in front of the zebra crossing often have three destinations. They may walk to work or take the bus, but the most common choice is to take the subway. Although the New York subway is notoriously dirty and messy, there are not only homeless people living in the subway passages, eating, bathing, and even urinating. There are also all kinds of people in strange costumes. Don't get me wrong. These people are not superheroes or supercriminals. They are just some people with mental problems and excessive pursuit of so-called freedom. In fact, if a superhero or criminal really falls to taking the New York subway, he or she is really in a bad situation. A blonde girl stood in a crowded carriage. She stared at the window in front of her in a trance. The subway started soon and took her to the university, but she couldn't be happy anyway. The reason is actually very simple. No student is willing to go to school on Monday morning, just like some workers want to cross the road on Monday morning and be hit by a car and go to the hospital. However, there is actually another reason. She took out her phone from her jacket pocket, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and a message notification popped up, which made her expression even uglier. The message came from her cousin. Well, cousin in the secular sense, cousin in the biological sense. Kara, I hope everything is going well with your studies. Dean Nate Visen has called me 3 times this month. If you are absent again, you may not have enough credits for this semester. You know the consequences very well. You have only been on Earth for 18 years, so you don't need to worry about superheroes. New York City has local hero activities. Please focus on your studies, okay? The girl rolled her eyes. So annoying. The big blue guy with black framed glasses was as nagging as an old woman. Although she was angry, she still swiped her finger, intending to finish reading the message. Also, please don't come to Metropolis or go back to Kansas during this period. I can't explain the specifics to you. This involves some very important things. I will explain it to you in person after it's over. I hope you won't be angry with me, Kara. In addition, please eat enough food every day. I know you don't need those vegetables, but please act like an earthling. P.S. And they are really delicious, as long as you cook them the way I teach you. The girl who had been silent all this time saw this sentence, and suddenly shouted in the car as if no one was around, I don't want to eat vegetables. Although she quickly reacted to what she had just done, the strange looks from the people around her still made the girl's face turn red. People gave her a kind smile, but the girl obviously didn't want this kindness. So she got off the subway 2 stops early, walked out of the subway station, and planned to walk to the university at the risk of being late. Wait, late? Kara Kent suddenly realized I am a Kryptonian. I can fly. Why should I risk being late? Why should I take the subway? I can just sleep until 7:50, get up, spend 10 minutes to get everything done, and then fly to school in 30 seconds. Right? I've been getting up at 6 a.m. to take the subway for a whole month! She suddenly took a deep breath, then stamped her feet hard with the strength of an ordinary 18-year-old girl on Earth, and then turned into a small alley. She first checked the zipper of her shoulder bag to make sure that the things would not fall out, and then planned to take off directly to school. At her speed, people's eyesight could not catch it. However, at this moment, her super hearing allowed her to hear some strange sounds coming from underground. It is true that the collapse of the kingdom started from within. What do you think? I don't read history, Batman answered coldly, and threw out 2 special bat darts at the same time. They exploded after hitting a black monster the size of a calf, and the cold air belonging to Captain Cold was released, freezing the monster into an ice sculpture in an instant. He walked in with his lips pursed, and looking at this disgusting monster with long and thin limbs, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At 5 o'clock in the morning, they entered the sewer of Central City. After a spell by Shenyan, they came to another world, the real world. Batman prefers to call it hell. The layout there is exactly the same as the sewer, but it is full of sticky black substances, and thousands of black monsters are resting and recuperating in it. They all have long and thin limbs and disgusting body proportions. The darkness and bone-deep coldness even made Batman shudder. He didn't understand. If this is really the so-called handwriting of God, why did he create these things that are more devilish than the devil? At least the devil in the Bible will transform into handsome men and beautiful women when trying to seduce humans. And these things, no matter who sees them, will feel disgusted, or even terrified. Well, the one you froze is still in its infancy. Their life form is really rough, which surprises me, the wizard commented, but their vitality is also very strong, which surprises me. His eyes flickered with an uncertain light. At this point, He had almost successfully analyzed the existence of these things. It is true that half of his power cannot be used, but knowledge is not. In the normal world, the two opposing attributes of good and evil coexist in humans. There are no purely good people, nor are there purely evil people. Even in other animals, this phenomenon exists. Good and evil are entangled with each other and transform into each other. A kind person may go astray for some reason, and a person who has been doing evil for many years may put down his butcher knife because of an opportunity. And these creatures in front of them are actually pure aggregation of malice. Shenyan didn't know if this was a plan made by the goddess of creation herself, but he was sure that if he hadn't come here, the world would definitely be destroyed directly in 7 days. The heroes died one after another in these 7 days because of strange accidents. Human despair would give birth to madness, and madness would condense into the purest evil. These creatures would absorb those emotions as nutrients, and then turn all the lives in the world into nutrients. Then bang, the world is destroyed. Women are really scary. If I can't have them, you can forget about them either. Shenyan suddenly said something that had nothing to do with what they were facing. Batman looked at him in surprise. He didn't think the wizard was a person who spoke without a purpose, but what he said was indeed irrelevant to the current situation. In fact, he felt that he might know nothing about the truth. He was right. Shenyan didn't tell him anything, including that the Flash was attacked but didn't die, and he should have been the first to die among all people. He didn't say anything about all these. The truth sometimes only makes people crazy, and the wizard didn't want to gamble. Will this matter end if you kill them all? Batman stood up and asked. Not necessarily. The wizard gave an ambiguous answer. As long as there is malice in the hearts of humans, these things will never die. Sooner or later, new individuals will be born. In fact, Bruce, we are not in the real world at all. Don't you think your heart is full of bloodlust and all kinds of negative emotions? Batman replied calmly, yes, but I suppressed my emotional response through potions, and I can still control it. You can't control it. Shenyan shook his head and said seriously, do you think those potions work? No, it's your psychological factors that are at work. Your willpower prevented you from becoming a lunatic on the spot. That's all. Humans cannot stay in such an environment for a long time. You should turn back. He snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared in front of Batman, opposite which was the sewer of New York City. Batman looked at the door, but did not walk out immediately. Instead, he asked, what will you do? I will keep killing here. Well, control the number. The number of these things cannot be too large, otherwise the same thing will happen as when the Flash was attacked. One of them will be strong enough to even leave this space and come to the real world. Batman glanced at him and walked out of the portal. He knew that the wizard was not telling the truth. There were several doubts that could not be explained to this day. First, why was the thing that attacked Superman completely different from these things? Second, it was something he had not mentioned to anyone. The monster that tried to attack him gave him a sense of familiarity. The wizard watched him leave, his fingers dancing, and the destruction spell that had not been really used for a long time began to be driven by him with all his strength. Destructive meteors, scorching hellfire, and biting frost reduced the huge evil cluster in the underground of New York to a very low number in just a few seconds, and he had no intention of stopping. That's right, Shenyan lied. To be precise, it was half true and half false. He did have to keep killing here, but not forever, and he would not control their number. The reason why he did not tell the truth was because he had a guess in his mind. Imagine a multiverse-level god, a goddess of creation. Shenyan came to her world. Even if the world consciousness of this world did not want to be destroyed and covered his whereabouts for him, how could he guarantee that the goddess of creation would not see everything? This world was created by her, and everyone was her child. The gods had absolute control over their creations. Frankly speaking, each of them could be the eyes of the goddess, and this was exactly what the wizard was worried about. That was why he had not told the truth to anyone. He had been lying since he came to this world. The firelight illuminated his expressionless profile, and Shenyan continued his killing. Batman. When Batman walked out of the portal, he heard a voice that made him want to turn back immediately. It was Kara Zor-El's voice, a voice that gave the entire Justice League a headache except Superman. Kara first came to the Justice League Watchtower when she was 15 years old and asked to compete in arm wrestling with the strong-looking Hal Jordan. Superman was watching with a smile on his face because he thought Kara was sensible. Then, everyone heard a click. Hal Jordan stayed in the treatment machine for a week afterwards. In the following 6 months, he would ask Kara if she was there every time he came to the Watchtower. Yes, this girl made the greatest Green Lantern walk around her the first time they met. After this battle, Kara Zor-El, codenamed Supergirl, became famous. Well, not in a good way, but at least most people knew her. Even if they hadn't met her, they had heard of this Kryptonian girl who broke Hal Jordan's arm. As a result, just 3 weeks after Hal's arm was broken, she did another thing. This thing was related to Batman. It was Batman's turn to be on duty. The old Bat was 42 years old at the time, lonely and helpless, with a very disharmonious family relationship. He sat alone in the Watchtower drinking coffee and monitoring whether there was any crime on Earth. As a result, he found a girl imitating King Kong on the top of the Empire State Building in New York. Yes, that girl is Kara. In addition, she stole the Kryptonian wine brewed by Superman and got herself drunk. Batman teleported her up through the teleportation mechanism of the Watchtower, and the drunk Kara almost broke his back. Batman later said to Wonder Woman in a lingering fear at a party, that was the only time he spoke to others in this tone. Bane has been dead for 7 years, and I almost broke my back again. Before this incident, Kara didn't need to go to school. She was a Kryptonian. Why should she go to school? She could learn knowledge at a glance, and there was an unactivated database in her mind. She could learn everything at a glance and understand it at a glance. She was a genius among geniuses. As a result, after this incident, Superman righteously asked her to study for a few years and learn normal interpersonal relationships and how to get along with Earthlings. In fact, he was really annoyed by Kara. At that time, he had not yet confessed his identity to Lois. On the one hand, he was busy working to earn money to pay off the loan. On the other hand, he had to do justice, and on the other hand, he had to take care of his girlfriend. As a result, Kara was more noisy than his girlfriend. This was really intolerable. So Clark Kent found Bruce Wayne and humbly asked him to transfer Kara to the university to attend classes. Bruce Wayne, who had been prepared, took out the Social Security, citizen information, and high school diploma documents that had been forged a few years in advance and updated every year and threw them to Clark. After that, Kara went to school. This time, 3 years passed. Everyone was safe and sound for 3 years. Batman hadn't seen this girl for 3 years until today. He touched his face armor. He was calm in the face of those monsters, but now he was a little nervous. Batman turned around and looked at Kara, who looked suspicious. After hesitating for a long time, he responded to her, "Yes, it's me." "Aha, although you have updated your armor, my observation skills are not vegetarian." The girl was obviously happy. She had changed a little compared to before. Her long hair became a refreshing short hair. She was wearing a leather jacket and thick marten boots. She looked like a rebellious girl. Batman sighed with a headache. "Why are you here, Kara?" "Because I heard some strange noises coming from under the city," Batman said weakly. "It's 8:31 on Monday morning. You are already half an hour late." "Kara, I thought Clark told you that New York doesn't need you to be a hero. If you want to be a superhero, you have to wait until you finish your studies." "Why are you so long-winded?" The girl interrupted him impatiently. "I'm Supergirl, a Kryptonian. I should be the one to protect ordinary people like you when there is danger. Now tell me quickly, what are you doing down there? By the way, does my cousin know?" Batman didn't answer, but in fact he had already regretted why he walked out of the portal. 500 short. "I can't finish it. It's so hard to write 10,000 a day." "Why does a big brother in the author group write 30,000 a day? Are his hands tentacles?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 Arrival. The Kryptonian girl's eyes were shining, and she was spinning around Batman at a speed that only Kryptonians can. In the last second, she was still behind him, but in the next second, she might have appeared in front of him. Please, Batman, just tell me what you are doing here. I know you will definitely not suddenly appear in New York. Something big must be happening, right? The old Bat was indifferent to her question. He just walked silently. He carefully held his cape with both hands to prevent it from touching the dirty ground of the sewer. New York's sewer system is intricate and even connected to the subway station. The complexity here is second to none, and the dirtiness is proportional to it. Obviously, the city government's planning is not very good. Batman tried hard to think about these unimportant things, trying to let his thoughts temporarily escape from Kara's voice. He failed. Oh, just tell me. Kara flashed in front of Batman, and this time, she was obviously serious. She blocked Batman and blocked his way. He was like, I won't let you go unless you tell me. If someone else was here, such as Blue Beetle, Booster Gold, or Nightwing, a young hero he was very familiar with, Batman would just say, this is not your concern, and then walk away. Moreover, if Nightwing was here, he might even beat up the runaway boy. But Kara was different. First, she was a Kryptonian. Second, she was a very troublesome Kryptonian. So troublesome that Batman even added a personality description for her in his database. Kara Zor-El, very kind, extremely stubborn, curious about everyone, and this curiosity was sometimes very annoying. Well, not sometimes. Batman sighed heavily. Kara obviously noticed what his sigh meant, and Supergirl laughed happily. Her eyes curved into crescents. This matter is related to your cousin. The old Bat began to make up a lie without blushing or beating his heart. He was an expert at this. He lost some important data during a Justice League field operation. According to the radar, the data is in the sewers of New York City. So you came here to get the data back? Wow. Is it stored in a small chip like in the Earth movie? Kara asked as if she had 10,000 questions. Did you get it back? Is there anything missing? Do you need my help? By the way, I saw someone on the Justice League chat board saying that you have secret safe houses all over the world. Do you have one here? My cousin said that in order to avoid being seen, you even used lead to make a layer of wall so that we can't see it. You really have a plan for everything. Clark Kent. Batman shouted someone's name in his heart, but his face was still calm. I can't tell you the details, Kara. This involves some confidential information. You don't have the right to check it now. Now, can you make way for me to pass? Supergirl nodded reluctantly. She made way. Batman breathed a sigh of relief and walked past her with his cape. He was on tenterhooks, fearing that Kara would ask another question. But here is a word that must be said. The more you fear something, the more it will come. Wait, Batman. Kara suddenly called him, and the old Bat's heart skipped a beat. He heard Kara ask softly in a suspicious tone, did you hear any sound? Sound? Batman narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and pressed on his left wrist. The armor popped open a gap, revealing the control panel. He pressed it a few times, and adjusted the sensitivity of the monitoring system of the built-in headphones in the mask to the highest level. He had never used such a high level before. Although this level was not as good as the super hearing of Kryptonians, it was almost the same. Now, he heard it. It was a low hum that exceeded the limits of human imagination. In the past tens of millions of years, this sound has never been captured by human ears. It does not belong to humans, not to the Earth, and not even to this universe. What is it? An idea arose in Batman's mind, and he didn't know where this idea came from. Like an antelope hanging horns, nowhere to be found. It was like an artist's flash of inspiration, with no logic at all, except that artists produce works that can leave their names in history, while Batman gets a primitive fear and worship. The sound began to get louder and louder, so loud that it shattered his eardrums, completely destroyed his hearing, and even destroyed the entire monitoring system. The ears of the mask flashed blue light, made a hissing sound, and sparks flew. Batman couldn't move. He gasped in fear, but he didn't even know why he was afraid, until a hand gently touched his head. Bat. He heard a voice. A female voice. Who was it? Batman couldn't raise his head. His body stood still because of fear, a sense of joy that shouldn't have arisen in his heart in the next second. That is the deepest emotion buried in every human heart. It is the happiness after being touched by a mother. Mother? Yes, child, I am your mother, the female voice responded gently and took off his mask for him. Her slender fingers gently brushed the side of his face that was injured by the explosion of the visor. She said lovingly, 45 years old. Very good. But I haven't seen you for thousands of years. You are different from your brothers. You are more determined than them. Batman wanted to look up, but he couldn't. He realized this. I can't look up. Why? Because your body doesn't allow you to look up. The mother responded gently. This is the rule I set when I designed you. If I come, everything must be approved by me. If I veto, everything should stop. Do you understand? I don't allow you to look up, child. So you can't look up. Hush, don't try to make a sound from your throat to wake up the automatic alarm function of your armor. Bruce, my poor child, you don't know it yet, but free will doesn't actually exist. The mother's voice was still gentle, but it made Batman feel chilled. Now, tell me, child, where did the wizard who came here with you go? I am very interested in him. The mouth opened, inhaled air, the tongue bounced, and the lips moved. 4 movements. His vocal cords began to work, bypassing his brain, bypassing his soul and will. His body began to answer his mother's questions spontaneously. Batman uttered a sentence in a voice that was almost screaming. He is killing. Well, the mother's voice became a little unhappy. The talent I gave you is too good, child. I gave you too much willpower. How can you hide part of the truth from me at this time? The hand stroked his face with the back of the hand. Batman was almost crazy. An incomparable sense of absurdity made him want to laugh out loud. He didn't laugh, but the laughter echoed in his heart, exactly the same as the laughter of the Joker who was sent to the electric chair by him many years ago. But he couldn't laugh. He couldn't laugh because his mother didn't allow it. Poor, his mother said to him very gently, why did you deviate from the path I designed for you? Each of you has a destiny. You should die with him in a grand performance. The whole Gotham is shocked. You die in an underground cave. Your blood mixes with each other, and the Dionysus factor and his blood will enter your body and then you will be resurrected. I obviously planned it all. His mother sighed and pushed him away, pushing him to the ground like pushing away garbage. I'm going to find him, Bruce. You can reflect quietly for a while, and when the end of the world comes, I will wake you up. Batman lay on the ground. The last scene he saw was a door like darkness itself, and a woman was slowly walking into it. Shenyan stopped his killing. The reason was simple. A woman stood in front of him. Her long hair was as heavy as the night, and her violet eyes were looking at him gently. There seemed to be a glow on her pale skin. You came faster than I thought. He made a small joke, and calmly transformed the prepared exploding meteor into a protective shield. But it's still a lot slower than the Flash. The woman looked at him with strange eyes, as if looking at a treasure. After a long time, she slowly said, you and those annoying nymphs are from outside my universe, right? Your universe? Why can't I hear any love for your creation from this passage? My love does not need to be proved to outsiders. The woman smiled elegantly. Also, interesting wizard, I noticed your movements. Shield? Do you really think this thing can protect you from my attack? We have to give it a try. Shenyan grinned and laughed. He didn't seem nervous. People have the right to resist. What do you think? Rights don't exist at all. It's just a fictitious term. It was first proposed by modern America, and extended from human rights in their code, and then expanded to countless other rights. The woman talked freely. At this moment, she changed from a mother to an erudite scholar. Of course, it has gone too far today, to some extent. This is one of the reasons why I am not satisfied with them. You want to destroy all the worlds you created for such a ridiculous reason? There are many other reasons. The woman seemed to be very interested in talking. She smiled and introduced herself. Since we are here, out of courtesy, I should still tell you my name. Then, remember it. Perpetua. The woman said quietly. This is my name, the goddess of creation. The mother of all things. You should know what I am doing? Shenyan asked suddenly. I don't believe you didn't notice. I'm just doing my best to delay time so that the solution prepared early in the morning can be activated and drive you out of this world. Of course I know, Perpetua said nonchalantly, but, I'm reading your memory, mage. So I allow you to hide a little. She opened her hand, and a faint black light was released from it. The power of the multiverse-level gods was completely released in an instant, and the mage was powerless to resist. He heard Perpetua say, I am very interested in souls like you. I plan to reserve a place for you in the new world, provided that you pass this test. Perpetua said meaningfully, I am looking forward to it. Mage, what choice will you make? Where am I? As if in a nightmare. Is someone shaking me? Shenyan opened his eyes, and the sun shone on his face, stinging his eyes that had just opened. He had to raise his hand to block part of the sun. A woman sat next to him. Who is it? He looked at her blankly, as if he was looking at a stranger. Why are you looking at me like that? The woman asked puzzledly. You said you would wake you up after half an hour of sleep. Did you forget? No, I'm just curious. Shenyan came back to his senses. How could I forget even my girlfriend's name? He seemed to be in a state of mind, and put on a frivolous smile, thanks to his handsome face. This smile looked very cute in his girlfriend's eyes. I'm curious why you are so beautiful today. You are so annoying. The girlfriend smiled shyly and punched him. It landed gently on his chest, making him feel warm. Shenyan raised his hand to grab her wrist and pulled her into his arms. The woman struggled at first, whispering in his ear, such as there were too many people, but soon she stopped moving, just lying in his arms and staring at his profile. What a beautiful scene. Shenyan lowered his head and looked at her affectionately, but a question was always lingering in his heart. Did I forget something? The sky was blue, and the sun shone warmly on them. Shenyan noticed that he was wearing a black jacket. They sat on the grass, leaning against a tree. This should be a park. He could hear birds chirping not far away. His girlfriend looked at him affectionately, and he looked back at her with the same affectionate gaze. His head lowered lower and lower until he was about to kiss her. Then, he stopped. The wizard said, no. He pushed the woman away indifferently and stood up. The woman looked at him puzzled, and in the next second, she was strangled by a pair of hands. Shenyan felt her struggle until she died. Until she died. Hot tears flowed from his eyes. The false memories implanted in him by Perpetua were making him feel instinctively heartbroken. He killed his girlfriend, his future wife, the person he was determined to spend his life with. Shenyan raised his head and looked at the sky, which was still sunny and windy. What do you want to do? No one answered. Only screams rang out all around. They were made by men and women who were having a picnic in the park. They looked at the man who suddenly murdered his girlfriend in shock. Some of them had a sense of justice and rushed up to try to knock him down, and more people called the police. A man rushed over, cursing him angrily, saying that he was a cold-blooded pervert. Shenyan agreed in his heart, but only agreed with the first half of the sentence. He was indeed cold-blooded. Then, he backhanded the guy with a punch. It hit him squarely on the chin, and the man was knocked to the ground and fell into a coma. Shenyan raised his hand thoughtfully, looked at his fist, and muttered to himself, how long has it been since I fought with just fists? Humphrey. A smile flashed across his face. Magic. He bent down to avoid a man's grab. The guy had obviously practiced it. He was big and had dumpling ears, but he was still knocked down by Shenyan in 2 or 3 hits. It's really convenient. A guy rushed over from behind him with a baseball bat. Shenyan didn't even look back and hit him on the fragile bridge of the nose with an elbow. He grabbed the baseball bat with his backhand and hit him in the stomach. While he was wailing, he took a sandwich from the picnic basket not far away and took a bite. It tastes good. You're a good cook, girl. Shenyan glanced at his girlfriend's body. She was lying on the grass in a white dress. There were purple bruises on her neck. She looked puzzled and stared at him with wide eyes, and he was slowly shedding tears. Are those memories really false? Every bit of my time with her. We have spent 8 years together, from high school, college, to work now. We bought a house in New York and lived a carefree life. I am a lawyer and she is a doctor. We should have a bright future. And now, I killed her with my own hands. The sandwich slipped from his hand. Shenyan stroked the tear marks on his cheek thoughtfully. A tear burst out of his eye socket, dripped between his fingers, and shattered. This seemed to be the beginning of something. He couldn't help sobbing. Sadness swept over him, as well as guilt, anger, and all kinds of negative emotions made him kneel on the ground and start crying. But in the next second, he stood up again. He swung a baseball bat and knocked a man who tried to approach him to the ground in a crying posture that made everyone shudder. "You better don't come over," he sobbed. "I can't control my emotions right now." Then, a police car roared over. "Sir, put down the bat, then, kneel on the ground, hold your head with your hands, so that no one will be hurt," the uniformed police officer said to him seriously, holding a .357 caliber revolver in his hand. Shenyan looked at his face and couldn't help but smile. Okay, you took my magic," he muttered, "and you threw me here, and then let an American policeman point a pistol at me. Then what? What will happen?" His smile made the police officer shudder. A man who was still crying not long ago showed such a smile. "You know, you are most likely facing a lunatic. And here in Gotham, lunatics have always been synonymous with danger." The officer swallowed and repeated his warning. "Sir, I repeat again, put down the bat, kneel on the ground and hold your head with your hands." "Eh?" He stopped abruptly, and a hand patted his shoulder, almost scaring him to drop his gun. The officer turned around and saw that it was his chief, Jim Gordon. The gray-haired middle-aged man looked at him calmly, his mustache trembling. "Let me do it, Will. I happen to know this gentleman." He patted Officer Will's shoulder calmly and asked him to go to the back. Jim Gordon did not choose to draw his gun. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and walked to Shenyan. "Hey, remember me?" he asked. "Jim Gordon, the chief of GCPD. We just had dinner last week. You were going to cooperate with the police station to implement some policies. You were going to help those who had gone astray because of a momentary mistake. Now it seems that you have also gone astray because of a momentary crazy idea." Gordon took his hands out of his pockets sincerely. Behind him, more police cars were roaring. He said, "Listen, I don't want to hurt you. You have always been a rational and peaceful person. Everyone likes you and praises you. Even the restaurant waiter who only met you once praised you highly. You can do such a thing. She must have pissed you off, right? Put down the bat. Let's talk. I can help you, okay?" Shenyan loosened his right hand. The bloody bat fell to the ground, and slid away. Shenyan still stood there, sobbing with his hands covering his face. Gordon breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to approach with a gentle pace. His plan was successful. With just a few more steps, he could rush over and arrest this suddenly crazy good lawyer. There was a pair of handcuffs in his right pocket, and Gordon had the confidence to put them on his white hands. However, Shenyan suddenly loosened his hand, and the face he showed was not a crying face, but a smiling face. That smile made Gordon feel cold all over. "Ah, Gordon, it's better to meet in person than to hear about it. You are such a good policeman." Shenyan tapped his temple. "When I first came to Gotham, I only knew that you were working with Batman. I didn't have a clear understanding of your ability. Now it seems that there is a reason why you can be the director." He spread out his hands, indicating that he had no weapons in his hands. "Look, I don't have any weapons, but why are you so afraid of me?" Gordon took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He forced a smile. "It seems that you have calmed down. Very good. Should we be able to communicate normally now?" "I'm not afraid of you, but your smile just now reminded me of someone." "Who?" "I don't want to say his name." Gordon shook his head. "But you should know that everyone in Gotham knows who he is. You are a native of Gotham." "Actually, Gordon, today is the first time we meet," Shenyan said softly, "and I'm not a Gotham person either." He is completely crazy, Gordon thought. I should have expected it. He has had so many contacts with the Joker. He became a lawyer because of the Joker. How could he not be crazy? Alas, I hope Batman will come soon. You are waiting for someone. The madman standing opposite him said abruptly. I think I know who you are waiting for. Batman, right? Ah, he usually only comes out at night, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. I'm curious if he can get here right away. I'm already here. A voice interrupted their conversation. Shenyan looked up and saw a man dressed in a bat costume looking down at him on the tree trunk above his head. so he smiled and waved to him. "Hello, Batman." At this point, his consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 521, Grasping Fate by the Throat. When he woke up again, he was in a dark interrogation room. Batman's voice came from across from him. "Your girlfriend Nancy Novia has no quarrel with you. She loves you very much. I checked every clue that might lead you to kill her, but I found nothing. Her email only has work correspondence. Her interpersonal relationships are simple, and she doesn't even talk to male colleagues in the hospital very much, because she is all about you." "Why?" Batman's voice was full of confusion. "Why did you suddenly kill her?" "Because as far as I know, you also love her to the bone. You talk to your colleagues about your girlfriend every 3 sentences. You have known each other since high school and are getting married next year." "Why?" My jaw hurts and I feel dizzy. He probably jumped down and kicked my jaw with his foot. Simple and direct to make people faint. "Well, it is very Batman-like." Shenyan shook his head, trying to wake himself up from the dizziness. His hands were tied behind his back, and a dark shadow stood opposite him. Shenyan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said calmly, "Because this is not real." "What are you talking about?" "I'm not a lawyer, nor am I a native of Gotham. I don't have a girlfriend named Nancy Novia." "So, what are you?" "A wizard," he said calmly. "An ordinary wizard, a poor man thrown into this illusion by the goddess of creation in your world." "Should I call it an illusion?" Shenyan kicked the table leg very hard. It made his right big toe feel painful. He said thoughtfully, "A very real illusion. My memory is false, but this world should be real. She really took great pains for me, and even let the whole world accompany me to play this farce." A pair of hands pulled him up, dragged him on the table, and then punched him in the side of the face. He heard Batman say coldly, "You are crazy." Shenyan, "No, I am not." He spat out a bloody tooth, and his expression did not even change. "I am telling the truth, but you just don't know, Bruce." The hand holding his collar loosened. "Alfred, clear the surveillance video of the Gotham Police Department." Batman whispered to someone, then turned back to look at Shenyan. "Get ready, I'm going to bring someone back." 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Batcave. Shenyan was tied to a chair, blood stained on his collar and face. His back was straight, even if it made him very uncomfortable. There was a kind of detached calm in his eyes. It seemed that he was not a prisoner, nor a murderer, but a scholar who knew everything and had it all planned out. "You look calm." "Shouldn't I be calm?" Shenyan asked back. "I am a wizard, Bruce Wayne. I should remain calm under any circumstances." Just now, Batman took off his mask. Since this person already knew his true identity, there was no need to hide it anymore. He paused and spoke in Bruce Wayne's voice. "I checked all the records since your birth. Gotham Orphanage, adopted, and your adoptive parents were killed by the Joker." He paused again, as if the name made him uncomfortable. "You didn't go to elementary school, you went directly to junior high school, and then high school." Miss Mori, the principal of Gotham High School at the time, praised your intelligence, and you were admitted to Gotham's #1 university and received a scholarship. During college, you made a lot of money by speculating in stocks, but you only took the part you needed, and donated the rest to the orphanage. Nancy, your girlfriend who you met in high school, very much approved of your behavior. She admired you. Your classmates liked you, and the fraternity in the university even began to revolve around you. Rich boys, future physicists, painters, and writers all recognized that you were their leader. However, just 3 hours ago, you killed your girlfriend with your own hands, and then told me that all this was fake, and that you were actually a wizard. What are you kidding me? Do you think I'm kidding you? Shenyan shook his head and said calmly, "I'm sorry, Bruce. I don't usually joke with people who are not my friends. Before you, I knew 3 Bruce Waynes, and I would only joke with 2 of them. Let me ask you, Bruce. Imagine that you are trapped in a room without doors and windows. How would you get out?" He answered his own question without waiting for Batman to speak. "Just stop imagining." As the voice fell, the Batcave gradually disappeared. Everything around began to collapse and shatter. Batman's expression stopped at that moment. His body shattered into flying pieces of paper, and then the whole Gotham, the whole world. Millions of fragments wrapped around Shenyan and made him stand up from the chair. The fragments surrounded him and added to his body, turning his jacket into a black robe, making the blood on his face disappear, and the missing teeth in his mouth returned, and then the magic, they all came back. The wizard stood here again, standing in this dark space. You used my brain to set up a prison for me, Perpetua, he said quietly. But you forgot one thing. This is my brain. Even if you are the goddess of creation, you can't tell me what to do here. Really? Perpetua's voice sounded from behind him. You are very smart, wizard. Much smarter than the smartest people in the world I created, and very brave. But you forgot one thing. She smiled and said, let me tell you, the smartest people in the world always ignore one thing. Do you know what it is? His own nose. Perpetua snapped her fingers, and the black robe on Shenyan disappeared again, and so did the power. He seemed to have returned to the moment before he learned magic, with nothing but himself. I can deprive you of your power once, so I can do it a second time. Do you know, mage, if you hadn't come to my world, I really couldn't do anything to you. Perpetua came to him and gently held his face. The world consciousness of this world wants to survive, so it made a deal with outsiders. You are the most important part of the deal, because only you have the ability to change the fate of those heroes. You come here to change their predetermined fate and pull them away from death. But what about you? What are you going to do? I have read your memories. If you plan to wait until that shameless thief Sandy arrives, I'm afraid your body will be cold. This is my world. She smiled arrogantly. Everything is up to my will. If I don't allow it, she can't come in. A knife condensed in her hand and was gently stabbed into Shenyan's chest by Perpetua. Pain swept over, and his senses were magnified thousands of times. This kind of pain can almost defeat anyone in an instant, and Shenyan is no exception. He knelt on the ground, head down. Perpetua looked down at him, staring at his bleeding appearance. Then, more knives were stabbed into his body. I originally wanted to save a place for you, wizard. If you don't choose to wake up, in the destiny I designed for you, you will be a young and promising lawyer. When you are 30 years old, you will come into contact with the existence of magic, and you can also become a wizard. You will save the world countless times and be admired by thousands of people. It's a pity that you refused. I am very curious. Why can you not be tempted by the beautiful life in front of you? Shenyan did not answer, but just gasped hard. The steel knives stuck all over his body made his breathing become a kind of pain, a kind of torture. In the pain that was enough to drive anyone crazy, he spoke, his voice broken. You said you designed a destiny for me? Yes, I designed it for everyone. Perpetua smiled and said, in fact, I am destiny itself. Shenyan raised his head. A flash of blue light flashed in his eyes. Really? He raised his right hand suddenly. The pain was enough to drive him crazy, but the hand still strangled Perpetua's neck without hesitation, and the man covered in blood slowly stood up. He stood there with bruises all over his body, and Perpetua looked at him in shock, forgetting to resist for a moment. You said you are destiny? He pulled a grim smile on his face, which caused the steel knife inserted into the side of his cheek to cut the wound, causing greater pain. His muscles were even spasming. As an ordinary person, he should not be standing now. He should have a shock and fall to the ground because of the severe pain, but he just stood. Not only that, a more intense blue light flashed on his right hand. Then, I am strangling Destiny's throat now. The blue light burst. His right hand slowly loosened, and Shenyan fell to the ground weakly. Blood flowed out of his body, and Perpetua stood there unscathed, staring at him in shock and fascination. Her lips moved. How did you do it? I'm a wizard, goddess of creation. Shenyan lay on the ground and chose a more comfortable position. Darkness swept over him, and he knew that he was going to die, but he was still smiling. Isn't it normal to meditate to produce magic? You can take away my power, take away all my spells, torture me, throw me into illusions, and make up more and better futures for me. But you can't change one thing. I am a wizard, and I was born to be one, he said proudly. Then he died. Perpetua knelt beside him and held his lifeless face. The expression of the goddess of creation changed from shock to ecstasy. A gem. What did I do? Yes, but it's not your gem," a voice said. "Sayani." Perpetua stood up with gritted teeth. Where am I? Shenyan asked himself, but he couldn't get an answer. He searched his brain and realized, oh, I should be dead now. Am I dead? This doesn't seem like the state of death. He began to think, yes, Perpetua took my power and killed me, so it was a trap? Well, I really shouldn't have agreed to this deal. What a pity. I should have expected this. A multiverse-level god can't suffer the same loss twice. If I don't go to her world, it seems that she really can't cross the endless sea of stars to find me. It doesn't matter, he thought boredly. I am probably in a soul state now. I don't know if the goddess is willing to let me go. I hope Sunny can come quickly through the backup I left, so that maybe I can keep my body intact. Wait, Shenyan suddenly recalled the scene before his death, the look Perpetua gave him, and a chill surged in his heart. He couldn't help but grin his teeth. She won't really put me in the new world she created, right? Damn it, I don't want to really become a Gotham person. This is too fucking dark. I don't know how long it took, and a burst of light came. He was squeezed out as if he was born again. When he opened his eyes, Shenyan saw Sunny, who was naked, holding him with a gentle expression. They were in a quiet lake, surrounded by mist and the sound of birds singing not far away. What are you doing? His eyes twitched, and he reached out to open Sunny's chest that was placed on his face, and asked unhappily, so, am I dead or alive now? Of course I'm alive, dear. She smiled gently. I snatched you back. That useless cousin of Perpetua is not good at fighting at all, and she can't do anything to me, who is at the same level as her but comes from outside her world. I remember that you lake fairies can't use your power to interfere with other worlds. That's our oath. That's right, Sunny explained to him patiently. But who is the object of the oath? The world barrier? That's right. The reason why the world barrier itself doesn't want us to use our power to interfere with the operation of the world is that it is afraid that it will break them. But the situation at that time did not allow it to think so. Sunny shrugged, and the two pairs of plump breasts shook again, making Shenyan not know where to look for a moment. She was obviously very satisfied with the wizard's reaction. She stretched out her hand and pressed it, and laughed in his ear. It allowed me to take action, just this once. Hey, why didn't you and Mellow Eyes come to me first? Don't do such dangerous things next time. Do you know how important you are? Shenyan struggled to break free from the soft restraints, and he was almost suffocated. The mage said depressedly, why do I feel like I am a rare material in your description? No, 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 no. Sunny looked at him and said with a smile, there are so many worlds in the endless starry sea. There are countless mages, and there are also many cross-border mages, but only you are special. She hugged Shenyan again and sank to the bottom of the lake. Now, let's reminisce about the past. This time, the mage did not choose to resist. He rolled his eyes and thought, just treat it as a reward for her. Chapter 522, Old Friends Reunited. If Shenyan's perception of time was correct, he was not released by Sunny until 72 hours later. The wizard stood on the shore, straightened his black robe, and specially turned it into a standing collar style to cover his neck. Sunny put her hands on the shore, her long hair floating on the lake, and she was looking at the wizard with a peaceful smile. What are you looking at? He asked a little unnaturally. Nothing. Sunny smiled more happily. The fairy in the lake said nothing, but seemed to have said everything. She licked her lips as if she was still unsatisfied, and then sank into the lake, leaving him only one sentence. It has been 7 years since you last came here, my dear wizard. You may want to go and see your swallows. Really? So many years have passed? The wizard smiled, opened a portal and left. Geralt was holding a rag in his hand, doing something that had nothing to do with the job of a demon hunter. He was wiping the table. Don't get me wrong, our water ghost hunter and white-headed knight didn't find a new job. He was just maintaining the environment of Kaer Morhen. Although it was rebuilt by the Black Robe Wizard, it still needs repairs. This year is 1263, and Geralt has not left here for 6 months. He was shirtless, revealing scars of all sizes all over his upper body. He was humming while wiping the table, and he seemed to be in a good mood. and this good mood lasted until a troublemaker stepped into the clean floor he had just mopped with his muddy boots. A girl with messy white hair ran in, holding a training wooden sword in her hand, and waving it proudly. She was covered in mud, not just her boots. Even her white shirt was covered with mud, and some even stained her neck. This scene made Geralt's eyelids twitch. "Ciri," he roared. "What did I tell you last time?" The girl was obviously startled by his roar, and then she began to use the skill she was most familiar with since she was a child. Ciri turned her mouth downward, then pursed her lips, frowned, pretending to cry, and said in a very aggrieved voice, "Why are you screaming so loudly?" "No, it won't work this time, Cirilla." Geralt even called her official name, and the Witcher's animal eyes stared at her coldly. "Being spoiled and naughty doesn't always work. Do you understand? Since your grandmother allows you to come here for 6 months every year, I have to be responsible for you. I am your swordsmanship teacher, but I also have to teach you some things besides swordsmanship." Ciri no longer made that aggrieved expression. He could see that she was listening to him. Geralt smiled, then said seriously, "You have to respect the fruits of others' labor. Do you understand, Ciri? I just cleaned the floor here. You also know how big the Hall of Kaer Morhen is? Are you so angry because I made the floor dirty?" "No, it's because you want to get away with it again," Geralt said mercilessly. "I don't want you to become an unreasonable, arrogant person." I believe he doesn't want to see his unexpected son become like this after returning. Why do you have to mention him? Ciri's green eyes dimmed a little, and the girl tiptoed carefully with the wooden sword in her arms and walked out of the door. "He hasn't come back to see me for 7 years. I'm 12 years old. Humphrey, don't mention this." The girl muttered something unconvinced, and then threw the wooden sword against the wall. Her voice came from outside the door. "I'm going to change my clothes, and then I'll come down to help you clean the floor. Don't be angry with me, okay, Geralt?" "That's more like it." The Witcher smiled. No matter what, he was happy to see a kid on the right path. Thinking of this, Anderson's face flashed before his eyes. He wondered where the kid was wandering recently. He wandered in his memory for a while, and his hand stopped moving. The last time he met Anderson was 3 years ago. This is how the Witcher business is. They are together less and apart more often. Everyone has their own things to do. He has already graduated, and Vesemir doesn't need to take him around the world anymore. But the old man doesn't want to stay in Kaer Morhen any longer. In his words, "I'm an old dog who hasn't lost all his teeth yet." Anderson did a good job, but because of his taciturn personality in front of outsiders, the wolf head pendant on his neck and his black hair, he was soon called the Black Wolf. Geralt smiled. The wizard's prophecy had been accurate so far, and he rarely thought about this prophecy that made him bleed from the nose. As for the 2 bastards Eskel and Lambert, God knows where they are. Geralt just hoped they were not dead. In general, Kaer Morhen is quite deserted at present. Only Geralt would return here for 6 months every year. There was no other way. Queen Callan of Cintra had ordered that her granddaughter, Princess Cirilla, had the right to go to Kaer Morhen to escape the heat during the hottest period of the year. He had to spend 6 months every year with this little rascal. In the first few years, Geralt was almost annoyed to death by her. Fortunately, under his guidance, Cirilla also changed a lot, and the mage didn't have to teach her the truth of life. Thinking of this, Geralt sighed. "My friend, where are you now?" His friend was actually not far away. Shenyan stood at the foot of Kaer Morhen, staring at the castle on the mountainside. The summer sun hit him, and the villagers passing by looked at this handsome oriental man with strange eyes. Some of them might have seen him more than 10 years ago, traveling with a white-haired demon hunter. But now things have changed. Shenyan looked at the village and noticed that the sheepfold at the end of the village had disappeared. A new house had been built there. From the perspective of a countryman, it was already quite impressive. Time is really cruel. He raised his legs and walked up the mountain. He did not choose to fly, teleport. He just relied on his own legs. At this moment, there was a stumbling sound of footsteps behind him. The mage looked back and found that it was a farm girl with freckles on her face, who was looking at him with red cheeks. "Sir," she pinched the hem of her skirt uncomfortably, leaving marks on the relatively clean skirt. "Are you a traveler?" "I guess so, ma'am," She was surprised by the title. Shenyan knew why. This girl may have never heard anyone call her ma'am in the past 10 years of her life. The titles she heard were either her real name, nickname, or some vulgar titles. Her face became even redder. Female, female, ma'am? Her tone became a little sharper. Please don't call me that. I'm just here to give you an apple. You've been standing in the sun for so long, it must be hot, right? She took out a clean apple from her pocket, but Shenyan's focus was not on the apple. He looked at her hands. Her fingers were rough, calloused, with unhealed frostbite and scars. All these things combined made her hands look like the hands of a 50-year-old, not a girl who was not even 20 years old. The wizard said nothing and took the apple, giving her a clean smile. The farm girl smiled and ran away, reuniting with her companions. They looked in his direction, surrounded the girl in the center, and chattered and laughed. Shenyan raised his hand and took a bite of the apple. Not bad, very sweet. He raised his leg again and walked up the mountain. The apple was eaten in 2 minutes. He threw the clean core on the side of the road. It sank quietly into the ground and was transported to the girl's yard by magic. It will take root and sprout in the spring of next year, and grow into a lush apple tree. Its fruit will be sweeter and better than all the apples around it, and it will even have its own consciousness. It will become a tree spirit, protecting the girl until she dies of old age without illness or disaster. Did you hear the knock on the door? Siri suddenly said loudly. Geralt walked out of the kitchen, wiped his greasy hands on his apron, and asked, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it clearly just now. I heard someone knocking on the door." "Knock on the door?" Geralt was surprised. Then he heard it too. Before Kaer Morhen was rebuilt, the villagers at the foot of the mountain would occasionally come here to find the witchers and ask them to do something. Most of them were trivial matters such as finding children and losing livestock. At that time, it was Vesemir who often stayed here. The old man loved to help people do this kind of work. Anyway, he could get paid. However, after Kaer Morhen was rebuilt, they stopped coming. Geralt knew the reason. It was nothing more than thinking that this place was too grand and they were afraid. Country people are like this, afraid of everything. Thunder and lightning, seeing a black cat at the door in the morning, and the wife saying a few more words to someone. These people are like this. They can't change, unless the king is merciful and reduces taxes, and then sends people to teach them to read. Geralt laughed at his own ridiculous idea. How can this be merciful? This is a mad king. Even if a king wants to do this, his staff and ministers will do their best to kill him. What are you laughing at? Nothing, kid. Don't call me kid. Okay, kid. Geralt nodded at her insincerely. His brows already frowned. So, who could it be knocking on the door? He took off his apron, grabbed the shirt on the table and put it on, then walked to the weapon rack and grabbed a dagger and hung it on his waist. Ciri watched his actions quietly, playing with a wooden knight that Vesemir carved for her. The kid cherished this toy and carried it with him wherever he went. She suddenly asked, "Is it a bad guy?" "Not sure yet," Geralt answered. "But you have good ears, young lady." "I didn't even hear anyone knocking on the door." "Humphrey." Ciri turned her head away and ignored him. She hated being called that the most. Geralt was puzzled. It was the mage who started calling her that first, but she would be unhappy if others called her that. It's hard to understand a woman's thoughts, and it's even harder to understand a woman who's still a child, Geralt thought. "Anyway, you stay here, okay? I'll go out and take a look and come back soon." He walked out of the hall and closed the door. At the other end of the courtyard, the 2 iron doors of Kaer Morhen Castle were being knocked on. The sound was so loud that Geralt couldn't help but think that it was a rock troll knocking on the door. How could a human have such great strength? He came to the iron door and shouted through the door, "Who is it? Open the door quickly, Geralt." "Damn it, I'm almost exhausted." A familiar voice came from behind the door, and Geralt's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He quickly opened the iron door, and the black-robed wizard was standing behind the door, sweating profusely. "What?" The wizard rolled his eyes. Yes, it's me." "Don't shout so loudly. I don't want to hear any noise now." Remind me not to do this next time." He walked in, and the demon hunter closed the door behind him. With a smile on his face, he asked loudly, "How did you get into this state? I have never seen you sweat Long story short, I wanted to experience the feeling of an ordinary person. So I turned off the flesh-strengthening array, and put a few sealing arrays on myself. I climbed the mountain with the physical fitness of an ordinary person, and this is the result. Geralt. Damn it, he cursed. Who built Kaer Morhen in such a high place? Shenyan turned around, looked at Geralt and shook his head. I am almost exhausted. I smell the smell of oil smoke on you. Are you cooking dinner? Yes, mutton soup. There is half a sheep left, and the fragrant royal white bread, smoked sausage, and Wiesel cheese. Geralt reported a long list of names, then paused in the mage's expectant eyes, and said the last name on his menu. And a barrel of beer. You really understand my heart the best. The mage smiled. What are we waiting for? He was about to walk inside, but Geralt stopped him. Just to be clear, Ciri is inside. What is she doing here? The Witcher shrugged. Within 2 years after you left, her grandmother seemed to be unable to tolerate this naughty kid. She is sent to Kaer Morhen every year. She will stay here for 6 months and then go back. Shenyan sighed in annoyance. This means we can't drink. Not necessarily, as long as you are willing to let her drink a little. The little brat won't say anything. Geralt saw Shenyan's eyes widened. The wizard said slowly, Don't tell me, Geralt, don't tell me that you are letting my unexpected child drink. She is 12 years old this year. It's okay for her to drink. The Witcher said nonchalantly. Besides, if you don't let her drink, she will keep making trouble. The two looked at each other for a while and reached a consensus. There is also a 6K update. Chapter 523. You are not crazy. You are my friend. Ciri played with the wooden knight in a depressed mood. Vesemir's craftsmanship was very good, better than those skilled craftsmen she had seen in the palace. She used to be curious about why, but not now. Ciri had already understood that Vesemir, the old grandfather, might have lived longer than her grandmother, and her grandmother knew so many things, so Vesemir must know even more. She was thinking, it would be better if it was the black-robed wizard who knocked on the door. She wanted to scold him harshly. Am I not your unexpected child? Why didn't you come back for so long? In fact, there was a small corner of Ciri's heart that thought he was dead. She once told Geralt this speculation sadly, and the Witcher laughed. You think too much, little girl. Who can kill him? The Witcher laughed so hard that he almost slid under the table. You haven't seen what he looks like when he is serious. Don't worry about him. It would be strange if I didn't worry, Ciri muttered. Sliding the wooden knight from one end of the table to the other, she imitated the sound of riding a horse, and then she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. The girl turned her head. Outside the wide-open door, there was only the knight, nothing else. Her heartbeat became faster. Geralt. Ciri jumped down from the bench, holding the wooden knight tightly in her hand. Geralt, is that you? No one answered. It could be the wind. Could it be? Could the wind have the power to blow open these two heavy doors? Ciri once tried to chop them with a sword out of mischief, but her hands were shaken and painful, and there was not even a mark left on the door. Could the wind blow open such a door? She walked to the door carefully, her cowhide boots stepping on the ground, making almost no sound. The little girl's face wrinkled into a ball. She thought she would cry, but she didn't. The wooden knight was in her hand, emitting heat. It was warmed by her body temperature, and now it was transmitting strength back to her and the night wind. She was scared, but she would never cry, because the black-robe wizard told her, when you are in danger, crying is the most useless choice. Ciri, remember that. She murmured to herself, and in her heart, Shenyan's voice sounded, and she said what Shenyan told her in her own voice. Stay calm. Geralt, she called again. Are you outside? Still no one answered. Ciri pursed her lips and ran to the corner at the other end of the hall. There was a wooden barrel there, filled with her training wood and swords. Ciri picked up one and skillfully made a sword flower on her hand. She was very serious about training and was not at all delicate like a princess. Geralt joked that she could be a female demon hunter. Then let's try it. If there are monsters, I will be the first female demon hunter today. Ciri held the sword in her right hand and the wooden knight in her left hand. She walked to the door little by little, and at this moment, a pair of hands covered her eyes. A familiar voice whispered in her ear. Bang! Ciri was not startled. Her reaction exceeded the reaction of the two naive men. Their prank did not achieve the desired results. The girl did not cry or scream. She just turned around nimbly and looked up at the wizard. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. They stared at each other. Then, Ciri poked the wizard's leg with her wooden sword and whispered, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am, child." "I don't believe it." Ciri's voice became a little choked, but she still did not cry. At this time, the smile on Geralt's face who flashed out from behind the door had become a little awkward, and he found that Shenyan did not smile. On the contrary, his expression became very gentle. It was a look of holding a fragile gem, afraid that it would break. "So, what should I do to make you believe that I am not lying to you? Perform a magic trick for me." "Okay, princess." The black-robed wizard knelt on one knee obediently and whispered to the princess holding a wooden sword and a wooden knight, "What magic trick do you want to see? When we first met, you turned me into that." So Shenyan snapped his fingers, and a flame bloomed between his fingers. "Is this enough, princess?" Geralt leaned against the door unconsciously. He crossed his arms and smiled at this warm scene. He heard Ciri trying to suppress the smile in her voice, pretending to be aggrieved. "Not enough. The flame you turned is much smaller than last time. Don't push it, princess." "Playing with fire at night is easy to wet the bed," the wizard said seriously, and then laughed. "I apologize for my behavior. Forgive me, okay? Promise that you will never leave for so long again." "I promise." "Well, Pinky." The girl stretched out her right hand, and her sparkling green eyes reflected the soft light in the hall of Kaer Morhen. A few seconds later, her pinky finger, which was suspended in the air, was hooked by a pale and slender finger. "Pin it down," the black-robed wizard said solemnly. Is she asleep?" "Yes, children get tired easily. We obviously really scared her." Geralt sat back in his chair and took a bottle of beer from the alley under his feet. "How does this beer taste?" "You ask me? This is sent by the people of Sintra. I haven't tasted it yet. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have planned to drink this kind of beer. Vesemir should be the first to try it." Shenyan smiled, took a sip of the beer, and felt the mellow taste. He said, "You didn't think so when we drank up his stock last time." "Hey, you have a share too," Geralt said seriously, and took a sip himself. This sip was like turning on a switch in him, making the Witcher excited. "Good fellow. The brewer should be rewarded with a villa." "I agree." Shenyan expressed his opinion in the same serious manner. The wizard forked a piece of mutton and put it in his mouth, exhaling with satisfaction. "Your cooking skills are much better than before." "No way. I have to take care of the children." Geralt reached out and took a whole sausage, took a bite, and said incoherently, "The Hinterlanders would send a chef guard and a guard in the first year, but no one came in the second year." Ciri said it was her own request. She found them annoying. "So I can only study cooking by myself, otherwise, I can't satisfy the princess's stomach." "What?" "The water ghost hunter changed his career to become a chef." "Damn it, don't mention that name." Geralt was angry on the surface, but actually said with a smile, "Let's talk about you. What have you done recently?" "I bet you must have been on a long adventure. The tiredness on you is exactly the same as when I was traveling through mountains and rivers." "Me?" The wizard forked a piece of beef again thoughtfully, and then put it on a piece of bread on his plate. He stared at the bread in deep thought for a while, and Geralt waited patiently. When it comes to storytelling, the wizard has never let him down. He knew that he would hear a good story this time too. He was disappointed. "There's nothing to talk about, Geralt," the wizard said dryly, and even sighed. "It's not a good story. To make a long story short, I helped a huge human empire. I made a deal with the smaller lake fairy you met, saved a world, and escaped from a responsibility left to me by my teacher." "That's it?" "That's it." "You sound tired." "I am tired. In fact, I'm dead tired." "Much more tired than climbing a mountain." Shenyan rolled up the bread and ate it together with the mutton. "I thought I had the ability to act as temporary god. I thought I could save innocent people again and again. Did I do it? I don't know. I just felt very tired. For a while I was busy saving the world, I questioned my actions in my heart. It's like two voices are whispering to me, Geralt." He looked at the Witcher and said. One voice said, "No, you idiot. What are you doing?" You are fighting for a group of people you don't even know. Then, another voice said, yes, you don't know them, you don't have to do anything, but they are all human beings. Geralt noticed that the wizard's black eyes looked so dim for the first time. They are all human beings, Shenyan muttered to himself. I am a wizard from Camartage. Geralt, do you know what this means? I don't know. Geralt followed his words, as long as he wanted. The demon hunter could be a very good listener. He was indeed. Camartage is a union of a group of wizards. They are the protectors of mankind. For tens of thousands of years, they have been committed to protecting mankind and keeping ignorant civilians away from the harm of demons and magical disasters. And I am one of them. No, I am the best one among them. Logically, I shouldn't doubt this, because saving the world is a very common thing for me. But he looked up, and Geralt was shocked to find that there was pain in his eyes. But I just want to go home, Shenyan whispered to him. At first, I was thrown into a world that was very strange to me. I was tortured by the devil and the church, and then I escaped. I learned magic and hated this world in my heart. For me, I was willing to use all my abilities in exchange for returning to my previous home. Later, I reconciled with that world. I found that my hatred was unnecessary. To be honest, why should I hate this world? What I should hate is the devil and the church. They are the ones who filled my heart with hatred. Shenyan smiled. I started living there, 10 years. I spent 10 years there, and at that time I was not as strong as I am now, and my mentality was still that of a mortal. I took time very seriously. 10 years. Everyone in the world knew me. I was their hero, and then I left. I couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted to go home. I had to go home. Those 10 years were no match for the 30 years I spent at home. That country had everything I needed. My parents, my family, my friends. I wanted to go back, and then, I failed. I couldn't find the way. I still can't find it until now. Do you still want to go back now? Shenyan said without hesitation. Of course, but I already know that this is probably impossible to achieve. Why? Because there are too many worlds, and I'm a madman. I may have schizophrenia. I want to go home, but when I see someone injured or a world is suffering an undeserved fate, I will help them. This is not a contradiction. You just did what a normal person would do. I'm not normal, Geralt, Shenyan repeated. I'm a madman. You're not, Geralt told him. You are my friend, a better person than any wizard I know, a hero. The next day, they met in the courtyard with splitting headaches. Wizards drink to get drunk, and naturally they will not use magic to remove that feeling. He saw the same weakness on Geralt's face, so he began to mock him mercilessly. Witchers also have headaches because of hangovers. You are still a wizard, Geralt responded hoarsely. This was the result of their battle last night. In the second half of the night, the two men drank too much and ran outside the castle to catch a wolf and wanted to teach it to sing. The poor wolf was scared to death. Geralt and Shenyan's plan did not succeed, but they both learn how to howl like a wolf. Come on, Shenyan waved his hand nonchalantly. I drank more than you last night. Damn. You still have the nerve to say that? Geralt was almost angry to death. You took all the wine away, so I had to take a long detour to the cellar to get another box. You didn't drink as much as I did. You stole the wine. You didn't drink as much as I did. You stole the wine. Shenyan was silent, ending the cycle, because he suddenly found that they were a little childish. The Witcher's expression was similar to his. Geralt scratched his head guiltily. Is Ciri up? I don't know. Are you going to make breakfast? What breakfast should I make if you're here? Can't you cast a spell to conjure up a table of food? I can, Geralt, but I don't seem to want to eat now. Shenyan burped without any image. What about you? Me too, the Witcher answered sullenly. He looked up and saw a little head looking down at them from the second-floor window of the castle, so he stretched out his hand and waved upwards. Hey, kid, come down for breakfast. No way, Ciri answered loudly. I heard your conversation. You must have tricked me down to make breakfast. Humphrey, I'll come down in the afternoon. I want to read. Read? Geralt said curiously. The sun really is rising from the west. The wizard shrugged and snapped his fingers to conjure up two armchairs. Two drunken men who were still drunk lay down and basked in the sun. They planned to do nothing today. Let's write it separately. Here's a 2K transition. Tomorrow, let Geralt go to another sewer to kill water ghosts. By the way, I recently reread the Witcher novel and was mad at Yennefer's bitchness again. This woman really likes to put a hat on Geralt. Chapter 524 Departure. They stayed in Kaer Morhen until December, and the two men spent their days idling around. They even took in a whole pack of wolves from nearby, and the pack regarded them as the alpha wolves. If you think this is not enough to prove their boredom, then here is another one. Geralt tried to teach a rock troll who lived nearby how to play poker so that the three of them could play cards together. December ended, and a new year came. Ciri returned to her court, her prison, in a sullen mood. The little girl didn't like it there. She liked her grandmother, but she didn't like it there. Geralt was wearing a leather armor in the courtyard, not the dragon leather armor that the wizard made for him, but a studded soft armor. He planned to go out for half a year and take commissions along the way. The wizard stood by with his arms folded, watching him struggle to put on the leather armor. "Have you gained weight? How could it be?" Geralt said unhappily, and then looked at his bulging belly in suspicion. "It seems a little." "Ha!" Shenyan laughed sharply. "You might become the first demon hunter in history to weigh 200 kilograms. Please, Master Mage, let me go." Geralt sighed. "I have to go down a mountain to find a town to buy carrots." "Your carrots are gone again?" "Yes, they were eaten by a demon." The demon hunter weighed the purse on his waist uncomfortably. "I really doubt whether this money is enough for me to buy a suitable mare. If I want to buy a stallion, I have to buy a warhorse, but I can't afford a warhorse." "Damn it, I shouldn't spend money in Novigrad." "Did you go to the brothel again?" "No, I bought a lot of gifts for Triss." "Triss? Do you remember?" "That's the red-haired lady?" "I remember." The mage nodded. "I have to mention that your taste in women has finally improved. That black-haired sorceress is not suitable for you." Geralt turned his head and looked around. He knew that there was no one else here except them, but the Witcher did it anyway. As if he was guilty, he coughed and lowered his voice to say to the wizard, "Actually, I still have feelings for her." Geralt said with a melancholy face, "What really made me decide to break up with her was what happened last year. Triss and I separated for a while. She was going to the Warlock School for further studies, and then, I met Yennefer while traveling." Shenyan said mercilessly, "You two are hooking up again?" "Don't say it so harshly. It's true. She and I traveled to Edkingville." "In Elvish, this city is translated as Ice Shards." "I don't like it there." "Let me guess," Shenyan said thoughtfully. "She slept with someone else?" "Damn it," Geralt cursed. "How did you guess so accurately?" "Anyway, she slept with me the night before, and had sex with a warlock the next day." The bastard even boasted to me that they had been breaking up and getting back together because of me for several years, and told me to get out of the city, and that he wanted to marry Yennefer. I was going to challenge him to a duel, but when the time came, I felt it was unnecessary. Then, Yennefer left. "That's it?" "Yeah, and then left a letter for each of us." "A riddle." "And broke up with us." Geralt lowered his head, put his sword on the belt on his back, tightened it, then picked up his travel bag and signaled the wizard to leave. February, March. Time passed quickly during the trip. Geralt's new carrot was a docile brown mare with no patterns on her body. Very beautiful. She always liked to touch the black horse ridden by the wizard with her wet nose. Shenyan knew what she meant, but his horse was made of magic. It was impossible for it to respond to her. Speaking of which, Geralt, where did the dragon horse go? Are you talking about my old Radish? Vesemir rode him out. The old man was too ostentatious. Geralt shook his head. After you transformed it, the horse could even spit fire from its mouth. I really doubt whether he took the commission himself or Radish did it. Oh, sorry, Radish, I didn't mean you. The mare neighed. It seems we are almost at the seaside. Yes. What are you going to do at the seaside? Kill water ghosts? No, it's mid-March now. Geralt raised his hand to adjust the collar of his cotton coat. It was always cold in the woods. Water ghosts in the wild usually hibernate at this time. So what are you going to do? Going out to sea? I plan to go to the Skellige Islands to find a blacksmith. I ordered a sword from him 2 years ago, but the delivery time has long passed. I have to take the sword back. By the way, I can try out the sword in Skellige. There should be many monsters to kill on their island. Carrot stepped over a pit meekly, And Geralt was still talking non-stop. He was not much different from a chatterbox when facing acquaintances. As a result, the very spiritual mare stumbled. In the process, she also threw the Witcher to the ground. "What's going on?" Geralt lay on the ground and screamed in pain. The wizard dismounted and helped him up, and threw a healing spell to Carrot to prevent the horse from being hurt. He stared at the thing behind the mud pit seriously and sighed. After Geralt stood up, he had the same reaction as him. "Damn it!" The Witcher came to the thing and squatted down, closing his eyes with his fingers. It was a boy. He was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, wearing dirty coarse clothes, his fingers clenched tightly, looking up at the sky. His eyelids were closed by Geralt, and there was coagulated blood in his wide-open mouth. A child. How old is he? 8 years old? Who would kill a child? Geralt broke the arrow on the poor child. His eyes had become cold. "What do you think?" Shenyan stared at the stiff expression on the boy's face, and reached out to take the broken arrow shaft from Geralt. "Military." After a while of observation, he came to the conclusion. "Military? Yes, Geralt. Look here." The wizard handed the arrow shaft back to Geralt and asked him to look at the tail of the arrow. There was a prismatic mark on it. "Damn it," Geralt cursed again. "Really damn it." The wizard moved his fingers slightly, and the boy's body began to sink into the soil. "Not many people come here, so it is suitable to be his grave." Shenyan could use necromancy to make the corpse speak and tell the truth, but he didn't want to let the soul of a poor 8-year-old child suffer that kind of pain. He was already dead, so let him rest in peace. Chapter 525 Tracking. The forest was damp and cold like the abyss, and we left him there, Geralt thought. He rode on the Carrot that had just calmed down, and looked back at the mud pit from time to time. The wizard let him sink and lie in the middle of the mud. An 8-year-old child. The Witcher's heart tightened unconsciously. There were many times when he felt that he was heartless. People cursed him as an emotionless mutant monster, and he even used this rhetoric as a bargaining tool in transactions. "If you don't pay, I will kill your whole family." He said this to many bastards who went back on their words and refused to pay, and even planned to drive him away with weapons, but he never did it once. On the contrary, there were many times when Geralt helped some people without taking a penny. "Don't think too much, Geralt." He heard Shenyan throw out a sentence lightly, and nothing else could be heard in his tone. The Witcher turned his head and found that he was reading a book on horseback. Logically speaking, this was impossible. First, the forest was too dark, and second, the horse's back was too shaky. But the wizard was not an ordinary person at all. He could always do something beyond common sense. "What are you reading?" the demon hunter asked. "A miscellaneous book." "Well, it's not bad," Shenyan answered thoughtfully. "To be precise, it's a fairy tale book, Geralt, but it contains a lot of adult content. The author of this book may have forgotten that fairy tales are for children." He closed the book and then let go. The book turned into dots of blue light and dissipated in the air. Shenyan asked, "Where are we now?" "We are now in Intertwine, if my memory does not deceive me." Geralt reached out and took out a small bottle of unfinished liquor from the saddlebag and took a sip. He usually doesn't drink in the wild, which is tantamount to suicide, but his cotton coat can't resist the severe cold from the forest. It was March, and Intertwine's climate was not famous for being livable. Although the Witcher could move for a long time in low temperature without getting sick, he still wanted to make himself feel better. He took a sip of wine and complained, "Can't you cast a spell for me, make it warm here?" "Actually, Geralt, I have very little magic power reserves now." "What?" "There is something I forgot to tell you. I had a fight with a real god, and then I lost. She took away all my magic power and strength. I have just been resurrected for a short time, and my strength has just recovered 25%, and I have to take out 20% of it for physical strengthening." The wizard shrugged. "For the current situation, you can temporarily treat me as a third-rate wizard." Geralt grinned. Can you focus on it more normally? Otherwise, what should I focus on? Your resurrection or your fight with a god?" The Witcher threw out a humorous remark. "I am just a small witcher, and the only things I care about are women and money. Maybe the water ghost." This time it was Geralt's turn to be silent. "I hope you get the plague and shit all over your pants." "What?" The scolded man was furious, but he didn't hit his wife. Instead, he said, "Then I hope you get smallpox, you idiot who can't even wash clothes." His wife was not as gentlemanly as him. The lady reached out, grabbed a cast iron pot on the table and hit her husband on the head. If she hit him hard, it might be fatal. The husband obviously knew this, and he immediately stepped back to avoid the fatal attack. The wife didn't really want to hit him. She threw the cast iron pot angrily and made a vulgar gesture. "Then you cook for yourself, you stupid pig." After that, she angrily closed the door and went into the house. The man turned around impatiently and saw two people riding horses. One was a cat-eyed man with a sword on his back, and the other was a handsome oriental man. The two mysterious guys didn't make the man restrain his temper. He spat on the ground viciously and yelled vulgarly, "What are you looking at? Are your assholes on your faces?" Geralt watched him go away, then looked back at the calm wizard. "Aren't you going to do something to him?" "What? Cast a spell to turn him into a pig or something?" Shenyan rolled his eyes. "Don't put your own ideas on me, Geralt." The demon hunter who was discovered was not annoyed. He urged Radish to the only tavern in the village, turned over and got off the horse, and tied Radish to the fence. From the outside, this tavern looks quite rural. I mean, it's broken in a very romantic way. One window is even broken. Geralt stood on the frozen mud, looking at the window, turned around and asked, "Do you want to go in and eat something, or wait for me on the horse? In that case, I'll buy some dry food and we'll continue on our way to the nearby military camp to ask what the thing is like." The wizard also turned over and dismounted. His boots really stepped on the dirty mud, and the pungent smell that hit Shenyan's face made him twitch. "Go in and eat something, although I doubt they will bring out pig food." Although most Gduan people are indeed very vulgar, you underestimate their food culture. "I'll wait and see." The demon hunter and the wizard walked into the tavern. This strange combination attracted many people's curious eyes. Most people were observing the wizard. They might think that Geralt was a follower or something. And the next actions of the two deepened this misunderstanding. The handsome oriental man walked towards an empty table, and the cat's eye with a sword on his back went to the front desk to order. Shenyan sat down. The bench felt terrible. It was not very balanced and you could shake when you sat on it. He lowered his head to observe the pattern on the table. It took him a while to realize that it was not a pattern, but a memorial formed by the accumulation of stains from not cleaning the table for too long. As a result, the shape of the pattern made his weird sense of humor work again. The wizard smiled and was just seen by the Witcher who was walking back. Geralt asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Look at this table, Geralt." Shenyan stretched out his hand and pointed at the pattern. "What do you think this thing looks like?" Geralt sat opposite him, stretched his neck to look at it for a while, and his eyes suddenly widened. If he hadn't wanted to maintain an emotionless appearance in front of outsiders, he might have laughed out loud now. "The guy responsible for cleaning the table should be fined." Geralt lowered his voice, but still couldn't help laughing twice. Who would think of leaving a little stain to form this shape? After a while, their dishes arrived. Geralt ordered 2 breads and 2 bowls of broth. It was simple, but the quantity was large. The man who brought the dishes was a middle-aged man, as thin as a stick, but very energetic. He had a mustache and messy hair, as if he had a broken pot lid on his head. "Here are your dishes, gentlemen." The stick-like man nodded to the wizard with a big smile on his face, and the latter nodded indifferently. He carefully placed the dishes on the table and was about to leave, but Geralt reached out and called him. "Excuse me, I have a question." "Huh?" The stick-like man looked at him blankly, followed the Witcher's hand to look at the table, and a smile inevitably appeared on his face. "You mean this? This was drawn by one of my guys, you bastard." He laughed endlessly, while Geralt waited patiently. After the skinny guy finished laughing, the Witcher continued, "I have another question, sir. Are there any commissions in the local area? Ghouls, evil ghosts?" It seems that Gduan has not been very peaceful recently. "Oh, aren't you reading history?" Geralt pushed open the door and walked out of the tavern, which was still lively despite the pungent smell. The two returned to the place where the horses were tied. As always, his saddlebags looked like they had been turned over. The Witcher glanced and saw 2 children across the road looking at him anxiously. "Yes, that's it. Fear will teach you what to do and what not to do. Children, didn't your mother tell you not to touch the things of mutants? You will be cursed. He gestured maliciously to the two children, and they screamed and ran away, thinking that Geralt was casting a spell on them. The Witcher smiled and turned around to see Shenyan's expressionless face. You seem to be a little bored. The wizard shrugged and jumped on the horse. I am reading history, but the current king of Gdun is still alive. He is not in the history books. I heard a few people discussing the Scoia'tael in the tavern just now. What is that? Some persecuted elves. They slowly left the village, leaving dust behind them. The current king of Gdun, Henselt, is a bastard. He has carried out hatred and massacres in the country. Non-human races are expelled or killed by him. In short, they all die. There is no difference. Leaving the main road and coming to the side road, the Witcher's narration is as emotionless and rational as always, but Shenyan can hear his true opinion on the matter. So hatred grows mutually. Those poor people who are driven out of their homes or whose families are killed, dwarves, elves will find ways to retaliate. The Scoia'tael is such a team. They hide in the forest and kill any human who enters their territory, no matter whether they are old or young, whether they are soldiers or civilians. Stupid. Shenyan only gave these two words. It is not known whether he is talking about the king or the Scoia'tael, but the attacker who shot arrows at him obviously thought he was talking about the latter. The wizard raised his head from his horse, and an arrow was reflected in his pupils. In his vision, time was slowed down. The expression on Geralt's face was gradually turning serious. The wizard could see him pinching the Ken sign, as if he wanted to put a shield on him, and saw that his other hand had slowly raised to draw his sword. But Shenyan did not choose to cast a spell. The arrow was getting closer and closer. If he did not dodge, the arrow would go straight into his eye socket. In fact, he did not need to dodge. Shenyan sat on the horse and raised one hand, and the arrow was firmly grasped in his hand. He heard a gasp of shock from a tree not far away. Even Geralt showed this emotion. He asked in surprise, "When did you practice this trick?" "Physical enhancement. Have you forgotten?" Shenyan smiled at him and threw the arrow with his backhand. The arrow was thrown with his bare hands at the speed of a crossbow. It flew through the woods and accurately hit the attacker. 2 minutes later, they found her on horseback, an elf. She fell to the ground, one leg pierced by an arrow, unable to move. Because she fell from the tree, one of her hands was turned over. The bone pierced the skin, and blood was flowing. Despite this, the young elf still looked at them with hatred, and the wizard's handsomeness did not work at all. "It seems that your face finally doesn't work every time," Geralt said. Shenyan glanced at him and said nothing. He turned over and got off the horse and came to the female elf. Her face was full of hatred, but she still couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. This fear was transmitted through her fierce words. "I really wish I shot 2 arrows instead of 1, you damn human." SHH. Shenyan raised a finger and put it on her lips. The elf was stunned at first, and then immediately opened her mouth and bit it viciously. There was no blood or bitten-off fingers. On the contrary, the elf didn't bite anything, and Shenyan had taken his hand back without knowing when. "You are very irritable, lady," the wizard said lightly, and then made a gesture. The orange-yellow light emerged in the forest, and the elf's expression quickly became dull. "What are you going to do?" "Let's make it clear in advance. There are many brothels in other countries near Gdun that have elven girls. I am allergic to elves recently, Geralt, and I am not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Can you shut up and let me finish the job?" The demon hunter who was asked to shut up also turned over and got off the horse, holding the steel sword in his hand, and shrugged. The wizard stretched out his hand and pressed on the elf's thigh, and the arrow moved out strangely. It was not pulled out from the wound, nor was it taken out after breaking the arrow shaft. Instead, it completely ignored the fact that it was inserted into a thigh, and simply moved out, leaving intact between the muscles and bones. Shenyan stretched out his hand to hold the arrow, and the prismatic mark on the tail was very eye-catching. He didn't say much, but stretched out his hand and cast a small healing spell to stop the bleeding on the wound on the elf's leg, so that she wouldn't die from bleeding. As for her hand, the wizard didn't want to care. He held up the arrow. "Where did this arrow come from?" "I stole it from the warehouse of the human army," along with armor and other weapons. The elf answered in a trance. How many people did you kill? I don't know how many others killed, but I killed 17 soldiers. No civilians? Civilians won't go into the forest, and our leader also told us not to kill civilians. She said that our targets of revenge should be those who slaughtered us. I don't understand, because those civilians also spit at us. Shenyan and Geralt looked at each other. Something is fishy. The Witcher said his speculation. If what this elf said is true, her mind is completely controlled by me, so of course she is telling the truth. But I want to know more about why you didn't ask the owner in the tavern if there were any children missing in the local area. It would be troublesome for a Witcher to ask about such things. Geralt nodded at him. Believe me, it will always be like this. Then, he raised his steel sword and cast a Ken shield on himself. He stomped his feet calmly. Shenyan stood up and continued to talk, without any sign of vigilance. Yes, we still need to find out the truth. Investigate? Human pig, check this. A roar sounded from the woods, and 5 elves rushed out. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.